Good morning. My name is Moazli Mayem. I am the very proud Lynn Pippinger Dean of the University of South Florida Muma College of Business. And it is my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome you to the 2021 Florida Supply Chain Summit. This event is joint endeavor between the MUMA College of Business Monica Wooden Center for Supply Chain Management and Sustainability and other incredible leaders in the industry. I'm so pleased that hundreds of supply chain leaders from all over the wonderful state of Florida have joined us here today. So from all of us, welcome. Those of you who have attended this event in the past know that things look maybe a little bit, well, a bit different this year. In 2019, the event was at Disney. This year, many of you are enjoying this event from the probably most magical place on earth, your own home or your own office. Usually by this time you would be making your way to your seats right now and about now, networking with hundreds of your closest friends, drinking coffee from Disney mug and starting to eat a nice continental breakfast with a delicious omelet. And I would be standing at a podium asking you to please find your seats. Instead, here I am, I'm by myself on this virtual stage, asking that you please make yourself comfortable at home, your office, and of course, pants are optional. But prepare yourself for the truly amazing and outstanding virtual program we have in store for you today. Um, we've been able to connect with some of the America's busiest people, those supply leaders, supply chain leaders, working to keep business running, deliver essential supplies, and yes, of course, to bring the COVID-19 vaccine to local pharmacy, hospitals, and county health teams. Your lineup today includes a number of great sessions, really amazing sessions, ranging from success story to the state of supply chain technology to the Florida infrastructure for global trade, and executive from incredible companies like FedEx, Amgen, Woodfield Distribution, and Walgreens will join us to talk about cold chain support for Florida's pharmaceutical industry. Also, we're lucky to have leaders from Walmart who will share the retail supply chain story in Florida. And you will learn about advances in Florida supply chain infrastructure and about differentiators that make Florida supply chain industry a vital part of our economy. And World Trade Center Miami representatives will present the case for investment in Florida supply chains. That's not even every session we have for you today. As we say, wait, there is more. If you look on the agenda tab, you will see the full lineup, and the speakers tab will give you the details about the executives and the experts with us today. It's just an incredible program. I really miss networking and the energy and the reaction of the colleagues when there is an aha moment during a keynote address. But there are a number of good things that come with virtual events. And today, amazing speaker lineup is the evidence of just that. So just wait and you will see it's going to be amazing. Before you get started, I want to recognize the steering committee that planned today's summit. Let me assure you, it's a lot of work that went into this. And the steering committee includes representatives from Florida Department of Transportation, Daytex, Port Tampa Bay, World Trade Center Miami, and of course, my very own USF MUMA College of Business and the Monica Wooden Center of Supply Chain Management and Sustainability. If the pandemic has taught us anything about supply chain, besides how quickly people can grab and hoard toilet paper and paper toilets and paper towels also, it has taught us the importance of resilient supply chains. Significant shocks to the system opened consumers' eyes to the industry and highlighted the importance of a well-managed global supply chain. I think everyone now wants to know more about supply chain and the supply chain industry. I know our students want to know more about this incredible field. Rarely have you, from the supply chain leaders to the entry-level employees, had to work through such challenges, complex and uncertain conditions. Like never before, the pandemic has illustrated the need for the professionals attending the summit today, the people who build and manage resilient supply chains. And it has provided wonderful learning opportunities for our students, as I mentioned, our students majoring in this field or wanting to major in this field. The very talent who will manage supply chain when the next crisis hits. Let's just hope it will not be as bad as COVID-19. Joining me now through the wonders of technology is one person that our students and supply chain employees at every single level look to as an inspiring leader. I'm going to turn the program over to my friend, Paul Anderson, a former Federal Maritime Commissioner who is now our leader of the Port of Tampa Bay, which is one of the largest ports in Florida and has footprint of more than 5,000 acres. That is more than 35 times the size of Disney Magic Kingdom. So for you just to imagine. Port Tampa Bay has every kind of imaginable cargo. If you think about it, Tampa Bay Port has it. Plus, it hosts a robust cruise business, pre-pandemic with more than 1 million cruise travelers. As America's closest full-service port to the Panama Canal, Port Tampa Bay has an economic impact of more than $17.2 billion and is responsible for more than 85,000 direct and indirect related jobs. That's just incredible. Paul, as I said, just an incredible leader. He has led the Jacksonville Port Authority before coming to Tampa in 2012, and also has a long career in the industry. That's why he has been tapped as an advisor on international issues for several Florida governors, and why he is going to kick things off today. Paul, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for talking to our participant today. We're really thrilled and honored to have you as a kickoff speaker. And please go ahead. The virtual floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Anderson, President and CEO of Port Tampa Bay, Florida's largest and most diversified port. We're very proud to partner with USF in bringing you the Florida Supply Chain Summit. This conference could not be more timely. After what we've been through this past year, no longer can supply chains be taken for granted, as their critical importance in our everyday lives was driven home when our world was turned upside down by the pandemic. Meanwhile, since ports were designated as essential by the Department of Homeland Security at the outset of the pandemic, we've remained open for business 24/7, delivering the essential goods that Floridians consume every single day. This includes everything from food and beverage products to construction and building materials to energy products, not to mention those e-commerce deliveries that conveniently deliver straight to our front doors. In addition to the growth of online shopping and consumer demands for next day, same day delivery, I believe the pandemic has accelerated trends that were well underway and which will have even greater ramifications for Florida supply chains going forward. From a port perspective, population drives cargo demand. And for businesses and individuals that are thinking about relocating, Florida will look even more attractive in terms of quality of life, lower taxes, great weather, and thriving economy. We have certainly seen that market growth happen right in our own backyard, as the Tampa-Orlando I-4 corridor has emerged as Florida's distribution hub. Home to the largest concentration of distribution and fulfillment centers in the state, companies along the I-4 corridor are not only serving all of Florida, but extending their reach to customers throughout the Southeast United States and beyond. Thanks to new and expanding global container service connections, Port Tampa Bay has been able to save these companies millions in trucking and distribution costs, as drivers can now make multiple round trips per day between the port and their DCs. To keep pace with the rapid growth in this business, we have been significantly expanding capacity with additional storage, berths, equipment, cranes, and transload warehouse space. I can think of few other companies that have recognized the opportunities here in Florida more than Walmart, who are coming up next as our keynote speakers this morning. Walmart has taken a leadership role with their expansion in Florida, including fulfillment and distribution centers handling everything from perishables to consumer goods. Today it is my honor to welcome Joe Metzger, Senior VP of Transportation, and Vipin Varkey, VP of E-commerce Transportation. Thank you, gentlemen, for agreeing to share your thoughts with us today. And to everyone joining us, best wishes for a successful summit on behalf of Port Tampa Bay, the home of Super Bowl champion Buccaneers and the Stanley Cup champion Lightning.
Hello, this is Joe Metzger. I'm the Senior Vice President responsible for the Walmart Omnichannel Transportation team and organization. And I'm really excited for my colleague and I to spend a few minutes with you today. Vipin, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Joe. Hello, I'm excited to be here on behalf of the Walmart e-commerce transportation team. I lead a team of dedicated and talented professionals that are working hard to innovate and change the way our supply chain works to meet the demands of our customers. As you all know, COVID has dramatically changed the way that customers interact and shop with all retailers, including Walmart. And as retailers, we have a journey that we have been on, and we have to accelerate and innovate so that we meet our customer needs and the speed and the convenience that crave. So Joe and I are happy to be here talking about our path at Walmart and shedding some light on and some thoughts on our future strategies.
Thanks, Vipin. Let me just share a little bit around the scale and kind of the size of what we operate across the Walmart supply chain and across the Walmart enterprise. So if you think about it, we have 134 distribution centers, 32 import and consolidation centers, 34 fulfillment centers. And then as you move into transportation, we have well over 9,700 drivers, 70,000 Walmart trailers, and over 6,500 Walmart trucks, and a total team of 131,000 terrifically engaged, enabled, and empowered associates. You know, we serve, as you know, over 3,500 super centers, 400 discount stores, 800 neighborhood markets, nearly 600 Sam's Clubs, and well over 3,600 Walmart pickup locations. And as we've expanded to 2,900 same-day delivery stores, and pretty impressive number, over 100 million plus unique.com visitors each month. So as you think about the scale, the size, and then as we're moving quickly as an omni-channel supply chain and organization, we have a tremendous team infrastructure to build upon. Vipin, would you like to talk about the kind of the next steps end to end?
Yeah, and as I mentioned in my introduction, customers have fundamentally changed how they interact with Walmart. You see, when we think back 3 or 4 years ago, Walmart was accelerating its path into e-com and growing our capabilities. You all recall the bringing on of the Jet.com family into the Walmart family and expanding our fulfillment footprint, our e-commerce capabilities, and so on and so forth. But COVID brought a different dimension to how customers craved and chose to engage with us. Social distancing was as big a part of shopping as it was in our daily lives. And so you had customers that wanted to buy from our stores. They needed to be socially distanced inside our stores. But you had customers that wanted to place their orders online and either get it picked up from our stores or have it delivered from our stores to their homes. That dynamic change in the customer behavior and how they chose to engage with us also sent us down an accelerated path of transformation inside of Walmart. We had to look at what our customers needed from a speed standpoint. No longer was it convenient for them to stop by a Walmart supercenter or a neighborhood market or a store and pick up product. They also wanted, delivery same day and within hours into their homes from the same supercenters and stores that we had built in the infrastructure over a period of time. We had to change the way that we were thinking about regional distribution centers and what product we moved into the stores. We had to think differently about how our fulfillment centers operated and how we changed the technology and the operations that supported all of this so that we could lean into speed and convenience for our customers. And on top of this, empowering our associates to make the right decisions, coming in with ideas, coming in with new innovations, process improvements, things like that, also helped us on a path to grow our e-commerce business 79% year over year, as you heard in our latest earnings call that happened a couple of weeks ago. If we had to simplify this and think about it as a supply chain, the way that we're thinking about Walmart is how do we serve our customers on the, call it 100 to 150,000 head type SKUs that they need in their everyday lives, and how do we get it to them effectively? Then we have the extended assortment of general merchandise or mixed grocery and general merchandise items that we have to serve our customers, maybe the same day or next day or second day promise. And we had to change the way that our network works and how we promise our customers on those items. And then we had the super long extended tail that gets warehoused in our fulfillment centers and gets shipped to customers like you would think of a traditional e-commerce operation. Joe, anything that you would see that has fundamentally changed our transportation network given the customer choices that we're seeing right now?
Vipin, what it's really allowed us to do is to take down, I'll call the barriers or the silos of how we thought about transportation historically. Within Walmart, we may have had a grocery transportation operation or a general merchandise side or even an e-commerce side. And together now, we truly make it omni-channel so that as you think about any delivery or any freight that's moving around the country, it now can all be blended together, and wherever the efficiency is for our customer, that's how we'll flow it. And then we also have to flow it, obviously, and meet the customer's need, whether it's a 2-hour delivery, same day, next day, 2-day, or whatever it may be. And we have to leverage every aspect of our infrastructure, which I talked about a minute or two ago, whether it's in store, whether it's delivery to home, whether it's a pickup at a store, whatever the customer needs, when they need it and where they need it, is how we will have not only our supply chain, but our transportation organization meet the need of the customer.
When we talk about the future of our supply chain and how we're thinking about building and integrating all of these different functions to truly make us an omni organization, before we go into that, could you spend a minute or two explaining or talking a little bit, or I'd say bragging a little bit about our fleet and the transformation that the fleet has gone through in the last 12 months, the role that they have played in keeping, frankly, a network of stores up and running through this pandemic, and where you see the vision for the fleet into the future of e-commerce network?
Yeah, it's really an exciting story of a key strength of our company. Our Walmart private fleet drivers have long been outstanding men and women delivering freight to our stores and really doing an outstanding job. But what's really evolved in a dramatic fashion, really since COVID, the onset of the pandemic, has been now taking the private fleet to bring much more of a supplier-based flow of freight into our operations, and a dramatic increase as well in the e-commerce lanes. So, you know, where we were generally flowing to the stores, we now are doing almost the same level of flow from supplier, as well as the flow of e-commerce lanes as we move it to sortation centers or to last mile, destinations. So what we've really done now with our fleet is it truly is an omni-channel fleet, and it's a critical competitive advantage for Walmart as we progress to the future.
Thank you, Joe. And then as we pivot into the supply chain of the future, I think the organization has, clearly rallied around the concept that we need to fully integrate our stores, our distribution network, our fulfillment network, frankly, to meet the service levels that our customers crave from us. And that, includes identifying and deploying new assets and technologies, not just all over the US, but in the state of Florida, where we have quite a few automation projects in our distribution centers, quite a few new innovations in our transportation network, and to lean on the strength of our sellers and to offer Walmart fulfillment services to our sellers who want to participate in that program. As you look at this slide that shows sort of this integrated way that we are planning on offering now, frankly, we have made strides in that direction. You will clearly see that it starts with customer centricity, meaning we're here to serve our customers in the choices that they crave. It starts with an underlying technology that thinks about or talks about or identifies customer demand and how we're able to deploy our inventory into different parts of the country. I mean, as supply chain geeks, we know this. Different parts of the country have different demand patterns. They have different needs, different products. And as we think about how we effectively deploy this regionally into each of our markets, we're transforming the way that we think about customer demand and how to move our inventory and place it. I think a key enabler to this, before we get to sort of the final mile strategy and into the customer homes, is how we automate our distribution centers, our fulfillment centers, and our stores, right? I mean, traditionally, we hadn't talked, I'm going to say, going back maybe 10 years ago, about using stores as fulfillment avenues. And you may have seen this in the news a month or so ago about some automation that we deployed in a store in New Hampshire, where the back end of the store has an automated fulfillment system that helps fulfill grocery and general merchandise orders for those head SKUs within a few minutes or hours after which customers place their orders, right? So what we're talking about this as an integrated omni network. And then we get into the last mile portion of this. Clearly we have partners around the country that help us succeed in terms of transportation, from the ports to our distribution centers, from our distribution centers to our stores and fulfillment centers, from our fulfillment centers to customer homes and delivery. And these partners are critical in how we deploy and enable our capabilities as we grow in this space. Joe, I would turn to you and over the last, again, 12 to 18 months, can you talk a little bit about the last mile capabilities that we've been discussing with our partners and how we've been leveraging their strengths and building some of our own to be able to serve our customers?
I'm glad to, Vipin. Maybe the best way to kind of think about that is if you take a look at our overall omni-channel transportation strategy And I'm going to go directly to your question, which is really the customer promise piece. As we think about our e-commerce transportation network, how do we make sure that we, again, can meet the needs of our customer when they want it, where they want it, at the right time that is right for their lives? So specifically, we've developed both an internal and an external model as you think about first mile, middle mile, and last mile, both with strategic partners like FedEx, as well as our own internal capabilities. And I talked about the private fleet. But as we're putting that together, we end to end are building an e-commerce transportation network that I think is very much going to be ready to meet the needs of our customers, both this year and as we progress over the next several of years. And if you look at this overall page here that's in front of us, these are kind of the 5 planks that I thought would be helpful to discuss on our overall strategy. I talked about customer promise, but I do want to share the very first one on the page, which is pursuit of zero incidents and accidents and pursuit of perfect safety. I'm a longtime supply chain leader and a longtime supply chain person who feels that everything starts with safety. So as we think about our strategy, it still begins and starts with safety. We then I talked about our customer promise, meeting the needs of customer wherever they may be, and building our end-to-end transportation network, obviously in key partnership with all of our distribution operations to ensure that we flawlessly execute to wherever the customer needs it, whether it's on the shelf, whether it's a pickup at a store, or it's delivered to home. You know, the third bucket is the omni-channel leverage, and I shared a bit earlier with our Walmart private fleet, but it's also taking a look at unbranding all of our assets to ensure that we can flow goods wherever the need may be as a consumer changes how they purchase, where they purchase, when they purchase, to ensure we have an integrated network end-to-end that operates flawlessly. The fourth piece that I want to share is we call it WPS, but that's our Walmart Performance System. So as we're dramatically becoming more flexible, agile, and more integrated, we need to ensure that our work systems are the best in the industry and flawless again, so that we can meet the needs of our customer. So standard work, zero loss, and all the pieces and parts that ensure as we run this very large, but very flexible and agile transportation and supply chain, that we have standard work and zero loss at every aspect of how our many associates operate. And then the last piece in transportation is you have to have a world-class command center, which then takes all the signals of demand, all the signals of where the goods and the flow of goods needs to be to meet our customer, and then puts it together for a perfect service and perfect cost playbook and game plan that then gets sent to our operations, you know, every minute, every hour, every shift, every day. And together then we can flawlessly meet the needs of our customers from a service standpoint and cost effectively deliver where we need to be in support of our everyday low price. So the foundation of it, though, is all about the people. Walmart's key advantage is our people, and we want to continue to build our world-class transportation leadership, and I'll speak for all overall supply chain leadership. Great people, but we've got to continue to evolve with great technology, great data, and great decision making, which is really the bottom rung there, which is world-class technology. We know that we have to have the tech and the data to operate in this omni-channel strategy that I've just talked about in a flawless manner. And so together, you see our 5 leverage planks, you see the foundation of people and technology, and together, that's how we're approaching not only meeting our customer promise, but also how we can be a world-class operation. Vipin, you want to talk a little bit about as it relates to the state of Florida?
Absolutely, Joe. I think the foundations that you outlined, when we take it into the state of Florida and looking at you know, the assets that we have deployed there and our path forward, there are 3 key things that we're going to be focusing on. One is our fleet itself, and how do we build our fleet capabilities to complement all of the partners that we have in the network. Clearly, we all know that the industry is facing significant shortages in capacity, especially with all the growth of the business that we're seeing across the U.S. As we think about our omni-channel network, we think about the role that our fleet plays in the traditional retail space, where you have line hauls running from our distribution centers to our stores. And as we expand that thinking, and as we think about a more optimized network, we see a role for the fleet to do that same line haul back into the stores, swing back around to a fulfillment center that's in its proximity, take packages that are destined for our customers to a sort center or an injection point to some of our partner carriers, even down to the stores for a store delivery. And so as we think about how we leverage our fleet, we, Walmart as a company, are thinking about new driver models, new types of cabs, new types of operations to integrate into our e-commerce network, just like we're doing with our traditional retail network. Joe, would you explain, would you elaborate a little bit more on the new, I guess, ways of working inside the fleet itself that is so different from what we have traditionally thought of as fleet operations these years?
For sure, Vipin, as you blur the lines, as I mentioned earlier, we really have to continue to modify how we operate the fleet, because we've got a competitive advantage on service and cost. And oh, by the way, it's the safest fleet in the industry. We need to leverage those strengths, whether it's a short haul, a long distance haul, a regional haul, whatever it may be. We need to be able to have a model and leverage the strengths of our fleet to meet that appropriately. So there's many different aspects as we go forward. And as we've grown our fleet over 1,000 drivers in the last 12 months, and we're going to grow it significantly over the next 6 months and the next year and so forth. So I just really think the sky's the limit for our fleet, and the men and women of our private fleet are just second to none. And I'm just so excited to see the continued growth for that team.
The second pillar of how we invest in Florida is in sortation centers. Again, to be clear, this is going to be in partnership with the relationships that we have in the industry. It's also going to be something that Walmart would be thinking about doing. Speaking of the growth of e-commerce, right? This is not new just to Walmart, but we saw this clearly across the industry. I think by some counts, we all believe that the growth of e-commerce has been pulled in by 2 or 3 years, just because of the nature of how customers shopped with us and other retailers last year. The outcome of that is that there is a significant capacity crunch in the parcel industry, especially in terms of sortation and final mile delivery and how packages get to customers. And we saw a little bit of that, the industry did, as we went through peak with, we heard about capacity caps and retailers having to either pull in sales events or push out promises and things like that. And so to get ahead of that, we do believe in investing in sort centers. So the sort centers that we are planning on investing in Florida will help speed up our network. It'll bypass all of the national hubs and sorts that we have to otherwise traditionally encounter, helps us get product or packages that our customers have bought directly into sort of, I'd say, Central Florida and South Florida, and help us gain a speed advantage with respect to the rest of the industry and the markets that we're seeing. We're proud to say that over the last peak or so, we were able to gain the services of almost 1,000 Floridians in helping us move these packages for our customers, and we see continued investments in that space. And the last thing that Walmart is leaning into is, frankly, leveraging the strength of our stores. We started ship from store operations a few years ago, but again, you are getting the theme here, right? The pandemic has caused us to expand and leverage the strength of our stores. As Joe mentioned in one of the introductory slides, we are shipping from more than 3,000 stores today to our customers. And if you take a look at where our stores are located, our supercenters are located, we are within a 9-mile radius of 95% of the US population. And so we can deliver to what our customers need in terms of the pricing advantage that they get from Walmart that they crave and the speed that they desire. And leaning into stores in Florida, we definitely see us opening up more stores to expand our ship from store network and to be able to reach our customers. So lots of exciting things coming up in the next, I'd say, 12 months as we look at peak of calendar year 2021, and then to further expand our network and capabilities in Florida. Joe, any last thoughts?
Well, I just think, Vipin, as you look at the state of Florida, we're significantly investing in our private fleet. As you shared, we've certainly been investing in our sortation operations and clearly in our ship from store operations. So Florida is a critical state for us, a critical part of the country that we feel strongly about in our future, and excited to see what the next 12 to 18 months brings forward for us. So as we kind of bring this to conclusion, I speaking on behalf of Vipin and I, thanks for allowing us to just share a few thoughts on kind of where we're at and where we're headed as we think about Walmart and our supply chain, and then a specific look at our transportation strategy and model. But we're incredibly excited for the future, and thank you for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We are so happy that you could all be with us. My name is Elaine Singleton. I'm the co-director of the Monica Wooden Center for Supply Chain Management and Sustainability here at the Muma College of Business, University of South Florida. We're going to head into a short break, and when we come back, we'll be greeted by Alice Ancona. Welcome back from your break. And I'd like to introduce, without further ado, Alice Ancona, World Trade Center Miami SVP and COO, here to kick off our panel related to Florida's economic advantage. What is the big difference that Florida can make in your supply chains?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alice Ancona. I am Senior VP and COO of the World Trade Center Miami, and we're proud to be a partner at the Florida Supply Chain Summit. I've attended the summit in the past, so I'm very grateful to be part of it again this year, although coming to you virtually. And I'm leading off the first panel of this Florida Supply Chain Summit with two very interesting guests that I think will give us a very good perspective on what's going on, not just within the state of Florida, but how the world is seeing us, how the nation is seeing us, and how well positioned the state of Florida is coming out of this COVID pandemic, as well as what we can look forward to in terms of foreign direct investment, growing trade, as the economy reopens. So I'm going to briefly introduce my two panelists. I'll start off with Manny Mencia. Manny Mencia is Senior Vice President of International Trade Development for Enterprise Florida. And I'll have Manny talk a little bit about Enterprise Florida in a minute. But more importantly, he heads up the International Trade Development Division, which is headquartered in Miami, Florida, which is also where I'm at. And Manny maintains various offices around the state of Florida, as well as runs foreign offices internationally. And he'll elaborate a little bit on that when he goes into this. Manny joined Enterprise Florida in 1996. Prior to that, he worked at the Miami-Dade Beacon Council, which is the economic development organization for Miami-Dade County, and has also worked at the Florida Department of Commerce. He's an extensive international trade expert, as well as well-renowned internationally and globally for his expertise, and has been at the forefront of leading Florida's international trade efforts around the world and promoting and recruiting the state of Florida. My other panelist is Mark O'Connell. He is COO and founder of OCO Global, and he works on developing strategies for companies to work overseas, as well as foreign direct investment attraction, market entry, acquisition support, distributor search, corporate location, etc. Mark is coming to us from Belfast in Northern Ireland. So he's at 3 p.m. almost this afternoon. So he's coming to us from a different part of the world. And Mark also, through OCO Global, works to promote the state of Florida, working with Manny Mencia on developing investment attraction strategies to the state of Florida, covering a variety of industry sectors. He has offices from all over the world. And so what I'm going to do now is, if we can go to Manny, so he can talk a little bit about Enterprise Florida, and then Mark to talk about OCO Global before I go into kind of a scene setter presentation. So Manny, if you could go first to talk a little bit about Enterprise Florida, particularly what you've been doing during the pandemic, helping the state as well as helping companies around the state of Florida, and some sort of an investment attraction activity that you guys have engaged in.
Sure. Thank you, Alice. And thanks for inviting me to participate in this panel. As I think most everybody in this call knows, Enterprise Florida is the official economic development organization of the state of Florida. We're chaired by Governor DeSantis, and we have a board of directors composed of government leaders and private sector leaders. I am responsible for the international programs. I have three responsibilities at EFI. One is I manage the export promotion programs of the state. Those are in many ways some of the most important programs at EFI, some of the most recognized. Our export promotion programs have received significant national recognition in the United States and overseas. Additionally, I also manage the foreign direct investment attraction programs of the state. And finally, our foreign office network. Enterprise Florida maintains 18 representations all over the world that cover more than 30 countries, key markets around the world. As Alice said, we're very proud that Mark O'Connell and OCO Global are one of our most treasured partners, shall we say. Mark and OCO manage our portfolio for the British Isles and also for France, Benelux, and Italy, and also help us cover those countries in Europe that are not already covered. The main function of those offices is foreign direct investment. Now, Alice, as you know, our program focuses, our trade programs in particular focuses on helping Florida companies identify new clients and diversify their exports to new markets. Obviously, we've relied significantly on brick and mortar activity, trade missions, trade exhibitions, which you've been a part of many of them in your various stops in your career. We do work typically with about 2,500 Florida companies every year. Probably 40% of them do an international event with us every year. As you can imagine, with that positioning, the COVID-19 virus hit us extremely, hit our program extremely hard. We had roughly 30 events, trade shows, trade missions on our calendar, all of them who were canceled by the organizers, typically the missions, obviously by mutual agreement. So we have had to shift into a virtual universe of promotion. So what we've done is we've implemented some key programs and adapted others. So today we maintain still some of our most effective programs, the Export Marketing Plan program in conjunction with the Small Business Development Centers of Florida. We continue and we've adapted our grants programs where we help Florida companies diversify their exports into virtual. So we're offering a menu of virtual matchmaking programs in key markets of the world where we, Florida companies come to us, we put them in touch with our foreign office partners around the world, and they line up individual appointments for them virtually. Enterprise Florida reimburses the Florida companies, as long as they're manufacturer high-tech companies, for the cost of the matchmaking. We also have a similar program for companies that want to do virtual trade shows. We help them get into these virtual trade shows. We help subsidize all or part of the cost, as long as they are either new to market or infrequent to the market. We also have a website localization program to help people leverage and use their websites more effectively in foreign languages and so on. So these activities we've continued. And of course, as you're aware, next week, March 16th to the 18th, we're hosting the Florida International Trade Expo. It's a virtual trade exhibition of Florida products. We have 180 Florida companies and institutions that will be participating. This includes everything from roughly 13 Florida universities and colleges, Florida seaports, and a lot of small Florida manufacturers and exporters. It's a massive undertaking. We're expecting somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 visitors, registered visitors, to come into the show. And I think, and we're very proud of the fact, we are the only state in the United States doing a program this ambitious. And by the way, if you want to come in and kick the tires, you can still register and be one of the visitors into the show. We're going to have also a program of conferences, virtual conferences during the match. Finally, Alice, we continue very aggressively pursuing foreign direct investment, and we can get into that a little further in our conversation, because we're seeing, quite an interesting blend of interest coming in from traditional and non-traditional places in the world. So that's what AFI is doing today, and thanks.
Thank you, Manny. And now we'll go to Mark O'Connell to talk to us a little bit about what OCO Global does, and in particular, what they do with the state of Florida. Manny teed that up a bit. And then I'll go into a scene setter before we go into the panel. So following Mark, I'll give everyone a brief presentation of what's going on, and we'll go into our conversation. So Mark, floor is yours.
Thank you, Alice, Manny, and good morning, everybody. It's my honor to be able to join you for this event and share some perspectives on global trade and investment. A number of years ago, I'm proud to have worked, with the state of Florida since 2005 when I first met Manny, we pondered the subject of what business I'm in, and Manny reminded me. He said, "Mark, you're in the yes business, not the no business." It was a good lesson, and it stayed with me. And we've been proud to represent the state, one of our first state clients back in 2005 for the last 15 years. We also work with a few other states and Canadian provinces, as well as international regions in Europe and even in Asia. And, I can sort of compare and contrast what good looks like, and it's probably difficult if you live in Florida or a Florida company to know, what the competition's doing. But I can tell you without fear of contradiction that Enterprise Florida is one of the most innovative, well-networked and resilient organizations that we've ever worked with. Manny's got the scars on his back, I think, to show how resilient Enterprise Florida has been through different administrations and political tribes, and yet has continuously driven and produced value for Florida exporters and championed the foreign investment drive into the state of Florida. So OCO, just in a few words, is a trade and investment advisory specialist. I set it up. My background was in the Irish government, enterprise and export agency, and then in PricewaterhouseCoopers, where I worked in transactions and corporate finance before establishing OCO in 2001. And we've grown to about 120 staff today, and have a presence, our own offices in 10 different markets, including the US, East and West Coast. But I'm getting sorely tempted by the prospect of an office in Miami, and we'll come back to the reasons why later. In general, like this time last year, I was having a few sleepless nights because, as lockdown started to take effect and the global pandemic kicked in, I was wondering and pondering the end of globalization, which is kind of my business. And we were projecting, pretty big write-downs for the first quarter. But I'm happy to be able to sit or stand in front of you today and say it didn't play out that way. We found, thanks to our clients like Enterprise Florida and their exporters, we, maybe by luck more than design, are working with resilient regions, resilient markets, resilient sectors, and resilient companies. Of course, there's been a few casualties. I'm not going to pretend there hasn't. But we've, if not stood still, we've certainly grown a little bit as a business in the last 12 months. And thanks for me not being able to book any nice hotels or flights, as well as my other 120 colleagues, we've saved a lot on travel and entertainment, which has been good for the bottom line. But I don't think it's sustainable, and I'm not kind of having as much fun as I used to. So I'm sure, like everybody else on the call, we're looking forward to getting back to a bit of sociable business, because I think that's what makes relationships as enduring as they need to be going forward. So I'll pass back to Alice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So I'll now pivot to giving a brief overview of where we are in terms of Florida's economy, Florida's trade, as well as some trends that the panel will then discuss. So if we can bring up the presentation, please. Thank you. So we'll start with Florida's GDP. And this was something that Manny and to a certain extent Mark as well are familiar with over the past many years prior to COVID. Florida's economy took off and we became a $1.1 trillion GDP. In terms of context, prior to COVID, if it were a nation, the state of Florida would be the 17th largest in terms of GDP in the world. So it certainly worried a lot of us as to how we're going to be promoting the state, how the state was going to be moving forward, and what we would be looking at following COVID, and what the reactions would be. But as you can see, Florida's economy did shrink just like everyone else's, but not as much as the US did. So we were trending ahead of the US in terms of economic growth, economic activity, and job creation. And that momentum kept us going forward. There was a lot of other economic policies that the state of Florida also undertook during the time of COVID. But while its reduction was expected, it wasn't as big as other states such as New York, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Hawaii, that were much more significantly impacted during the time of COVID. And we stayed ahead of the US in terms of trends. I did want to cover a little bit of what Florida's pre-COVID economy looked like. So this is 2019, at the end of 2019. What we're seeing here is I've broken it down into regions. So if you look at the South Florida economy, South Florida GDP, as well as Tampa, Orlando, and Jacksonville. So that $1 trillion GDP, if you broke it up into regions, would have various, almost country-sized GDPs around the state. So South Florida GDP was comparable to that of Hong Kong and Denmark. The Tampa area was larger than the Ukraine and Hungary. The Orlando area is larger than Morocco and Ecuador in terms of GDP. And the Jacksonville area was greater than most of Central American countries. So within the state of Florida, we had fairly sizable GDPs in the respective regions prior to COVID. And the data is still coming in, so some of our data is a little bit lagging, but once we have better data, we'll see what these regions are doing following COVID and how the state recovers and moves forward. So here we are in terms of unemployment. This is the most recent available data to us. So it has December 2020 unemployment data. Again, we all took a hit, but as you can see, Florida is not farther behind from the US. And on the contrary, just like the GDP numbers, it's been trending a little bit better than the US. I also put in there February 2020. So right before the pandemic hit, where Florida was in terms of unemployment, it was under 3% unemployment rate. So as a state, we've aggressively been creating jobs. 1 out of 10 jobs in the United States, 1 out of 11 more or less were created in the state of Florida prior to the pandemic. So it's been on a strong economic push, something that also helped carry us over during the pandemic and influenced a lot of our activity in the state of Florida. So I'll now look at trade numbers. So these are Florida origin exports. And here we're looking at where we compare with the US numbers, which are in blue. Florida origin is in the bottom. Origin is products that are produced either in the US or in Florida. So this is stuff that we manufacture. And as you can see, in terms of tariffs, in terms of the exports, yes, the US took a hit. So did Florida prior to COVID. And a lot of that was tied to US economic policy as it relates to international trade, the tariffs on China, the tariffs on the EU, and the tariffs on a variety of other nations. Much of that, was impacting a lot of our economic performance on trade. But as you can see, we did fall fairly behind, further behind on exports in Florida than what we did on the US. And for the most part, our trade partners, which as you can see in that column on the right, remained the same. There were some movements such as Germany and some nations in Latin America did move around a bit. But for the most part, a lot of our export partners did remain the same. And now I'll go to imports. These are imported products, again, into the US and into Florida. The US numbers are in blue, Florida numbers are in orange. Imports recovered much quicker. So this is part of economic activity that's happened that we've all seen and we can all document. We order a lot more online as the economy started reopening in the last quarter. We did see a surge of imports coming into the US. Florida was no less a gateway to many of those imports. But also there was a lot of product that was moving in that was COVID related, such as components or products that go into creating medicines or medicaments, PPE equipment, stuff like that was coming into the state. So we were not as negatively impacted on imports, and we're more or less the same as the US is. But here we did have some interesting shifts. So not surprisingly, in terms of trade partners, China is still number 1, Mexico and Canada number 2. But where we did see an interesting movement was with Ireland. Ireland has not been on the top 20 in terms of import trade partners for the state of Florida, and now it moved to number 4. And this is in many ways tied to COVID. We were importing significant numbers of inorganic chemicals from Ireland that was coming into the state of Florida. So these were pretty significant numbers. It shot up 320%, 400% in certain quarters. But this was one of the interesting changes that happened in terms of our trade partners when it came to the import side. And now I'll move on to what we're seeing in terms of trade recovery. For the state of Florida, a big part of our economic activity is tied to international trade, which includes foreign direct investment, international tourism, a lot of international activities, as well as, in the variety of sectors that are important to our state, not just tourism, but finance, telecommunications. All these are players that are tied to the global marketplace. And, logistics and distribution has also been a big important driver of our economic growth, as well as job creation for the state. About 25% of our economy or our GDP was tied prior to COVID to international trade, and 1 in 5 jobs in the state of Florida are tied to international trade. So obviously our state is very much looking at international trade numbers and international trade recovery, so we can look at our recovery and how we come out of the pandemic following, as vaccinations and the vaccine numbers move forward. In the bottom, there's a story that talks about global business travel, and that's something that our panel will cover and we'll discuss briefly. But we are a top destination, not just for international visitation, but also for international business. And that drives a lot of our economic activity into the state. And next, when we look at trade, you saw the trade numbers on the import and export side. Undoubtedly, a lot of ports, airports and seaports on international cargo were adversely affected. We did see at the end of fourth quarter, record-breaking numbers on the import side for a variety of Florida ports, as well as a variety of US ports. But many ports across the state of Florida did see a big upsurge in import activity towards the last quarter of last year. But at the first part of the year during COVID, they were negatively impacted. But air cargo was one of the areas where a lot of trade was significantly impacted, because much of our cargo, or much of the cargo that moves around the world, also moves in passenger planes. So as passenger planes were grounded, some of that cargo had to, either not move or find unique ways to move. So air cargo was impacted pretty adversely. But here in Florida, why we look at Miami International Airport, it's our #1 port by value, and it exports about 50% of all Florida origin products. So it moves a lot of cargo that's from Florida, destined from Florida, as well as on the import side. And fortunately enough, air cargo for Miami International Airport, held steady and took off. We did see some fairly significant volumes move in as passenger planes shifted and, refurbished or reformatted to become air cargo planes, moving a lot of cargo in and out of the state. But we did become a pretty significant leader on air cargo here at Miami International Airport. Now moving on to some interesting things that have been happening, during this time of COVID, and we'll discuss this in the panel, of course, more in depth, is the movement, and we've seen this in the news, of what states were attracting new residents. And this was a trend that was something that the state of Florida was experiencing even prior to COVID. But even during the pandemic, we were a source of inbound migration. Some of it had to do with our policies during COVID, but it did become a much more attractive state for inbound migration during the pandemic. The same on the tax front. We did see some economic activity in terms of companies moving to the state of Florida, and we are a low tax business climate and no personal income tax in the state of Florida. So this became one of the drivers that stood out much more than before, post-pandemic. And then, of course, the media started picking it up, and many of you saw this, not just in the US, but also around the world. Not only attraction in terms of people moving into the state, but businesses moving into the state. So hedge funds from the Northeast, as well as financial firms, but a variety of tech companies were also looking at the state of Florida as a much more attractive destination or home for their business. We saw a variety of interesting initiatives take place. So many of you heard about the mayor of Miami, pushing out the state of Florida on Twitter, and in particular the city of Miami. This was a billboard that he took out in San Francisco, and his Twitter account has certainly taken off, and people have reacted in a very positive way to that. But even across the state, it's not just South Florida. What's happening in Palm Beach, as well as what's happening in and around the coast of the state of Florida. And here we cover Central Florida a little bit. Pfizer moving to Tampa, and the Tampa area has become a pretty significant destination, a pretty important destination for a life sciences industry, and it continues to grow, and that attraction is still remains strong even during the pandemic. But even Disney's looking to move operations out of California into the state of Florida. And then, look at foreign direct investment. For the first time, China overtook the US as the leading destination for foreign direct investment. Florida depends significantly on foreign direct investment. We'll talk a little bit about that during the panel. But it was something that obviously, was pandemic related, and the questions will be, does that stick and does that carry forward? And then in terms of economic recovery, a lot of the signaling in terms of the US coming back. Florida, as you saw from the prior numbers, has been performing fairly well and ahead of the US. But will Florida lead or continue to lead US states on economic recovery as it had prior to the pandemic? So this will be interesting things that we'll watch. And then on the policy side, so interesting things have been happening. Obviously, we now have a new administration. What that means with our trade relationships around the world has yet to be seen. But of course, we do have another Buy America executive order. This is not new. Many presidents have done this. It does affect federal agencies, but what is the message that goes around the world? How will the world perceive this or receive this, especially as there's been some trends to more nationalism, not just from the US, but from other countries around the world. And then I'll close out with our ports. And this conference will focus a little bit more on freight movement as well as infrastructure investments around the state. That's been a big driver of attracting and growing global or international trade into the state of Florida, as well as for the state of Florida to become a premier logistics and distribution state has been our freight investments. And we are looking to continue to do that. This has been something that our ports have signaled that they will continue to push for, and the business community is receptive to that continued port infrastructure investment, which has attracted a lot of companies moving into the state, but also the state of Florida becoming a fairly significant player when it comes to international trade globally. So with that, I'll conclude the session, and if we can bring the other panelists to start the conversation and reflect on the slides that we just had in the panel. So thank you, and Mark and Manny, welcome back. So now that I've gone a little bit over of, kind of some trends, what we've seen in the state of Florida, I think we can start with Mark. It'd be good to have your perspective, Mark, on what you're hearing, outside of, the US and outside of Florida. You're in Northern Ireland. You do have a lot of perspective on what's happening in Europe. What are you hearing? How are companies reacting? How are we looking at economic recovery and economic activity for the state going forward? And just, to you.
Thanks, Alice, and stimulating presentation you just gave. So thanks very much. Talking to a lot of agendas, and I'll try to pick up some of them with the help of Manny. So as I say, I suppose adversity is the mother of invention, and I've been, quite, I suppose, inspired by how firms have been able to adapt to the new realities in a short space of time. I have examples of a forklift truck manufacturer who figured out how they could split ventilators so they could serve 2 patients instead of 1. Now, I don't know what ventilators have got to do with forklift trucks, but there's something in the hydraulics and engineering that seems to work for the more efficient use of ventilators. I have a company who makes blinds, you know, for window dressing, I think you call them in the US, who pivoted to producing, you know, face masks and PPE. And they did a joint venture with a Finnish company called Huhtamaki, who provide the raw material. And, you know, they've got from zero, they're producing something like 3 million masks a week. You know, there's some phenomenal stories out there. I'm sure the audience has even better ones to share, and hope we'll hear from them. So that sort of resilience, I mean, clearly, you know, not every sector has enjoyed a COVID dividend, we can say, and you know, everybody in the hospitality, airline, exhibitions business, to name a few, have really, you know, not to mention automotive. It's less prevalent in the US, I think, where the lockdowns are a little less severe. But I know a guy who has a Benz motor car, you know, which is normally pretty thirsty on the gas, and he's only filled it up once since last March. You know, so, you know, either selling cars or selling gas is not a good business to be in when every travels are restricted and you know, movement and people are encouraged to stay at home. But nevertheless, you know, the resilient sectors, and you know, I don't need to tell you, because in the US and in Florida, it's been, you know, had a leadership position. So e-commerce, e-education, e-health, you know, all the remote delivery, whether it's education, healthcare, or commerce, have had a spectacular pandemic. I mean, even, you know, there is chatter across Europe about the sort of monopolistic positions of some of these firms, particularly Amazon comes in for a bad press because while they've been the savior of the lockdown in some cases, where we can still get our goods and essentials delivered to our doorstep, there is a worry that they're, you know, going to close down the, you know, conventional retail for good, and they're operating off a unlevel playing field, you know, when in that they don't have to pay, you know, business rates and taxes in the same way as the bricks and mortar equivalent do. So, you know, what I'm really summarizing, Alice, is that, you know, we see some sectors have been resilient and even thrived in the pandemic. And, you know, it's important for all of us to understand where they are. Equally, some markets are coming back faster than others. So, you know, if the pandemic swept from east to west, you know, we're seeing an east to west recovery trajectory. You know, China is projecting 6% GDP growth this year. Europe, although it's locking down or unlocking down slower, in most cases is projecting, I think in the UK, it's like 2% for this year. And across Europe, it's somewhere between 1 and 2%, all predicated by how fast they can roll out vaccines. I think the US, in particular, Florida and a few other states, have surprised us. You know, when we were looking at, you know, double-digit unemployment rates less than 6 months ago, and you know, your recovery has been so impressive and so you know, rapid. We probably could learn a lot from how you're you know, engaging you know, from a healthcare and social policies around the recovery. I mean, there is a worry, you know, about a couple of twin worries, I'll say. You mentioned, you know, Make America in your remarks, and you know, there is a degree of economic nationalism which is spreading. One, because, you know, whenever you know, this kicked off and everyone realized how dependent they were on China for PPE, you know, many governments decided, well, never again, even if it costs more to produce that stuff here, we need self-sufficiency. But from PPE, it's moved out into food, to energy, to obviously data is a very sensitive, protected industry these days, and we're seeing a lot of legislators reaching for policy levers in Europe to try and you know, protect some industries and make sure they've got more self-sufficiency. You know, and aligned to that, of course, then are, you know, some of the new sort of free trade agreements that are being struck up. across Asia, for example. That will come on to the Brexit, I'm sure. No conversation's complete without that these days, and how that's affecting, the geopolitical relationships between Europe and the UK, between the UK and the US and elsewhere. And the last phenomenon, of course, and you've touched on it, is working from home and remote working. People are talking about the death of cities, and there's there has been a handshake between my clients who work in foreign investment and a lot of big real estate people who are putting up shiny towers and waterfront settings. There's nervousness that some of those buildings will never have the occupancy rates that they used to enjoy in 2019. And we can return to that subject later, but clearly in a sort of densely populated city like Miami, or for that matter, Tampa, or moving up into Orlando, real estate investment and enterprise and home working don't always sit very comfortably together. So maybe we can return to that theme at some other point.
Thank you, Mark. And I want to bring in Manny because I wanted to touch on something that we talked about earlier, as well as some of the data and some of the questions that are coming in on international trade recovery. And Manny, you mentioned in your intro remarks, you have a virtual trade mission. We're the only state that's doing a virtual trade mission. You've been a keeper of our numbers, as well as advancing trade promotion for the state for several decades now. If anyone knows trade and Florida's trade recovery, as well as Florida's numbers on the trade side, it's you. So I'd like for you to talk to us a little bit about how you see trade recovery for the state of Florida. We've been a top 10 state. I think we've normally ranked between 6th and 7th in terms of international trade in the US. How do you see Florida's trade recovery, that you're out there engaging with international companies in the state of Florida and they're looking forward to re-engaging?
Yes. Okay. So let me first compliment what Mark said. I was extremely concerned in the first phase of the pandemic in terms of the Florida economy and the future of Florida and Florida's international position. After all, as you mentioned, tourism and trade account for an inordinate amount of jobs and of economic activity in our state. And these were the sectors precisely most affected by the pandemic. Now I've grown convinced that the state of Florida is going to emerge from the pandemic as one of the great winners in the United States. I think the pandemic is bringing the reality that Florida actually has a very good product for international business above and beyond most of the other states. Besides our privileged geographic position in the apex of the Western Hemisphere, ideally positioned for North, South, East, West trade, we've always had an excellent port and airport infrastructure. As you said, MIA is number one in international freight in the US. Orlando is one of the fastest growing airports in the United States, and I believe we have 17 others. We have some sort of international service. You have a excellent port infrastructure, 5 of the largest in the southeast of the United States. And that is complemented also by an extremely adept soft infrastructure. What do I mean by that? A cadre of service providers, specialized service providers in professional, finance, and transportation services, which competes with anybody, I believe, in the United States. And if you were to factor in the specialty in the Western Hemisphere, in the Americas in particular, probably unsurpassed in the world. Add to that a unique multicultural, upwardly mobile population, which is by definition international, which makes our state a very welcoming environment. Second largest concentration of free zones, third largest concentration of logistics companies. You put all that together, and by the way, this existed before 2019. I think the pandemic has brought these assets out, and the fact that Florida has been effective at managing the pandemic and reopening its economy. With taking politics completely out of the equation, Florida is today in a very good position. Mark mentioned it, and I hope he comments a little bit more later on about it also. The attention from the world to what's happening in the state of Florida over the last year plus, it's mostly very, very positive. They are admiring what Florida is doing. Now, as far as the trade sector, to answer your question, look, obviously we've taken a beating, not unique in the United States, but there are certain challenges unique to us that we face. To put it in perspective, from last year, our exports, origin exports, in other words, what we produce and sell, fell by roughly 19%. The United States took a beating. Ours was a little more steep. We remained the sixth largest exporter in the United States, so that's good news. I think coming out of the pandemic, one of our challenges is going to be that our traditional markets, the markets of the Americas, Latin America and the Caribbean, Mexico, are not expected to come out of the pandemic as quickly as the United States and the developed world. I think Canada should become a much more important market for our exporters, for example. Once we open those borders between us, that's a resilient economy that it's well on the way back. I believe Western Europe, even if they're going through another surge or what have you on the pandemic, I think also has the resources and the vaccine distribution capacity, etc., to recover. And Asia is already, Asia probably has done the best job in managing the pandemic. So we're going to have to look initially at building in those markets some while Latin America recovers. I think Latin American recovery will lag by about a year. It'll be more like later in 2022 when you will begin to see enough vaccination, enough economic activity recovering for us to be able to be selling these volumes that we would like to sell in Latin America that we traditionally have sold. Some sectors are doing quite well. Obviously, anything having to do with medications, durable goods, things like that, haven't fallen as badly. And I think something that it's been proven by the pandemic once again is the resiliency of our international sector. Honestly, being an old school kind of guy, I remember the various Latin debt crisis and the impact those had on Florida international sectors. I remember back, even if I'm dating myself, Alice, in the dates that we measure export activity by the number of pages in the yellow pages and things like that, and seeing in a matter of 2 years, that goes from 99 pages to 20 something. With enormous pain, seeing hundreds, even probably thousands of small trading companies go out of business. We haven't seen that bloodletting this time around. Obviously, there's been an impact. We've lost jobs, we've lost companies, but overwhelmingly, most of our small international companies are still holding their own and are still doing business. Like I said, my expectation is we're going to begin to see moderate recovery starting later this year, and I think in 2022 that will continue to emerge. And by 2023, I think you're going to see Latin America bouncing back very strongly, which will be great for our international sector. At some point, I also want to comment without monopolizing the microphone on foreign direct investment, because we're seeing some really interesting trends there too.
Well, thank you, Manny. And I do want to pivot to that right now is foreign direct investment. So that's something that's taken up the media along with COVID here in Florida. But we've seen some pretty interesting activity, not just, but mainly it's been domestic moves. So we've heard some interest on the international side, but we've seen a lot of domestic moves to the state of Florida in a way that's been very positive, very encouraging. To Manny's point, Florida's product kind of shined during the COVID crisis, and we're hoping, but it was something that we had been building up to for many years. So Mark, I'd like for you to talk a little bit about what you're seeing in terms of foreign direct investment trends. How well is Florida positioning itself, has positioned itself? You get to sell the state of Florida internationally, your company does. So you've had to sell us for many years. And you've seen kind of our evolution as a state in terms of our product value proposition. And then perhaps I'd like for you to touch on something that, we talked about offline, which is, how much of that is going to be impacted post-COVID in terms of us going virtual? Are people still going to want to come and set up shop when so much is now being done virtually? It's become so accepted. Do people still want to come to Florida and kick the tires, or is this going to be okay? So Mark, look forward to your insight. And then Manny, of course, chime in. Happy to hear both of you reflect on this.
Yeah, so, well, starting sort of at the top, the figures from UNCTAD, United Nations, have come out for 2020, and no surprise, but the volume of FDI globally took a correction of about 42% down. And, it shouldn't surprise any of us. It could have been worse. That's the sort of global figure. The expectation is that there will be a recovery through the second half of 21. But it could be as many as maybe already hinted. It could be as late as 23 before levels get back to where they were in 2019. Now, in saying all that, there's a lot of pent-up demand. There's like walls of capital out there, thanks to the choking off of demand. And I would anticipate, a big rush into M&A, mergers and acquisitions, through the second half of this year. It's like, people haven't been allowed to go shopping for 12 months, and they got their saddlebags stuffed full of money, looking for a home. And I think, there will be a lot of foreign investment, international money looking for a home. And it's great to know that an organization like Enterprise Florida is ready and able and resourced and able to receive these inquiries. Now, Florida, as you say, Alice, we've been on the journey back in, the noughties, as they were known. We were fighting against a perception of sunshine, Mickey Mouse and oranges, and not a serious business destination, albeit a very well-known and almost oversold tourism destination. When I say oversold, I don't mean there was too many tourists. I just mean it cast a shadow over every other business activity. And we sort of fought hard to be taken seriously as a place where you could do innovation, R&D, tech, financial services. Anything that wasn't in the sort of tourism, hospitality, cruise ship business was kind of needed a lot of explaining. I'm happy to say, though, over the last decade, that perception has changed and continues to change. Florida is consistently in the top 3 or 4 leading states for foreign investment in the union. California, New York, and Texas are typically also up there, and varies from time to time. But I mean, again, without wanting to make sort of political statements here, some of the sort of, what's the word that's been used, the fraught politics of California and New York are making it easier to sell Florida, where, you know, people are able to be who they want to be. And, you know, there's less of this hypersensitivity around, you know, I'm not saying, you know, it's right or it's wrong, but there's a lot of less sensitivity about, you know, political correctness. And people are a little bit more liberal. And the business environment and the tax environment, you know, is the best kept secret, and becomes very interesting once you start to tell it. But as you sort of did in your little presentation piece, Alice, you know, Florida's getting a lot of attention this year, because people, you know, if they have to homework, well, we're better to homework than at the beach or in a, you know, very pleasant temperate climate, where costs and taxes are attractive. So it's already, I mean, there's a lot of commentary about Silicon Beach. And I mean, of course, that's Miami, but there are other options, as you covered, for, you know, tech entrepreneurs, especially from the West Coast, who are finding Florida to be a very attractive business environment. Manny and I have spoken already about the flight of some of the hedge funds and asset management firms to Florida from New York and the East Coast. You know, big names like Carl Icahn and, you know, Citadel and Elliott Management, among others, Peter Thiel. I think he was involved in PayPal. So, you know, people pay attention when they see these kind of influencers making Florida their, you know, the head of their business empire, and that travels internationally. So, like the markets that I work with for Florida, the UK, Florida is one of the top destinations for UK investment, and it's very much in the tech space. It's also in space and aerospace and defense, but equally it's in tech and services. And I see that trend accelerating, not decelerating. And we can come on to some of the reasons for the UK in a moment. Ireland was mentioned, as you know, in your trade stats, and clearly, you know, the Irish economy is a knowledge economy these days. It's got you know, a big preponderance of life sciences. I mean, much of it represented by US foreign investment. So I can well imagine, in terms of self-sufficiency in some of those sectors, Ireland and US trade is thriving. For example, Viagra is made in Cork, and with all that time in our hands in lockdown, I guess guys like me and Manny are doubling down on our medicine cabinet. So, well, look, you have to forgive me. I'm Irish, and you know, political correctness doesn't run in the family over here. But no, so you know, med tech, life sciences, aircraft leasing. These are big businesses that we have in common. And happily, there's now some direct flights. Lingus are running into Miami, and you know, that more than anything is the sort of kryptonite that runs through trade and investment corridors. Not to mention the invisible stuff like you know, digital and software exports, where Miami is a great test bed, not just for North America, but for the Americas. And that's not lost on European investors, especially from Spain and Portugal, and then across in you know, France and Germany. We're seeing a big interest in, you know, Miami as a banking center, as a tech center, not just Miami, but Southern Florida and Northern Florida for manufacturing. So you did ask me one second part of that question around, you know, what was it, long-term working from home? Was that the challenge?
Yeah, us being in a virtual environment, how will that that adaptation and that kind of acceptance, and now we've been at this for a year, and this was a trend that was happening beforehand, but nobody believed it was going to stick, and all of a sudden here we are. Will that impact foreign direct investment? Would companies are factoring that in? And you know, what are you seeing in terms of that? We have seen kind of that acceptance, that adoption, and an embracement in some people that are just fully in on the virtual stuff and aren't really looking at moving or moving around.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, location has certainly become dialed down a little bit in terms of the list of priorities, but market access and skills have not. And economic nationalism, if that means made in America, will make it a prerequisite to have a presence in North America, and skills, which are the new battleground for projects, especially in the tech and knowledge economy. Or people will invest where they can find the talent, and I've seen, thanks to the positive migration trends into Florida, and the domestic investment, you can find the tech and talent work, the talented tech workers in Florida. So I look, will travel be down? Would I like to be in the events business right now? The answer is no. I think events will probably get smaller. We all have to admit that there was a certain amount of superfluous traveling going on. I, for one, am never going to do, a 5-hour commute for a 1-hour meeting when it's unproductive time and expensive time, if I can do it on Teams. But there's still, for, collaboration, for training, on onboarding people, for innovation, you got to do that stuff in person. And, deals, and I was speaking with the Irish Investment Agency earlier, and in the end, the closure rate on their deals has been sort of slowed down by the investor not being able to actually come and kick the tires. So I think we'll have to get back to that, and until we do, we're probably going to see a sort of a drag on certain project decisions. But I'm confident that as vaccines roll out and it's a bit safer to travel, people will get back to that. Maybe not to the extent that they did in former times, but there will be a hybrid model, and I think we've all learned to be more productive and more efficient thanks to, so the travels we do will be more selective and effective, I hope.
Thanks, Mark. And I want to go to Manny on a little bit on that investment side and touch on a little bit of trade. Something that we saw prior to COVID was Florida was becoming an increasingly, building increasing supply chains with Mexico, and USMCA, or the new NAFTA, was something that positioned the state of Florida well with that. And along with that trade was also investment attraction. We did see growing investment from Mexico. This was prior to COVID. But then we had COVID, and there was a lot of conversation on supply chain shifting. And where would it go? It wasn't just leaving China, but let's say a China plus one strategy. So some of these supply chains were looking at either coming back to the US, and of course there was the Buy USA provisions that existed even in the prior administration that are now part of this administration. We do see, some activity in companies, especially during COVID, looking at, something that Mark referenced, just certain sectors having that stay domestic, such as food production, energy production, data storage, et cetera. But on trade, we're looking at supply chain shifts that could potentially benefit Florida. And, whether some of those supply chains come back to the US or come back to the Americas, how do you see Florida positioning itself for that, not just those supply chain shifts as companies consider a China plus one strategy, but in terms of potential investment that could come in that is tied to that?
Yeah. Okay, so let me backtrack a little bit. And by the way, Mark's remarks brought me back to the old days. I remember when I started in economic development in Florida and represented our state at a conference in Atlanta, met the first few people, and someone introduced me as the guy from the state of the newlywed and the nearly dead. We've come so far from then. From them. So, but thanks for reminding me, Mark. Yes, I think we're close to winning that battle, that image battle, where we finally, I think, convinced the world that we're not your father's Florida. Today, we are actually the fourth largest recipient of foreign investment in the United States if measured as far as jobs. And in fact, I think one of the most remarkable things is, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, on that 5-year period, that ended in 2018, and FDI figures tend to lag a couple of years. Florida actually tied Kentucky for #1 in terms of foreign direct investment growth in that previous 5-year period. We grew by about 46%. So we're #1 in the Southeast also as a recipient of foreign direct investment. So we're doing quite well there. Now, I agree, we do have now a unique opportunity to position Florida to benefit from the changes in supply chain patterns, et cetera, in the world. That's why I'm so delighted that the organizers are offering this conference, because this is investing in infrastructure, continuing to refine and expand our supply chain. It's going to be critical to the future of Florida, both mid-term, near term and long term. And as you say, we have a great opportunity to attract investment. Ourselves, we're looking at it as a twofold strategy. We're aggressively recruiting companies from around the world to come and set up shop in Florida. We are seeing a significant amount of activity in that area. And I think one of the somewhat surprising things is a lot of leads that we're getting, including some very significant leads, are coming from non-traditional places. Places like Malaysia, places like Turkey, Eastern Europe, are now, looking at Florida with significant projects. And another thing to keep in mind is interest, although there's a great deal of interest in the main metropolitan areas for certain specific, you mentioned life sciences, West Coast, you're seeing, financial services and IT quite a bit in the East Coast and other parts of Florida. We're also seeing significant amount of interest, and I'm not talking about small projects, very significant projects, manufacturing projects in Northwest Florida and Northern Florida. Now, closing rates are not the same as Mark mentioned, as same thing that's happening to Ireland is happening to Florida. We're getting an inordinate amount of interest. The closing rate, however, is not what we would want it to be. Like I said, people can come in and consume deals, kick the tires, look at facilities, the visa issues. A lot of the investor visa offices around the world for U.S. embassies were closed for a significant amount of time. But I think on the longer term, we're going to see those closures. Now, there's got to be a second strategy you and I've been working with the Florida Port Council and others on implementing that Mexico strategy. At the same time, I have had very productive conversation with the economic development agencies of some of our neighboring countries, DR, others, towards working together on what we could call nearshoring. Not everybody who sees the need for diversifying from China. I think most of the companies that went to China from the US, other places, are going to stay in China. It's whether it will pass the US in the near future or not, there are different schools of thought, but for sure, a lot of diversification is going to come out of China. Companies are going to stay there, but they're not going to have all their eggs in one basket. They are going to, after what's happened in the experience the last couple of years, they're going to put they're going to move a lot of their see a need for their operations in the Western Hemisphere, for example. But I think some of the factors that led companies to go to the Chinese market, labor costs, et cetera, will remain part of that decision-making process. So seeing those companies move to the Dominican Republic, to Mexico, to Central America, it's a value added for the state of Florida. We can, given the fact we have the second largest concentration of free zones in the United States, we could very well leverage that and our very good supply chain processes and systems and infrastructure to create what we used to call to implement concepts and benefit from, the production of those products where Florida does not benefit overwhelmingly from what is being produced in China. But for instance, it mostly comes from into other parts of the United States. So I see enormous potential out there for Florida to leverage this. I think we have all the components necessary to continue to enhance and grow our foreign direct investment portfolio. And remember one thing, and I always mention that, foreign investors in Florida tend to pay about 30% higher wages than domestic companies. So, those jobs are very significant. Anyway.
Thank you, Manny. And I appreciate those comments, Manny. And I wanted to, you piggybacking a little bit of what you mentioned on workforce. And Mark, you have, again, your various experience, not only on site selection, but also the decisions that companies make in terms of investment is tied to workforce. And I know that that's been something that, we know it's, whether or not Florida has incentives, whether or not Florida has anything to offer, but in terms of investment attraction, workforce continues to be one of those key drivers. And again, we're in a virtual environment, you can work from anywhere on Zoom. How much is workforce still a valuable consideration? And how has that changed in terms of consideration, in terms of skill sets now that we are doing a lot more virtually? How are companies looking at workforce for those kinds of decisions, and how can Florida better position itself, in that battlefront? Again, this conference is being hosted by University of South Florida, but there's a network of universities that are constantly looking at adapting and improving Florida's workforce, which is tied to our positioning as an attractive destination for business.
Is that for me, Alice,
yes,
the question?
Mark, sorry. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, well, look, there are limitations to this, to the possibilities of remote working and, manufacturing and hospitality and entertainment and leisure sectors, retail sectors. I think the return to normality for those sectors will be predicated a little bit by vaccine rollout and people, getting antibodies after getting over the COVID. And we've seen, great sort of resilience and inventiveness among manufacturers when it came to sort of implementing, social distancing and, better and safer working environments, not least of which, have come from the States and Florida in particular. But the kind of foreign investment, for every manufacturing project, at least this is in the international terms, it may be a little different domestically. For every manufacturing project we come across, we probably would identify 7 or 8 services and sort of knowledge economy projects. And you're right, they don't, workforce is critical, but the workforce doesn't have to be in the same room. Therefore, a location like Florida, which is demonstrated through the pandemic, and we'll be interested to see the statistics when they emerge in a 12 months. I would bet that Florida's tech workforce has grown in the last 12 months through inward migration from other states, and that tells a very strong story when we do get the statistics to foreign investors who are constantly worried that they won't be able to get the pipeline of workers and skills. It's great to see the handshake between some of your esteemed educational institutions in Florida, and we work closely with them in the international offices for them to tell their story to investors, to reassure them that they're responding to the skills needs of the industries of the future. I think Florida's academic institutions are really, top of the line for telling that story and showing, responsiveness to the needs of employers. So, look, yeah, of course, there's still going to be some challenges in the manufacturing and hospitality areas, thanks to the restrictions. But in the tech sector, financial services sectors, I think Florida's got an increasingly better story to tell relative to, densely populated states elsewhere in the country, which have higher taxes and are less attractive to white collar workers in summary.
Thank you, Mark. And we now have a few minutes left, so I did want to cover some of the questions that were coming in. And one of the questions that's come up is in terms of recovery. And I think we've discussed this a little bit more, a little bit throughout our conversation, which is, what is Florida's potential to lead U.S. states in terms of recovery? And again, we covered pre-pandemic. Florida was a leading state for economic development, job creation, et cetera. Where do we see ourselves? What is your confidence in the state of Florida in terms of leading U.S. states for recovery? So I'll let Manny, if you want to go first, and then Mark.
Well, as I said before, I'm very, very bullish on Florida's ability to take these lemons and make lemonade out of it and emerge out of the pandemic as a very dynamic economic force. I think Florida's assets, and I'm talking about not only our physical assets, but some of our intangible advantages, a excellent quality of life on a place where the government doesn't overwhelm you with regulation and taxes. I think that's going to play very well on the new world that emerges after the pandemic. I think we're well poised to be a leader on the recovery. And I don't know if Mark wants to add any comments to that.
Well, just briefly, and it's always a dangerous conversation to have with a Cuban, but I mean, people around the world, and particularly in Europe, are, get increasingly paranoid about, interventionist state and government. It's almost like, big brothers controlling our lives and our thoughts and how we, spend our day. And I think Florida must be in the sort of front runners of states that have a very light touch interventionism. They let their citizens I suppose have the freedom of choice. They have opened up business as fast as it's safe to do so, and that's been noted by the international community. I can't say how it compares among the rest of the union, but from an international point of view, investors and citizens are getting envious when they see, Floridians starting to have fun again and business starting to thrive again. That's a very positive message, and it can only speak to the future prosperity of the state.
Thank you. And I think we've covered during our conversation a lot about, the positives, but Manny, you picked up a little bit on, kind of a risk in terms of Latin America recovery. That impacts us as their significant trade partners. Along those lines, what do you see as our risks, things that we need to be mindful of to ensure that our recovery continues to be a positive one, that we're able to lead the U.S. states as well as continue to attract foreign direct investment? What do you see as risks or threats to Florida?
Well, obviously, one, the obvious, but this existed before 2020 also. The fact that competition is no longer limited when it comes to investment. I used to remember when my entire focus was competing with other southern states. Today, your competitor is the world. We're competing for international projects with everybody from diverse places as far as Santiago, Chile, or Colombia, Puerto Rico. So, and every state of the union. Business has become a lot more mobile. From the trade side, I think the pace of Latin American and Caribbean recovery is going to be, somewhat challenging. Our international, if you're a state, say on the West Coast, doing a lot of business with Asia, which is only roughly, 17% of our export portfolio, a little bit more of, in bilateral trade. you're going to be more advantaged than we are, since we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for Latin America to recover, which means that companies have already tightened their belt, are going to have to continue to manage their resources very effectively to survive the interim period. Since like I said, my expectation is going to be 22, 23 until we see our trade sector really humming like it was before the pandemic. So there are some, like I said, some concerns out there. What we need to do, from my perspective, is continued ever-present vigilance, one, and two, continue to strive for continued improvement. My experience in international business is that there's no such thing as a permanent win. You have to keep earning your stripes every single day. So from my perspective, we need to continue, like I said, to invest in infrastructure, refine our supply chain systems, continue to invest on multimodal centers, free zones, etc., and also leverage them effectively. For example, the alternative site framework could be better utilized. So
thank you, Manny. And leaving 1 minute for Mark for to close out this session, what is your takeaway in terms of risks and what we ought to continue to do?
Yeah, I think I'm genuinely, my old professor used to say, when you start to see the daffodils coming up at this time of year in Europe, it's time to start applying yourself to the books, because the summer exams are going to be around the corner. And I used to try and kick or cut down every daffodil I saw on the hedgerow to ward off that time. But look, the daffodils are starting to bloom here, and people, are starting to feel, seeds of optimism. And there is pent-up demand that I've described to you. And, I see a lot of interesting new trade corridors opening up, as Manny's already hinted, from places that we didn't expect. And I think Florida and Enterprise Florida and the World Trade Center are particularly well prepared to take advantage of this. And I look forward to working with Enterprise Florida and your companies to seize the moment, which I hope will shine again in 2021 and 22.
Well, thank you, Mark and Manny. I appreciate your time and your insights. Both of you are leaders in the field, and we certainly value this opportunity to hear from you and learn from the two of you of what you've seen, what you see going forward, and what we're doing well. So thank you both for your time, and that concludes this panel.
Thank you, Alice.
Thank you, Alice and team. That was a fantastic presentation. It'll give us much to think about over the many days, weeks, and years to come. Please join us for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get to meet with Raul Alfonso, Port Tampa Bay. back, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Port Tampa Bay's Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer, Raul Alfonso.
Good morning. Welcome, everyone. It's so enjoyable to see this great conference. The morning sessions were awesome. Paul Anderson, Joe Metzger, Vipin Barkey, our friend Alice Arcona, and Manny Mencia, who I haven't seen in many, many months. Great job. Great coverage of what Florida is bringing. And I'm so excited to be here to have a few moments to continue the discussion, and we'll bring you a great panel. Experts that are going to hit on some keynotes that will shed the light on Florida, the maritime industry, the real estate development industry, and trucking, supply chain, and logistics. Before that, I would like to show a slide that brings all this together for all of you to think about while we cover these areas. In this slide, we're focusing on the third most populous state in the nation, Florida. The second fastest growing market, just behind Texas. You've heard over 1,000 people a day are moving into Florida. With our world leading tourism, yes, we had COVID, it impacted our tourism, it impacted our cruise industry, but resiliency, we're looking to the future. That's where we're heading. You're gonna hear from the real estate perspective, what does this mean when you get almost 400,000 people a year moving into Florida? It translates to 150,000 new households, consumers, e-commerce, residential, commercial, industrial. It's all positive, and it brings a great outlook for our future of the state in the supply and chain logistics. Manny mentioned our port system, excellent, all ready for growth. We're making the right investments for the future. And then lastly, supply chain, how to get products, international, domestic, to this huge market that needs and wants faster, quicker. So think about what Florida will mean as we grow. And for thoughts on the right side, you will see that a lot of the supply chains that come into our state, this great consumer state, they mostly come from southbound, out of state, trucks, creating a tremendous truck capacity for northbound traffic. And we want to offer the opportunity to use Florida with that Florida first supply chain mind to move cargo into this great market, and then use this truck capacity to improve and maximize the truck fleets and the trucks that service our supply chains. Like Joe Metzer from Walmart said, they are looking at Florida. They are watching, they are investing, they are coming here because they are listening to the consumer products. We have a lot to offer, and you're going to hear from these experts. And these are great individuals that I've known for many years, some for a few days, other. But let me introduce you to them. We're going to start off with David Murphy. David is the Executive Vice President of Industrial and Logistics from CBRE, well known in our industry, and he has a number of recognitions about real estate and development. Hitting second on our batting order will be the maritime sector, William F. Rooney, Vice President of Strategic Development for Kuehne + Nagel, Inc. We have known Bill for many years. He has led many ocean carriers and logistics supply chains, a wealth of information. And lastly, but not least, inland transportation, the last mile, trucking. Albert Navarro, who I met just a few days ago, or maybe months ago, as he is expanding operations in Central Florida to serve our customers. Great background, and each are going to touch on key elements that will help you evaluate Florida, where we're going in the future. Without further delay, David Murphy.
Thank you, Raul. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor to be speaking in front of everyone today. I liked what Raul mentioned about the Florida First, and we review it as kind of to Florida from Florida. And what that means is, if you think about your distribution model that occurred over the last 15 or 20 years, the hub for distribution into the state of Florida was the Atlanta market. And you would have spokes from that hub coming in, say 50,000 square feet would go to Tampa, 50,000 square feet would go to Orlando, 50,000 Jacksonville, et cetera. Today, people, instead of wanting their consumer good in 2 weeks, they want it in 2 days. And when they want it in 2 days, that hub had to switch from a Atlanta-based hub to a Central Florida-based hub. And so that's where you started seeing over the last 5 years or so, this influx of large industrial users coming into the Central Florida market. Well, you can see on this graph that the e-commerce penetration of retail sales have increased dramatically. So what does that mean? First of all, think about this. For every $1 billion increase in e-commerce spend, you need an additional 1.25 million square feet of industrial space. So that has generated a ton of demand in our market. We were seeing that trend occur. If you look at the graph, obviously the penetration has gone up over the years, and we're predicting it to grow significantly over the next 5 years. But if you think about 2019, it was about a 16% penetration, meaning that of all the retail sales, about 16% were done through e-commerce. And then in 2020, we had predicted that would go from 16% to 19%. Well, then the pandemic hit, and the penetration of e-commerce sales eclipsed 40%. And when that happened, that just accelerated. We looked at COVID not as a paradigm shift, but basically just acting as an accelerant to increase the trends that we were already seeing. So if you think about the e-commerce penetration, that is one significant driver of industrial demand. But if we look at the next slide, what we're going to see is a couple different things that are occurring. This next slide shows the impact of what we call China plus one. And so if you think about demand that's being driven, why is this graph important? Because you're seeing more demand coming into the Southeast ports as a result of China plus one. And then if we look at the next slide, you're going to see, a couple of different things that have impacted our supply chain. So you've got, one, the diversity of sourcing. So that goes back to the previous graph. You're going to boost local inventory. That's what we refer to as safety stock, or, the shift from just-in-time inventorying to just-in-case. And that goes to the resiliency of the supply chain. And the final impact that we're seeing right now is the closer to the consumption point, meaning that, again, going back to my story, 10 years ago, if I wanted to purchase this suit jacket online or from a store, I would go to the JCPenney catalog, order it. They would tell me it would be ready in 7 to 10 business days, and I would think that's great. Now I want it in 2 days, and pretty soon we're going to go from 2 weeks to 2 days to 2 hours. And as the consumer requires faster and faster delivery times, that means more spokes going in closer to the end user. So then if you think about the next slide is going to show you the investment sales activity. So why do I bring up this slide? Well, this is particularly important to us in Central Florida as you look at demand that's being driven along the Interstate 4 corridor in particular. The industrial and multifamily have become the preferred asset types in the market, and you're seeing industrial has rapidly increased in 2020, again, as a result of COVID. So with this increased demand, you're seeing lower capitalization rates, increasing land costs, and rent growth. And then if we look at the following slide, you're going to see, again, industrial and logistics is clearly the demand drive, the most in demand product type that we're seeing in the market. And then the following graph is is going to show you again. Now this is that shows you the industrial demand as a function of what is in demand from a purchasing standpoint, from an investment standpoint. The following graph has a lot of things going on, and this is going to show you all great trends. Absorption's up, but look at the pie chart. I think this is really important to look at. The pie chart in this multitude of graphs shows who is taking industrial space nationally. And these trends also comport to Central Florida as well. So 25% of the industrial demand driven nationally is through third-party logistics providers. Then following closely behind is retail at 23%. 21% are solely e-commerce. So we probably know who that one main user is that has taken more industrial space than probably the next 10 companies combined in 2020. And then following behind, but not to be forgotten or ignored, is food and beverage. So food and beverage consists about 9% of our current activity on the warehouse side. I think that's going to increase exponentially moving forward. And then if you look at the final slide, you're going to see kind of what I refer to as peak to trough. So people want to look at our industrial market today and compare it to where it was at the previous high point and then the low point. What you're going to find fascinating about this graph, again, 2004 to 2007 was our previous peak. And then in 2008, it really started that pronounced downturn. 2016 to 2020 is the current cycle that we're in the market. And what you're going to notice is if you compare it to the previous high point from 2004 to 2007, we have much higher rent growth, lower vacancy. What is driving this? Again, it's e-commerce. So, you know, now that we're through with the graphs, what does that mean for Central Florida? You're going to see a to Florida, from Florida distribution model where you're seeing more of the larger 500 to 1 million square foot users saying, hey, we need to locate in Florida to distribute to Florida and get that product to the consumer in no less than 2 days and eventually get it there in 2 hours or less. And so that's why you've seen all of the industrial growth. All you have to do is jump in the car and go from Tampa to Daytona on the I-4 corridor, and you'll be amazed at the industrial growth that has occurred. Now, what's interesting is we had our best year as a team last year in 2020, and we were predicted when COVID first hit that Orlando in particular would be devastated due to the shutdown of the convention centers and the attractions and everything that happened, because our industrial market in previous cycles had been so tied to those industries. What's fascinating is the combination of population growth, e-commerce spend, and really just the shift in the supply chain has given us the strongest industrial market Central Florida has ever seen. We are very excited to see where this market goes over the next year or two with the combination of the e-commerce penetration trends that have driven up industrial demand. And when we get our basic industrial demand drivers back, including the attractions, the convention center, and all of those affiliated companies that are going to be coming back in and needing more space. So I showed the graph that showed the 26 to 2020, 2016 to 2020 is kind of our cycle. I think our cycle is just beginning, and I'm very, very excited to see where we're heading from 2021 moving forward.
Those are great words, David. It's very encouraging to hear the growth that you are experiencing. And we all have been working so hard for Florida and the growth that is post-COVID, people, businesses moving in, the industrial, residential development. We are seeing it in our building and construction industries. And supply chains into Florida come from Latin America, Asia, Europe, and domestic. So it's a combination of all. When you're looking at the international markets, the maritime sector, And I would love to hear from Bill now. We know that the industry is changing. There are a lot of impacting changes to ships capacity, congestion, and where is it heading, Bill? Where do you see our industry moving?
And thanks, Raul. And by the way, thanks for the invitation to speak. I just came back from a week in Miami Beach with my wife. It was fantastic, great weather. And again, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to show you some slides and we'll talk through what you just said. Florida exists in the larger world of sea logistics, and the world of sea logistics we're in right now is unprecedented in terms of cargo volume, in terms of congestion in the ports, delayed shipments, a lot of things going on. I think there'll be interest to the people participating in your conference. So let's see, there we go, fantastic. Okay, the real puzzle here is, what's going on in this world of cargo volumes. And if you go back to the beginning of COVID, everything sort of collapsed economically, as everybody's very familiar with, including cargo volumes. But then all of a sudden things came back and people are wondering, why the heck is this happening? And it's happening for a variety of reasons that are listed here. You've already had $4 trillion pumped into the economy by the US government, another almost $2 trillion on its way. You've got a situation where the primary cause here, really the item of spending patterns have changed. Spending patterns have changed from a certain amount being spent on services to another amount being spent on products. A lot more is now being spent on products. Products require transportation, services do not. And that has resulted in basically 150% of a year's volume across the globe being forced into 150% being forced into 100% of the assets that are available for use. It caused a lot of problems. E-commerce is a big part of this, as well, as has already been mentioned, because people have this need for speed that is being mentioned. And you have a lot of companies changing their inventory strategies. They not only have to rebuild inventories that were drawn down during COVID, but now a lot of companies are talking about, we need more safety stock. We don't want to take the risks we took. We ran out of this, we ran out of that during the surge after COVID. So all this is driving unprecedented volumes around the world. And next slide, there we go. And this is sort of not an indication, this is a slide that shows what happened. You can see early in the year last year through April, just an absolute collapse in everything, in spending basically. Now things came back pretty quickly, but you can see what happened. Services are still down. This is through December, but it's still this way. And you can see that spending on products was a lot higher and has continued to be higher. This is what's driving these exceptional volumes that are also driving the congestion around the world. It's affecting Florida and affecting everybody around the world. And you can see what then happened. This is a chart showing global trade by month through the full year of last year. You can see basically this depicts what happened. Everything collapsed in the first half, everything moved in the second half. So you had all this cargo volume squeezed into 6 months of last year, which drove significant problems around the world. And the kind of problems you saw are basically this, and Florida is seeing this, everybody around the world is seeing this. High or very high rates to move things in containers on ships, asset shortages, and that means ships, that means containers, that means chassis, a lot of real problems on the asset front, severe congestion in many markets, long cargo delays, and significant supply chain disruptions. And as I said before, Florida exists in the broader sea freight world, and these kind of things are being experienced in Florida as well. You can go back and, for example, Peloton, for example, everybody wanted to set up their own home gym, right? Everybody was wanting to buy Peloton bikes. Well, they couldn't get them because there was backlogs, there was delays. And in fact, the CEO of Peloton mentioned in an earnings call about a month and a half ago that they were having to build $100 million into their logistics spend for the first half of 2021 to make up for problems caused by congestion. So it's real world stuff that's happening to everyone, basically. And as a reflection, I think this is a pretty good indication of what's going on. This slide basically shows the reliability of container ships. Ships they call Tampa, ships that call around the globe container ships. And this measures scheduled vessel arrival against the actual arrival day. And this is all container ships around the world. And you can see that that pink dot at the bottom there, basically indicating for the month of January of this year,
globally, container ships were on time 35% of the time. And if you're a logistics manager, being on time for 35% of the time is as good as never being on time. So this is something that is a significant impact. You're looking at 2-week delays, that kind of thing. So it's really pretty serious. And this is the poster person for this kind of problem. And this is a picture taken. This actually happens to be taken on February 23rd, but I looked at it again this morning. It looks almost the same this morning. These little green dots you can see are all cargo ships. The great majority of those cargo ships are container ships. The green pointy things are also container ships mostly. And you can see all those green dots that are out in the Pacific Ocean. They are at anchor, waiting to get into the port. And basically they're waiting 10 days to 2 weeks. And by the way, in normal times, there should be no ships waiting outside that port. Now, this is being driven by excessive cargo volumes. And this is not just true in, for example, LA Long Beach, but if you go up to Savannah this morning, in Savannah, I think there were 19 ships at anchor outside of Savannah. So this is not just happening on the West Coast, it's happening all over the place. And people forget what happens when one of the biggest problems we face in this industry today is a shortage of containers. And people forget every one of the ships sitting outside Savannah, sitting outside LA at anchor, waiting to go in, there are anywhere from 5,000 to 15,000 TEUs of containers on those ships that are not moving. And when containers don't move, things slow down. So this is basically, and you can see, I mentioned a couple other ports here, Oakland, et cetera, but you can see this kind of thing around the world. And okay, this is sort of the logical end of this thing, not end, but the logical result of all this asset shortages. The system we have in the United States and Western Europe and a lot of the world for allocating resources is pricing, right? So what happened is you had all this cargo trying to move in a limited set of assets. There, in fact, today are no more ships to carry cargo, no more containers to carry cargo. What happens in an environment like that? The rates go up. This is an index. This index is an index of rates from the major trades in the world, the Trans-Pacific both directions, transatlantic both directions, Asia to North Europe, Asia to the Mediterranean. So it's a good mix of rates around the world. You can see they bumped along and then almost went straight up. And the reason they went straight up is you had shippers around the world, located wherever they're in Florida, anywhere, were all bidding for scarce resources. What does that do in our system? Rates went straight up. Now they flattened a little bit at the top, but they have not come down. So this is probably the best slide to describe what's going on in this world today. It's basically an asset shortage driven by excessive volumes out of the ordinary of cargo moving from point A to point B around the world. And this is a result of, as we've talked about before, people in the United States, including in Florida, who basically weren't taking in vacations, right? Weren't going out to dinner, weren't spending money on services. They were outfitting home offices, outfitting home gyms, spending money on PPE, spending money on furniture for their home. All that has driven excessive volumes and rates almost going straight up. Now, let's look forward a little bit, and we'll spend the last couple minutes looking forward. These are Morgan Stanley estimates of GDP. And by the way, they're really pretty astounding, if you ask me. The consensus numbers here are from the World Bank, the IMF, et cetera, and these are newer Morgan Stanley numbers. And if you look at the US and global markets, we can ignore the pink dots there for a second. You look, for example, what they've done about the they had the consensus was 3.8% GDP growth for the United States in 2021. They've now got it up to almost 6%. And I saw this morning, other people like Goldman, the OECD, others are now matching these kind of 2021 GDP growth numbers globally and for the United States, much higher than prior estimates. This is going to drive a continuation of higher cargo volumes. You can also see what this is inventory, right? Just look at the green line. The green line this is retail inventories to sales. And the industry in the United States, at least, was bumping along at about 1.4. A ratio between sales and retail sales and retail inventories. They skyrocketed at the beginning of COVID as sales numbers dropped significantly, and then they plummeted down to 1.2. Everybody in the United States is trying to get it back to 1.4 and not doing it very successfully at this point. And this drive to get that number back up to 1.4 is driving additional volumes into the network, which is part of the reason we have these excessive volumes, which is driving up rates. And this doesn't get talked about a lot. This is the savings rate, and we're talking here about what's going to happen to cargo volumes around the world, obviously including Florida, and those cargo volumes have an impact on congestion and rates. Well, you can see, we've talked about before about all the money coming back into the economy, either whether through economic growth, through government spending, or through people changing spending patterns. You can see what typically the US savings rate, this is savings rate of disposable income, sort of bumping along at about 7%. It jumped as everybody thought the world was coming to an end. Everybody hunkered down. The savings rate went up to basically 33%. It's now down around 13%. So if this number at the end of COVID, we get to herd immunity, et cetera, in April or May or June, wherever it's going to be, you're probably going to see this 13% savings rate come back down closer to the 7%. That's based on disposable income in the neighborhood of 15 trillion. So if the savings rate goes from 13 back to 7, that's another $1 trillion getting pumped back into the economy, which is going to drive additional volumes. And the last slide. What does this say about the future? And I'm talking about through the end of this year. And this is for anybody shipping basically anywhere in the world, to or from Florida, to or from the United States, or anywhere else. I think what we're looking at, all these things add up to basically, I think, a full year of high volumes. Those high volumes are going to drive, it's really, really bad now. I will tell you that. And it's going to be bad through the end of this month globally. Bad meaning very high rates, very high congestion. Pretty high congestion and pretty high rates is going to continue through the middle of the year. But then if you get to the second half of the year, we're probably still going to have high volumes, which is going to mean probably some experience with congestion and the very high likelihood of continued high rates. And I'm talking about high rates. You're talking in some trades, rates doubling, contracted rates as much as doubling from what they used to be. If you want to contract rates for the next year, it's not going to be a big surprise if you're paying upwards of double. Now, a big issue here. So that the rest of the year is going to see high volumes, probably high rates, probably some congestion, not as bad now, but some of that kind of thing. The big unknown is if you look at the world of ocean carriers, the people that carry this stuff on their boats, they learned a lesson last year about how to manage capacity better than they have historically. All right, if they continue, if they learn that from that lesson, if they retain that muscle memory about how we manage capacity real time, day to day, if they do that like they did last year, you're going to see another driver of somewhat higher rates. And I suspect they will. There are only 9 global ocean carriers. They serve Florida, they serve the United States, they serve the globe. And when you look at these, what they did last year, I think the likelihood is they're going to do more of that again. Legally, this is not illegal stuff they're doing. But if they manage that capacity better, that's just going to an added impetus toward somewhat higher rates. So just to summarize before I close out here, for the rest of the year, we're likely to see much larger volumes than we might have anticipated, driven by a lot of more cash into the economy, economic growth, government spending, reductions in savings rates. That's going to drive higher volumes. Those higher volumes are going to push us towards some sort of continuation of congestion and higher rates. So if you're shipping internationally, that's what you need to expect. And that's, I think that's the last slide for me. And yeah, thank you. And again, thanks a lot for this opportunity. It's great to be able to speak to the folks involved in Florida. I enjoyed my week there, just got back. It was fantastic. And I hope you found this material useful. And I'll just turn it back to Raul.
Bill, thank you very much. How enjoyable this was, your knowledge of the industry, the outlook that you presented. And just think of it, we went from talking about e-commerce, the impact, fast deliveries, having vessels sitting up at anchor for 30 days, shortage of equipment, meaning there are no empties to go back to the factories to get those products back. The industry managing capacity, and we have seen freight rates that are approaching $5,000 a container on Trans-Pacific rates. So they are taking control, meaning the ocean carriers, and it's been interesting to see what's happening. I would like to ask you, diversification is always good. Don't put your eggs in one basket. So we have seen the U.S. Gulf growth and the ports on the Trans-Pacific services, including Tampa. The East Coast ports continue to grow. So when you couple all that, would you recommend, as a strategy, look at alternative ports, getting closer to those markets?
Yeah, hey Raul, you just stole my thunder there a bit. I do these I do these things all the time. I have conversations with shippers all the time. I do seminars, and one of the key things I tell them is exactly what you just said: is explore alternatives. You can't go into a shipping plan without having alternatives. Meaning, in the United States, it means not just coming in through the West Coast, right? More and more cargoes coming in through the Gulf, including Tampa and Florida. So I think you're spot on. One of the key attributes you try to look for in a logistics plan, certainly surrounding sea logistics, is to have alternate routes, alternate gateways. And in the United States, as it's becoming more and more likely, that's going to be via the Gulf and East Coast versus the West Coast. West Coast is still very large, obviously, but a real key is to build into your plan multiple sets of assets, multiple routings, multiple gateways. Exactly what you said, and that's becoming increasingly an option. As part of that is going to be the Gulf.
Yeah, thank you. And it's when you look at Florida, and we spoke about the growth, industrial distribution centers, population, e-commerce, the great port networks that we have, and now we have to also include air cargo because of Amazon and e-commerce. But with the network of ports that we have, we believe that we can offer any retailers, 3PL, a great solution for this market and then beyond. As I mentioned before, northbound truck capacity, it's FDOT has calculated that any given day, Florida's highways, you can see about 20,000 plus trucks. So we know we have all type of trucks on the highways, I-75, 95, I-4, I-10 West. A large portion of those are those bringing consumer products from out of state, combination of domestic. And what a beautiful proposition to diversify the maritime services using Florida's ports with a strategy to serve the market and then hit on this truck capacity. And we have confirmed northbound trucking rates, meaning from Florida into other states, are 40 to 50% lower than what is being paid southbound. Millions of dollars in savings, millions of dollars in a better supply chain for the consumers. And no one knows more about this than our next panelist, Albert Navarro. Albert, you serve a lot of great companies. Your company has grown. You are in Savannah, Charleston, South Florida, Miami, Port Everglades, here in Central Florida, serving Tampa. You've been a driver. You have lived it. And I have heard you talk about how you feel about the trucking services, the importance, keeping the truck community happy, the economies that go into it. And I think that we need to bring into the solution how we can better utilize the fleet of drivers that you and many others operate. Albert, your turn.
Oh, thank you very much. And Wade and Mr. Paul Anderson for this invitation. I'm honored to be on this panel. And as you mentioned, I am a former driver, and back in the days when I worked hard and I was out there, you know, I had a goal and I had a vision of where I wanted to be in my life. And thankfully, I'm here today talking about it. So what I wanted good for myself while I was in the truck and I was making deliveries and meeting people, I want for everybody that works in our company. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Pro Transport with 5 locations that you mentioned, with 3 of them being in the beautiful state of Florida, Miami, Tampa, and Jacksonville, Florida. You know, and as Bill mentioned a little while ago, you know, the excessive amount of containers that have arrived to the ports, you know, recently right now, the number one topic of conversation is driver capacity. What is your capacity? It's not a matter, hey, you know, I got these orders, you know, what do you think? No. What is your capacity? What can you commit? So we have focused, Raul, on basically, you know, our driver retention. We have our safety department that just it just enforces itself to the driver retention, to listening to our drivers I like to meet and greet all the drivers at all of our locations, meet with them, shake their hand, tell them my story, because not too many people know what it's like to be on the truck and to be out away from their house, missing out on little gatherings, whether it's a party, whether it's just something simple that they're just missing out, but it's their family time. I can relate to that. So there's a lot of level of respect to that. It's allowed us to grow tremendous. It's not a matter that we started, in 1998 in Miami and we said, hey, let's go try it out in Tampa. Let's go try it out in Jacksonville. Our customers building partnerships are the ones that said, hey, you guys got a good product. If you guys go to Tampa, we're going to help you out. If you go to Jacksonville, so it's our same core carriers. So we're always networking and trying to do everything that we can to cater to them. We've taken it as far as recently, with the excess amount of containers that have come in, I'm going to say City Furniture right now is one of our top, customers that we have in the state of Florida, one of the largest importers coming into South Florida and now starting to go into Tampa as well, too, with current locations up in Central Florida. Those guys, they listen. We sit down and they talk. Hey, Albert, what can we do? How can we make this happen? We have a vision of going here. Hey, listen, you got our support. We're invested in buying chassis. We have, over 1,000 chassis from all sizes. What are we doing for driver retention? I had told Raul the other day when we spoke, I was in a seminar prior to COVID, and there was about 550 people in that seminar. And they were talking about, the older generation, retiring from trucking and what were we doing to entice the new generation to get into trucking, and they said, and I was there and they said, how many of you guys are enticing your children out of school or out of university? Raise your hand to be truck drivers. Not one obviously raised their hands in there. And what do we do different? What are we doing right now? We're investing in our technology. We're investing in our staff, investing. All of our drivers have tablets where they're making deliveries. They're not going with bill of ladings. We've gone green. So they go there, they present their tablet. We're keeping them stimulated to what it is. They just don't want to jump in the truck and just drive it. You got to make it appealing, and that's got to come with compensation. Obviously, if they're not paid well, there's a lot of options of which way they could go and what they can do. We entice them. We give them a good place to work. We give, a lot of the guys don't have the credit to go out and buy a truck or don't have the money to go out and buy a truck. We buy trucks. We do what's called a lease purchase program. We tie them into our company at least for 3 years. Once we get them in there and once they get a taste of who we are and what our vision is, they're in here for the long haul. And that's our goal. That's our goal, to get them in here, treat them well, give them a level of respect. A lot of these guys, delivering the finish mile, the last resort, pulling in there. These guys have been driving, whether they drove for 10 hours, 9 hours, they pull up to the warehouse and, whether they tell them, hey, just, park outside and we'll get to you whenever we're ready. No, this guy, thanks to him, he got, that jacket that you guys wanted in 1 or 2 days, or that living room set that you've been waiting for the last 3 months because everything's on back order. So it's just, we're hands-on. I like to visit, our customers, periodically. Obviously with COVID now, this is the new norm now, with the Zoom meetings and everything that we have, but I like to be hands-on. I like to go and visit them. I like to listen. How can I help you guys? Okay, we got new business going on. I want to go and meet them. I want to shake their hand. I want to see when our drivers arrive there. What is the format? Where do they have to go? How do they check in? So we want to avoid any inconveniences at all, for our driver to go in there. We want to make it appealing. We don't want, we've seen, we've had large customers that we've dealt, in Florida, which, originally the containers came in through the port of Miami, with the delays at the port and what have you, they decided to take their business up north. But I'll tell you what we do. I'll tell you what's different. There's trucking companies in every corner, of many locations. What diversifies us in being different? We like to be professional, from the way we answer an email, from the way that we conduct ourselves, the way that we talk to our drivers. We want to make sure that we are results driven. We're not the ones that call our customers and say, hey, what can I tell you? The port's backed up 5 hours. What do you want me to do? No, that's not what we do. We reach out to the general managers at the port directors. Hey guys, listen, we got this going on. These guys are bringing in a lot of containers. What can we do? I know that the delays are happening and they're taking place, but what can we do? Can we work through lunch today? That's an additional hour that we don't have to stop, and it's going to make create a bottleneck, obviously, if it's bad already and we're stopping. So you know what? They listen. We're not the ones that sit in the back lines and say, hey, you know what, this is a total disaster. No, what can we do? Hey, we're all right. You know what, Albert, we're going to go ahead and we're going to work through lunch today. We're going to make it, you know, where it flows. We're going to stay extended an hour or 2 hours after. And you know what, tomorrow, we're not going to open up at 8. We're going to open up at 6:30. But that's only as good as the people that are servicing them. Because if the port's going out the extra mile and they're opening up at 6:30 in the morning and everybody's just going to have their drivers rolling in there 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning, and then they're saying, that doesn't work. It doesn't work if you don't take advantage of it. So we like to listen, we like to act upon it, and we like to make the difference. You know, our goal is to network our terminals, having Miami, having Tampa, having Jacksonville. We own all of our locations. We have 8 acres in Miami, fully invested with mechanic shops. Tampa, I'm so proud to say, we purchased 5 acres. You know, it was the last year. We put it all. I welcome you guys, Raul, to pass by there whenever you guys have a chance. And we just finished buying the neighbor next door, another 5. So we have 10 acres in Tampa. We see the vision. We see what's coming in there. We deal with the Montes of the world. We, you know, the bananas, when the bananas are coming in, what do? You know, these things, the vessels, when the vessels are delayed, what does it create? A bottleneck, exactly as Bill, you know, mentioned, all the containers sitting out in Savannah. You know, it happens in Miami as well, too. You know, the Chiquita bananas, you know what, there's a shelf life. Those things got to go. What do? Hey, guys, count on us. Open the port on Saturday. We're going to get our guys, you know, and I'm proud to say, guys, I'm proud, and I got to share this with you guys because it's easy to say what doesn't work. I like to say what does work and how we can make it better, because I think talking about it makes a huge difference. You know, we've been able to open up the port. You know, I'm going to say the port of Miami, for instance. For the beginning of this year till now, we've opened it up 6 weekends, not in a row, but periodically, whether it's Saturday or Sunday. And we've allocated, you know, 85 to 100 containers on a Saturday or on a Sunday. Obviously, our customer has paid for it because it's that important for them. They got a commitment to get that furniture out of the port and to get it to the customer's door because that's what they paid for. You know, but you know who they count on? They count on us because we're there for them. We listen, we go out. So what does that do? If you're pulling out 85 to 100 containers on a Saturday or on a Sunday, what does that do for the port come Monday? It gave you more space. It gave you more ability to move around. And you know what? Less of a bottleneck for Monday coming aboard and having, you know, all that, you know, 85 containers. At the same time, we've spoken to the ports as well, too. When we have customers that are bringing heavy volumes of containers, what have we told them? Hey, listen, these are heavy volumes of containers. It really doesn't matter out of this batch of 100 containers. If you stack these 100 containers over here in this segment of your port, so you don't have to periodically put them in, and our drivers are going to get in, you know, in quicker and out quicker. You could just stack them together, and they're stacking them 100 containers. So our drivers will show up there, grab one, and as soon as they got it, they're calling dispatch. Dispatch is putting it on their tablet, and they're going in and out of the port, you know, quicker. What I'm saying is, you know, right now we got to think outside the box and do what we got to do to stay strong. You know, this year it's a given. The volumes that are coming in, they're there. The capacity, you know, we're dedicated. We're building partnerships. It's not a matter of, hey, I'm going to charge you $10,000 to move this container. No, you know what? We're going to charge a fair rate of where we need to be, where the driver needs to be compensated, and that we're here to have this conversation for the years to come, because it's important for all of us that are here participating in this panel and listening to exactly what we have to offer. This is the key to success. You got to treat the drivers well. You got to give them a good place to work, and you got to go ahead and you got to take care of them at the end of the day. You know, they like to feel worthy of what they're doing. They don't want to just, I'm a truck driver. No, you know what? You're very valuable. You're very valuable, and I appreciate you. You know, I love having those conversations. I think it's important. I think it's important to have the passion. You know, a lot of people that own trucking companies have never been in a truck and don't, you know, yeah, numbers wise, you know, okay, we're all good with numbers, but at the end of the day, when you could relate to them, it just makes you, you know, makes you more, how can I tell you, complete and full. So, you know, I'm honored to say that I'm in Florida, I'm in Georgia, I'm in South Carolina, but I am pushing 100% to be the very best in what we can. And I think that everybody involved here, we've been fortunate enough to move the vaccines out of Jacksonville, Florida. We've moved the vaccines going all over the United States with escorts, traveling front and back, going straight out there. So there's nothing that we wouldn't do and continue to do to listen to our partners and continue to grow and to continue to help, our economic industry basically is the ports. That's the engine for us. We got to continue to supply. Chassis shortages. Yes, absolutely. Chassis shortages. We own our own chassis. We invest in buying more chassis. And it's important because although, if you're moving steamship line and they have a chassis pool or whatever the case may be, you have your own chassis. It creates less bottlenecks, less worries. And it's just assurance for our customer that their containers are not going to sit at the port because there's a shortage of equipment or there's not the right trucker. It's just a matter of making sure that we are all, informed of what's coming in, plan yourself accordingly. And that's what we're doing right now. We got to listen to each other and how we can better each other and continue to grow.
Albert, great words. I just thinking how you guys are the link between the ocean, our port terminals, and our customers. How important it is. Your company specializes on the short haul port to deliveries. There is also the component of long haul drivers, and there are thousands of those that come into Florida. Of course, that requires transloading, consolidation, and northbound capacity. But tell us, your drivers, if they are able to perform 2, 3+ turnarounds a day, maybe 4 from a port to customer. It's very valuable to the company, to the customers. And in that sense of the word, how important it is for you to set up close to the ports and to the consumers.
Raul, thank you for that. You hit it right on the nail. It's extremely important, extremely important. Driver retention. Is that exactly what you just finished saying right now? It's coordination for our drivers to have the round trips, to build the relationships that we need for them to be successful. Because at the end of the day, if they do 1 round trip a day, that's not going to be sufficient to take care of their trucks, to pay their trucks, to support their families, and to be able to do everything in between. So it's extremely important. Tampa, I'm pleased to say that we have just partnered up with Dollar General, which is going to be a huge hit in the Port of Tampa, and also Staples that we're taking care of over there. This is business that our drivers, day in and day out are going to have multiple trips going back and forth. And that's what allows the drivers to stay with you and allow you to continue to grow and allow the port, to show, what a valuable tool and asset that they are. And let's continue to bring, our goods through there. And I like to say that, it's important for us to listen to each other and the amount of containers that come in there, whatever we could do to help each other, whether it's opening earlier or later, whatever the case may be. But that is extremely important, Raul, that you touched that subject, because that is the key to success. If the guys go in there and they do spend, 2 hours or whatever the case may be, and they come out of there and then you don't have anything else for them. So the key here is repetition. And if you give them steady business like that, round trips, it's extremely important, extremely important. And the Central Florida business is booming. We handle business as well too for the Royal Caribbeans of the world and the regions. What happens with exports, as we've spoken, that the volumes had lowered, a lot of that business, due to the COVID has stopped. Now we are starting already the rotation, a month and a half ago, we've already been in conversation. We're already moving containers. So God willing, and everything goes well, they're talking about, starting to sail, towards the end of June. And if that happens, guys, the export market for Florida is going to just, boom tremendous. We're talking about 45 containers daily. These guys were loading, in between dries and reefers. So a little bit of both. That is going to help our market tremendous as well too.
Yeah, thanks. And let us not forget, also an important part of supply chains into Florida are the rail networks, both from the FEC and the CSX perspective. They're not on the panels, but very integral part of moving freight. And they do an excellent job. We partner with here CSX and diverse commodities that they supply to us. But on the container sector, the Central Florida market for CSX especially is very important, and Winter Haven, how they serve it from other north ports. And I mentioned to them the opportunities to also utilize the northbound capacity, because reality is mostly they move air away from Florida. Great opportunities, just like for trucking, also for rail. I don't know how much time we have, but I have 3 questions that came in. They are kind of related. I think they are going to be for Bill Rooney. And port congestion. Bill, what does it mean for future pricing services? What can it be done to mitigate and reduce uncertainty of the ships? And what about asset shortage? How can we resolve this?
Thanks, Raul. I would say that let's talk assets first. Many of the asset shortages, I think, will be resolved when we get out of this sort of strange period, COVID-driven period, when you've had unusual volumes being forced into a limited period of time and a limited set of assets. I suspect as we get into the second half of this year, the asset base, the ships, the containers, the chassis are a bit of a different story. We can talk about that separately, but I think the asset base will be okay. Now, that's number one. Number two, you still have this issue of how closely the carriers are successful, I should say, at managing their assets. They're likely they're going to be enough assets. The question is, how closely do they match that up against demand? So I think from a sea freight perspective, on the asset front, I think we'll be okay. The industry's never been shy about investing, et cetera. I think that's going to be okay in terms of the number of assets. When it comes to ports and labor, I would just come out and say there need to be, the East and Gulf Coast is somewhat better than the West Coast, but we probably need to improve productivity in the ports. We've had an impact this time around by COVID. COVID has limited the availability of labor in most ports in some ways, either because the members of the unions had COVID or there are restrictions for social distancing and that kind of thing. So a lot of that's going to go away as well. I think longer term, there needs to be more work done on productivity improvements, but I think in terms of number of laborers, that's going to get resolved largely by the end of COVID. We get to herd immunity and that kind of thing. So I would say generally the industry has been pretty good about supplying assets. I think the number of laborers has been okay in the United States for the non-COVID times. As again, chassis are a bit of a different issue. Miami has its own special arrangement handles chassis somewhat differently than the rest of the country. And the market is changing on the chassis front to a situation where more and more truckers and shippers are buying their own chassis. And I think that's likely to continue. So I think in terms of the rest of the question, maybe the end of the question I didn't get entirely, but in terms of assets and labor, I think I've answered that. Chassis are a bit of a different story. And I think the big story there is users of chassis moving away from leasing or using short-term third-party provided assets. The market seems to be moving more toward direct ownership by truckers and by shippers.
Thank you, Bill. Yeah, you covered those 3 points, and hopefully we see an improvement in the long term for the maritime sector and benefit of our customers, the retailers, and keeping in mind that they struggle to manage inventories. They go by their purchase orders, and with e-commerce these days, you could be purchasing furniture, for example, and if they give you a 30 days lead time, you got to wait for your furniture to arrive. The vessel might be sitting somewhere.
Hey, Raul, can I add one thing that I maybe should have mentioned? It's an asset issue in the industry. Almost everybody expects the carriers to allow less free time. So in the past, if you had 14 days to use the box, now you're probably more likely going to only have 10 days. That may drive significant changes in warehouse management and how you run your operation around your warehouse if now you only have 10 days free time instead of 14. And on top of that, the charge for every day beyond free time is also likely to go up. So a pretty big issue in the future is going to be how shippers use those boxes once they're discharged from the ship and in their hands at their warehouse. That's a big issue that needs to be watched closely.
it is a big issue, Bill, and you hit it because day in, day out, our terminal operators, Ports America, we work closely with the trucking companies, with our customers in managing that supply chain. So it's how can they now improve on it if they're going to have 10 or so much many days of the equipment, they got to return it. So perhaps they will need to resort to more distribution space, David, and more efficient supply chains. It's all about getting closer to the market, listening to the consumers, and finding efficiencies because they all hit the bottom lines. Any comments?
I would totally agree with that. I mean, I think today we tell people the best supply chain wins. And it's amazing the complexity that folks look at their warehouse space today. 10 or 15 years ago, it was all about trying to save 25 cents a square foot, right? Today, it's all about transportation costs, labor, the living cost of the asset long after you lease or purchase the property. And getting to your point on rail and that activity, we represent the Central Florida Intermodal down in Winter Haven, and that has been one of our most active listings. There's some great announcements that should be forthcoming on activity down at that park. So we have seen this influx of rail demand that we also weren't seeing, even a few years ago.
That's great news. It goes along with the region's growth. As we expand and as ports in Florida, we're just a part of that supply chain link. And to me, it's been great panel. I really enjoyed it. I hope the audience has enjoyed it. If anybody has any more comments, you'll feel free to raise your hands and speak. Albert.
Yes, Raul, we've also taken advantage of the CSX in Winter Haven from our Tampa location as well, too. We've had customers that have reached out, having a shortage of drivers in the area. So in short term, we've been able to service the Winter Haven location from the Tampa location. And customers are listening and customers are doing, what's necessary just to get the capacity where it needs to be. So, yeah, I'm excited to say that we're a part of that CSX growth as well, too. And honored.
Great. We have done, I think, a pretty good job covering. I don't see any more questions. I'm very pleased having shared this time with you and with our audience. We could speak a lot longer than these, but I know that program has some timing. The coordinators indicated there will be a break for lunch. It may be long or short. I am not sure. I'll leave that up to Elaine and the great job that she's doing and her team. So without further delay, thank you. Have a great day. And I hope to see you in the near future very soon. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Raul.
Thanks, Raul.
Thank you very much for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
My name is Moazli Mayem, and I am the Lynn Pippinger Dean of the University of South Florida, Muma College of Business. I hope you had a great lunch and had a chance to catch up on your emails or Slack items. I know I have. Try not to be distracted by those because we have a terrific, really an outstanding second half ahead of us. This morning, you heard why Florida is so important to the supply chain industry and about our progressive workforce, which of course is very important to me as the dean of a major business school here in our wonderful state. I found the panel on Florida distribution and logistics truly fascinating. And I personally learned a lot about container ocean shipping, tracking sectors, and of course, last mile delivery. Up next, it only gets better. You're going to learn about Florida's spaceports, connected and autonomous vehicles, things that sound futuristic, but guess what? The future is here right now. Of course, right now, there is no hotter topic than the COVID-19 vaccine. And that's why we will close out this afternoon with an exciting keynote where FedEx, Amgen, Walgreen, and Woodfield distribution leaders will talk about the pharmaceutical supply chains and Florida's role in them. Nothing could be more relevant, more timely than this topic, of course. I will turn the program over to Ricky Fitzgerald now. Ricky has so many lead roles in the supply chain world. He spearheads the Florida Department of Transportation's Freight and Multi-Modal Operations Office, which is largely rail and motor carrier segments, which means he is the one who helps improve efficiencies and address safety concern when it comes to goods movement throughout the state of Florida. Ricky is also the administrative director of the Florida Freight Advisory Committee and serves on many members of committees related to transportation and planning. He is a great friend to the faculty and staff in the Monica Wooden Center for Support for Supply Chain Management and Sustainability, and he is going to serve as the moderator for the next panel. Ricky, thank you so much for all you do for our state. Thank you so much for your support and your friendship, and please go ahead, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dean Lamayam, for that great introduction. And we are very excited to be here today. And I think we are even more excited that we're able to deliver this summit to the viewers. Pushing the boundaries in Florida's freight plan is our panel topic. And before I introduce our panel, let's briefly discuss the goals of what we're trying to accomplish with this panel. Next slide, please. So what we'd like to do is to showcase Florida and Florida Department of Transportation accomplishments and visions. We want to lay out the discussion direction and create a foundation for connected autonomous vehicles, also known as CAV, and for the spaceports. We consider the ecosystem of CAV from a state review, from a policy perspective, workforce perspective, our federal partnerships, and also how CAV plays into our infrastructure. Florida leadership has been behind the vision for more than 8 years. And with space, we like to showcase it as the largest supply chain and how Florida takes the lead on this and how we believe that this is a rapidly growing field and should be highlighted. So let me introduce my great panel. First, we have Raj Panalori, PhD. Raj is the State Connected Vehicle Arterial and Managed Lanes Engineer at the Florida Department of Transportation. In addition to leading the state's Connected Vehicle Arterial Management and Managed Lanes programs, he assists with the development of the TSMNO initiatives. He has over 25 years of experience in traffic engineering and operations, ITS, TSMNO, CAV, WWD, public transportation, and project and contracts management. Raj has published his work in several journals, And I'm sure Raj will be happy to tell you what all those acronyms mean when he comes up. Thank you for being here, Raj. Next up, we have Wayne Lambert. Wayne has been with the department for over 11 years and currently serves as the office manager for the newly established Spaceports office at the department. He previously served as the Spaceport Development Manager in the State Aviation Spaceport Office. Wayne works closely with Space Florida to deploy available state funding in support of commercial spaceport needs with both established and emerging aerospace companies. He is a former Army Field Artillery officer with both cannon and rocket experience and enjoys advancing Florida's role and presence in the commercial space market. Thank you for being here, Wayne. Also with Spaceport, we have Mark Bontrager, serves as Vice President for Spaceport Operations for Space Florida. In this role, Mark is responsible for the development and operations of Space Florida's spaceport assets, including multiple launch complexes, launch vehicle processing facilities, storage facilities, and payload processing facilities. He also oversees the implementation of the Cape Canaveral Spaceport Master Plan and the Spaceport Improvement Program, enabling more than $1 billion in infrastructure investment and planning and engineering support. Thank you very much for being here, Mark. Next up, we have Richard Bishop for CAV as well. Richard provides strategy and partnership development in the domain of intelligence, connected and automated vehicles, advising automotive manufacturer suppliers and tech firms. His clients span automaker sensors, AI, automated trucking, automated buses, and infrastructure owner operators. He also advises government agencies around the world as well. Mr. Bishop serves as second vice chair of the American Trucking Association Automated and Electric Truck Study Group. He is founder and chair of the International Task Force on Vehicle Highway Automation, which recently held its 22nd annual meeting. Prior to establishing Bishop Consulting in 1997, Mr. Bishop was program manager for vehicle highway automation at the US DOT Federal Highway Administration, where he was government lead for the National Automated Highway System Consortium. Thank you for being here, Richard. And finally, but not last but not least, Eric Plapper. Eric is an emerging technology program manager at the HDR, where he specializes in helping clients prepare for connected and automated vehicles. He has led and supported freight signal priority, truck platooning, and connected vehicles safety projects for federal, state, and local agencies. Additionally, he was a key contributor to the successful City of Columbus Smart City Challenge application and the initialization of the Smart Columbus Program Office. Thank you very much for being here, Eric. And I'd like to say thanks to all the panel. This is a great panel, and I hope you find them to be great as well. For today, our flow will be as follows. Slide, please. So we will first I will cover the strategic planning for freight mobility, and then we will cover the connected and automated autonomous vehicles, and then we will cover Spaceport, the next logistics frontier. We will have Raj and Richard and Eric to cover the connected and autonomous vehicles, and we will have Wayne and Mark to cover the Spaceport, the next logistics frontier. So let's get started. So, strategic planning for freight mobility. Why freight? So let's talk about that a little bit. As we go through the presentation, you will see a common theme: economy. I like to use a word coined a few years ago called transeconomy, which explains the intrinsic relationship transportation has with the economy. So why freight? So freight moves Florida. The freight transportation system supports Florida's $1 trillion economy, which is, again, the key word here we're talking about is economy. Freight in Florida is strategically positioned as regional and national gateway for freight. And also, which is very important to us, our freight industry experienced tremendous growth over the last decade, which is expected to continue. Next slide, please. So let me tell you a little bit about my office. Again, keep in mind the common theme, economy. We're located in the Office of Freight Logistics and Passenger Operations at the Florida Department of Transportation. We tend to feel that we play a critical role in meeting the challenges of population growth in a diversifying economy, while we're aiming to improve the efficiency of goods movement throughout the state. We feel that we are the stewards of the infrastructure and here to help facilitate the demands and the needs of the industry. But I think most importantly, if you could take anything away from this slide here, I like to say that we enhance Florida's economies and communities through our efforts. Next slide, please. We, meaning Florida and the Florida Department of Transportation Freight, we are ready to champion growth of the trans economy. Just to give you a quick view of our investment activities, we have invested heavily into transportation systems to lead the way for freight now and also into the future. If you look to the right, you'll see that table there, and I'll talk a little bit more about some of those acronyms there, but you'll see the numbers that we are highlighting. I also wanted to point out that we try to leverage and we attempt to leverage as much as we can any discretionary grant opportunities that we get from the federal level. We also have the National Highway Freight Program, and this is our primary principal funding that we use from the feds to support freight projects. This is important to us because historically we did not have any dedicated freight funding in the state, and now we were able to develop a program around this funding. Next slide, please. So let's talk about how do we guide this growth, this trans economy I was talking about. We have the FMTP, which is the Freight Mobility and Trade Plan. And this is a comprehensive plan that we focus on to move our goods in and out and around Florida. I say it's a comprehensive plan, but it's also a strategic plan that we use for freight mobility. It tells the story for Florida and when it as a reference to freight. And also the plan provides an integrated analysis of freight and identify those needs. And we also recommend solutions. But I want to say even more importantly for this plan and this plan update that we recently did, I charged the team with developing a plan that will be implementable, is what I say, where we can bridge this plan to implementation. And with that, we created focus areas for implementation strategies that I will discuss later in later slides. Next slide, please. A little on the process and how we developed the plan, which also I feel that is important. If you follow the diagram from left to right, you see, of course, you start with your goals and you filter out those objectives, which are important. It leads to how do we make this plan comprehensive and strategic? We look at stakeholders' input, of course, technical analysis, and then any emergency industry trends, take those into account. And then we get an output of recommendations, add those together, and then we come up with an action plan. Again, it's about implementation for this plan, which again is very important for us. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see we have a very comprehensive multimodal network, which you will see it includes the highway, of course, and you see the airports and the seaports and even the spaceport over to the right in red. So just to give you an idea how comprehensive that network is. Our strategic focus clearly outlines that we want to work through partnerships to remove institutional infrastructure and funding bottlenecks so that we can have a safe, well-connected and reliable multimodal network. Most of our discussion with our stakeholders and partners is centered on these three elements, and we will deliver on this strategic focus from our office to make sure that freight mobility, again, is moving now and in the future. Next slide, please. If you're familiar with Florida's geography, you will notice that on this slide, a majority of the high activity for freight occurs in the urban and metropolitan areas, and this is as expected. So I'll just give you a few minutes to look at that. This is a part of that analysis, and again, it helps us to target where we need to do our implementation and how we do our implementation. Next slide, please. As you know, every system has challenges, regardless of how well you plan. We are working to stay ahead of this. One, by shifting from just using traditional models of capacity finding, we try now to also use models of optimization, where we're making better use of existing conditions. For example, we currently have truck parking availability system to help drivers find parking spaces along their routes through real-time parking information sharing. This reduces their search time and gets them off of the road, which is both good for safety, number one, and also for compliance on their part. Again, being able to provide that service to them to help freight mobility overall. I like to tie this back to the reliable element of the strategic focus I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. As with the investment slide I mentioned earlier, we are ready to champion growth of the trans-economy. And this is how we have done it through our plans. You will see, in order to better serve our challenges for funding projects in our FMTP, we developed a new methodology for prioritizing these projects. This was key. Again, we need to make sure we have the right input references and we have a better output of where we can target our investments. And we did that through objectives, consistent and data-driven and transparency. And this, with that National Highway Freight Program I was talking about earlier, we get approximately $60 million per year from the feds on this. With that, we were able to fund 59 projects this past cycle. And that was at $492 million for the 2016 through 2014 cycle that we had. Even though we are subject for reauthorization at the federal level, we have now in place the foundation and the infrastructure to be able to run this program now and in the future. Next slide, please. As I stated earlier, I charged the team with developing a plan that will be implemented where we bridge planning to implementation. This is the impetus of our focus area for implementation strategies. This includes safety, as you can see on the slide. This includes state safety, truck parking, and more. And they are linked to projects in our National Highway Freight Program that I mentioned. And from plan to project is how we said a direct benefit is for the state. And we also get a direct benefit for essentially all of the industries in Florida that are impacted by transportation logistics. Next slide, please. This slide, you can see partnership. This slide is one of the most important practices we do to grow the trans economy. Regardless of how great the FMTP plan may be, we are limited without clearly understanding the role of our partners. We have and the role we have to support them. This would be very important for us to not just plan in a vacuum. You'll see how we have it set up. We now have a partnership through our Florida Freight Advisory Committee, where they actually provide us a great source for how the demand is reflected in the industry and the private industry side. And we take that into account when we are doing our plans and we are doing our project selection. So that is a tremendous help to us to understand how the demand is perceived from the private industry. We also have our district freight coordinator champions This is internal to our agency, to our department, and they work locally with the industry partners in each one of those 7 districts that you see to the right in that map. And we also have done internal and external outreach events, a National Highway Freight Program workshop, so that we can share what we are as far as a program for the National Highway Freight Program, how we conduct that program, why it's important, and where it's heading. We also conducted a truck parking workshop, knowing that this is a huge issue, not just for Florida, but throughout the nation, trying to figure out solutions and actually trying to attract the industry to help us resolve this issue. And of course, we have our research partners. You heard Dean Lamayam talking about the friends I have at the university. We have a lot of studies that we're doing, and this is very important to understand how we stay abreast of issues that may arise in freight mobility. Next slide, please. That was a quick view of how we lay out strategic planning for freight. But I want to keep that going. I want to say, if you have not started formulating your questions, please do so. We will continue to flow through the presentations, and we will take those questions and answer and address those questions at the end. But again, let's keep this going. And with CAV, Raj will now cover connected and autonomous vehicle. Thank you for that time, and I'll pass it on to Raj. Raj.
Thank you, Ricky. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to join this call. We appreciate it. I'll just present very quickly on a couple of points. We'll go to the next slide, Elaine. All right, we'll go to the next slide. So I'm going to really touch on what Florida DOT, the Florida Department of Transportation, is doing in this realm of emerging technologies. As you can see on the slide, Florida DOT is embracing this concept of what is called vital few. So if you have not heard of vital few, here it is for you. So vital few really comprises 4 major elements, which are obviously obvious, but then also we all need to think a little deep and hard about this, meaning improving safety, enhancing mobility, inspiring innovation, and fostering talent. And the reason I say those things is because at the end of the day, in the transportation sector, when a state like Florida DOT is conducting business, we are in the business of promoting safety and mobility. So anything we do on the roadway network has to be safe. We need to improve systems so the motoring public can move efficiently. And when I say motoring public, I don't mean just the vehicles. We're talking about transit, we're talking about freight, we're talking about bicycles, pedestrians, scooters, and whatnot. So every mode has to be served at the end of the day. And we see safety and mobility as somewhat 2 sides of the same coin, even though some folks may disagree with that. Obviously, inspiring innovation is a big part of the equation going forward, because at the end of the day, innovation is where the world is today. Everything is moving fast, and emerging technologies are here for us to embrace them. And if we don't, obviously, we're going to leave a lot of gap with the opportunities to, shall we say, provide a crash mitigation strategy and mobility-centric platform for everyone. Increasingly, the younger workforce are interested in emerging technologies. Everybody wants to have a smartphone. I think doesn't matter what the age group is, and everybody is wanting to apply technology to solve the real world problems. So fostering talent is another important part of the equation. So considering all these things, Florida DOT has developed a CAV business plan. CAV stands for Connected and Automated Vehicles. And the business plan has 7 focus areas. I'm not going to run through all of them, but simply put, we start with policies and governance. In other words, there's a need for the right kind of policy framework, a governance framework at the highest levels of the leadership, which needs to percolate down to every layer. We also get into funding opportunities. In other words, we need to think about how to fund these emerging technology programs and then go towards deployment. We talk about education and outreach. What I'm doing now is, in a way, kind of providing information to you all on what these technologies are. Industry outreach is a very important part of the equation as well, because in this day and age, state DOTs cannot function without partnering with the industry. And there's a lot of work that is happening on the research and development front by the industry. So that collaboration is key. We also get into technical standards and specifications. So a state like Florida DOT, we look at the emerging technologies. We try to see whether our traffic signals, our intelligent transportation systems, our infrastructure, are they all really technology ready or not? And that means implementation. At the end of the day, we need to implement these technologies and then start deploying them. As you can see on this slide, between 2017 and 18, we kind of initialized this program. Between 19 and last year, 20, we did some early implementation. Now we're moving towards full-scale deployment. We'll go to the next slide. Very quickly, I'll touch on one more topic, and then I'll turn it over to Richard Bishop, who will talk about other aspects. So next slide. So on this next slide, you will see that we're talking about freight automation. I mean, you will increasingly notice that there's a conversation about how automation is going to come to bear by itself. In other words, if you look at the SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers, levels 1 through 5, level 1 being the lowest level of automation, practically no automation, level 5 being completely driverless automation. So most of this automation is interestingly happening in the freight world, as a matter of fact. You heard of truck platooning, you heard of driverless telematics-based truck movements, the first mile, last mile type of connectivity. Florida DOT has conducted some tests on truck platooning in the past. And also there was a company called Starsky, about which you'll hear in the next slide or two, who have conducted a 9.6 mile stretch without any driver in a truck. And that was all telematics based. Increasingly, urban goods delivery aspects are coming to reality more than ever we thought before. I think the best thing is for me to now turn it over to Richard Bishop, who will take you through from the next slide onwards. Richard, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Raj. Great introduction. We can go to the next slide. The slide Raj just went through talks about sort of the general domain out there of automated freight movement, road freight movement. Platooning is an interesting area. If you follow the truck industry, you've probably heard about platooning. It's the idea of the two trucks electronically connected via vehicle-to-vehicle communication so that they can exchange data and in essence perform a connected braking, connected throttle. This allows them to follow each other very closely, more than human drivers could do, and as a result, get an aerodynamic benefit and lower, better fuel economy. But there's a little more to it than that. The first generation system that's been in development for some time is one in which both drivers of a two-truck platoon are very, very engaged. The front driver is driving normally, the rear driver has automated foot pedals in essence, but otherwise is steering, monitoring the road, responding to traffic. So this is called level 1 in terms of the SAE automation levels. The second generation has gained a lot of momentum in the last couple of years. It's the idea of a level 4 follower, meaning the front driver drives normally, again, full human intelligence in the front truck, but no driver in the follower truck. And you can easily imagine that the aerodynamic benefit is then multiplied by the labor cost reduction. And there's several players within industry, OEMs as well as startups, that are pursuing this. Let's go to the next slide. I'm waiting for it on my screen. There we go. It's been a lot of activity in truck platooning in Florida. Enabling legislation has been in process to allow these shorter following distances. One of the big events was the Peloton technology pilot demonstration. Peloton is one of the companies developing both first and second generation platooning. There were a lot of questions that the state DOT had, the state agencies, regarding how platoon will affect traffic operations, enforcement, et cetera. And that became a project that dug into those questions. There was a report written on this. But as a part of this, the idea was to let's bring some platooning technology here to Florida and demonstrate it for key stakeholders, particularly across the state government. Peloton did that. in 2017, the runs there were some short demo runs, but also some quite long runs of 3 to 4 hours where enforcement personnel, Florida Highway Patrol were on board, and state DOT officials. And, there's nothing like experiencing it. Platooning is one of those things that sounds a little super high tech and scary in concept, but when you're in these vehicles, it's just really quite a simple experience. So this enabled the state to really understand and start to formulate, the state's approach to some of these items you see listed here, the administrative processes, et cetera. Let's go to the next chart. And I think, we're moving to the freight signal priority, and I'll turn it over to Eric to describe this.
Okay, thank you, Richard. So for those of you who don't know, the basic concept of freight signal priority is to enable communication between trucks and traffic signals. So you're trying to maximize the chances of trucks hitting green lights on a corridor. I think this audience is pretty well familiar with the annual costs of freight delay. ATRI currently calculates that nationally it's around $75 billion a year. And so with this technology being shown to potentially reduce travel times by around 10%, the cost savings can actually be pretty significant. From the technology standpoint, freight signal technology also allows us to insert connected vehicle applications if we're using this as the communications mechanism. And this will enable an entire suite of applications. I'll touch upon some examples shortly. I will point out, though, Florida DOT has a pretty established track record when it comes to developing and delivering freight signal priority projects. It's been a component of several of these projects that you see here. So I-75 and I-4, the frame projects, freight signal priorities, part of a suite of a larger group of integrated corridor management technologies, as well as on US 98 in Panama City and US 1 connecting to the Florida Keys. Next slide, please. So we began by doing both a corridor scan and a technology scan. We used ATRI data to identify the top 10 non-interstate bottlenecks within each of the Florida DOT districts. And this really serves as a good starting point. You can start to have conversations. This is what the data is telling us. Does it reflect what you're seeing on the ground? We've also considered different ways to implement freight signal priorities. So some of the traditional methods you might see involve optical or radio emitters on top of a truck that are communicating with signalized intersections. We also looked very closely at how you can actually utilize connected vehicle messages to accomplish this same process. So a message the vehicle sends a message to the signal, and the signal can then respond back and say yes or no. I have or have not granted priority. We also looked at the use of a mobile application. So can you somehow use a personal mobile device that's broadcasting, routing and real-time decisions to make that request and decision making up in the cloud. Different mechanisms for granting priority. It can either be done on a signal by signal basis or in a coordinated manner, as well as different implications for signal phasing. And there's pros and cons to all of these factors. For example, connected vehicle technology, yes, it's going to require the installation of specialized equipment, but it's also going to enable some other value-added capabilities, which I'm going to talk about on this next slide. So when we have the infrastructure to vehicle communications that are occurring in the connected vehicle environment, what this allows us to do is warn a driver of a upcoming red light, or maybe a pedestrian or an active rail crossing. And then as connected vehicle technology becomes prolific, this will then enable vehicle to vehicle messages too. So each vehicle is communicating, this is where I am, this is how fast I'm going, this is where I'm going to be in 5 seconds. There's also some mobility and traveler information potential applications. So all that vehicle data I just spoke about provides very robust real-time traffic conditions. And this provides an opportunity to introduce a freight angle to trip planning. So here's the best route based on traffic. This is where there's parking availability, maybe even dynamically scheduling arrival and departure windows to optimize drayage movements. And even if a corridor doesn't have signal priority, it can still recommend a speed. So trucks are consistently hitting green lights and saving fuel consumption as well as wear and tear. And just before I turn it back over to Raj, just my quick observation as someone involved in a number of different DOT efforts. This is a very solutions oriented office. So even if freight signal priority isn't necessarily the answer you're looking for, this is a very nimble program. So I'd really encourage everyone to think about these as short-term opportunities.
Thank you, Eric. Yes, as Eric rightly pointed out, these are the opportunities we want to pursue. And I think we'll go to the next slide, which talks about partnerships in general, along with red light violation warning, etc. So when it comes to partnerships, emerging technology providers, there's quite a few emerging technology providers. The goal is to make sure that any public-private partnership type of engagement we have would help us to not only look at what we want to do, but also look at what we already have. In other words, leveraging the state assets, for instance, look at the national thought leadership and have a very open to business type of approach, because at the end of the day, as I said earlier, without good partnerships, there's not much happening in this realm. State DOTs need to think about infrastructure readiness, safety, mobility, etc., whereas industry will have the opportunity to tell state DOTs the possibilities, the practical aspects. With that, I will now turn it back to Ricky and the team for the next presentation.
Thank you, Raj, Richard, and Eric. That was an awesome discussion on CAV. And you heard when I said we're shifting these models of how we did stuff traditionally. Now we're thinking about how do we optimize, how do we make best of what we have in the existing conditions. And I think CAV is that way forward for us. So thank you very much, CAV panel. So now let's move over to another way to think beyond those traditional ways, and let's look at spaceports, the next logistics frontier. And with that, I will pass it on to Wayne and Mark. Wayne?
Yes, thank you, Ricky. The mission of the Florida's Department of Transportation Spaceports Office is to deploy the spaceport funding to attract and support long-term commercial aerospace industry, advance the department's overall mission and vision, and collaborate with Space Florida to make Florida the place for space. May I have, oh, you have the next slide up already, so thank you for that. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Wayne Lambert. I'm manager of the Spaceports Office at the department's central office in Tallahassee. And it's always a pleasure to be able to highlight spaceports and the department's role in growing Florida's commercial space industry. Space was first designated by the Florida legislature as an official mode of transportation as recently as 1999. State transportation funding was first allocated to commercial space in 2012. So just in the last 9 years, the Department of Transportation Spaceport Improvement Program has participated in at least 37 major projects, and we've seen impressive job growth and significant private investment at the Cape, especially since the shuttle program ended in 2012. So this program is really put into place to grow commercial space and bring that industry to Florida and keep it in Florida. This is part of a supply chain discussion, and I've tried to pick out a couple of projects that I thought might be relevant to this discussion. Every launch from the Cape requires helium and electrical power. So many of our launch complexes do not have dedicated helium supply, and the electrical power is several decades old and in critical need of modernization and redundancy. So to fill these critical supply chain gaps, the Spaceport Improvement Program has supported these necessary infrastructure projects. Helium is currently delivered either by truck or rail and stored in tanks at a launch site. Power is currently provided by outdated and possibly unreliable sources at the Cape that are decades old. So as you can see on this chart, this diagram, one of the projects that we have is the new helium pipeline. With that pipeline, when it's in place, aerospace partners, those commercial enterprises that actively launch, will have immediate access to that critical launch item. Modern and redundant electrical substations will provide power capacity for the foreseeable future. And what we have are several significant and very modern Florida Power and Light substations going in at the Cape that provide foreseeable power consumption needs for our spaceport partners. Next slide, please. This presentation also describes and shows to you that same helium pipeline and electrical substations going on, but also many of the other capital improvement projects that the department works alongside Space Florida to fund and construct. And of course, these all reach that end goal of bringing the consumer, our aerospace industry partners, those things, those processes that they need in order to deliver and to accomplish their individual missions. Space Florida and the department work very closely together to accomplish its goals. And I'm pleased to introduce Space Florida's Vice President for Spaceport Operations, Mark Bontrager. Ricky already did a very good job at introducing Mark, but what I'd like to point out, and I don't think it should be overlooked, is that he works closely with all the commercial aerospace companies, including those that we recognize through the media like SpaceX, Blue Origin, OneWeb Satellites, and others. But I work closely with Mark, and it's one of the pleasures of my job in deploying the department's Spaceport Improvement Program. What was not said during the original introduction is that Mark's a retired Air Force officer, and he's worked at all levels of the Air Force's space program, and most recently on active duty, served as the commanding officer of the 45th Mission Support Group at Patrick Air Force Base at Cape Canaveral. Mark's an exceptional presenter, and I know that you will enjoy his part of this spaceport presentation. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Wayne. I appreciate that. It's a pleasure to work with you as we have an opportunity to play a major role in advancing the capacity of Florida to serve this really new market. I like to say, if you could bring up the next slide, it'd be great. I like to say that space is kind of where maybe rail was in the 1800s, or maybe where air travel was between World War I, right at the end of World War I. We're kind of at that mode in history where we're seeing really commercial space industry lean into this domain. And this chart really kind of tells the story better than anything. This is an Air Force chart or Space Force chart, which shows kind of how we were in 2016 with 4 active launch pads, and then where we're looking at now and in the next few years. Tremendous activity and growth in this domain. And we in Florida are privileged to play a role in it. Now, let me connect this for you with the supply chain domain. Next slide real quick. As we kind of look, the commercial companies are the ones driving this domain. You think about air travel after World War I, right? Air travel was, the Eastern Airlines of the world and the Delta Airlines of the world. And they started expanding capacity and actual vehicles, airplanes, to serve a coming commercial market. Well, that's exactly what we're seeing here. And if you look historically, Department of Defense and NASA were the primary users of space. We're now seeing a significant commercial component to this. And that gives us, as Floridians, an opportunity to play a role in drawing them to Florida. So this is the place where it happens. You can get to space from anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter where you are. So we have no real great advantage other than the fact we can put in place the right policies and procedures to make it easy to do your space business in Florida rather than anywhere else in the world. Next slide. So we're seeing the growth certainly on the commercial side. And as we look to the future, and we're seeing some amazing things. And for, I've been doing this for about 12 years now since I retired from the Air Force, and I've been privileged to see kind of play a role in helping shape this future. We're now seeing it happen. Last year, SpaceX launched humans back into space for the first time since the shuttle flew out in 2011 from US soil. The next month, we're going to see another SpaceX launch, putting humans back up the space station. Within the next few months, we're going to see Boeing with their new capsule called Starliner. So now we're going to have 2 capsules launched from Florida, putting humans back into the space station. Then you have a real emerging environment with the Virgin Galactic and Virgin Orbit flights, where just about anybody can buy a ticket to experience zero G with Virgin Galactic. We have Sierra Nevada that's going to be landing here in the next couple of years on a kind of a mini shuttle of sorts, taking payloads to the space station and landing back in Florida. And then we all watch, if you haven't watched it yet, Google up SpaceX and what they're doing in Texas to test and prove out their capabilities for the Star ship, a gigantic rocket ship. You see that in the lower right-hand corner. They've blown up 10 of them, learning how to do this right. And once they get that perfected, they're going to come to Florida to do it safely. So we're all excited about that. Next slide. We're also seeing quite a bit of activity with a company called Blue Origin. Everyone's heard of a guy named Jeff Bezos and the company he founded called Amazon.com. He also owns a rocket company called Blue Origin. Blue Origin's rocket is 300 feet tall. If you look at Blue Origin's vision document, they say millions of people living and working in space. That is a big vision. Now, Amazon had a big vision, and look what we've all experienced over the last 20 years by using Amazon. The same kind of energy is now going into millions of people living and working in space. Here's how this applies to supply chain. Those millions of people need lots of things in space. It's very difficult to live in space. You need water, you need power, you need entertainment, you need food, you need all the things you need on 100 miles straight up that you need to survive on Earth. And so the supply chain that's going to be needed to serve millions of people living and working in space is huge. And so from a Space Florida perspective, we see Florida as the place where that supply chain can feed. Next slide. And it's not just in low Earth orbit, we're also looking interplanetary. Certainly we're going back to the moon. The previous administration emphasized that. This administration is on board with that vision and going to Mars. You have significant activity there. And a lot of that hardware could be built in Florida. Think about the supply chain feeding that kind of technical hardware domain. And the next slide, kind of wrap it up. We see Florida as kind of the hub for global space commerce. Like I said, you can leap off the surface of the Earth anywhere on the surface of the Earth. So how do we make Florida the place where the supply chain is so mature that if I'm in that business, I want to come to Florida because that's where I can get my job done better, faster, cheaper by doing it here in Florida than anywhere else in the world. So that's just a kind of quick summary of what we see from the space component on supply chain, and look forward to future discussion. Thanks.
So Wayne, are you you had any more to cover on space?
Ricky, I didn't have anything else. If there are questions that the audience has, I don't see any in the chat, but we'd be Mark and I would be pleased to accept any questions that anybody has for our program.
And that's a good segue, Wayne. Thank you. So thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Mark. That was exciting to hear. I think when we mention space anytime, it's always exciting. I know Florida has always been well known for their space programs that we have, and we have been trying to take a leadership role as a state to make sure that this continues to happen. So thank you very much. That was very informative. So before we get to our questions, I just want to, again, talk about those common themes that we've heard. We talked about the economy and growth of the trans economy, how we are really working hard to make sure that we are optimizing our existing conditions that we have, making the best of what we have, understanding what we're faced with. We also talk about with CAV doing the same thing with that optimization using emerging technologies. Another common thing I think we heard a lot of is partnerships. We really have to understand how important partnerships are for us as a state, as a department. If we want to try to move any of our initiatives forward, especially from the freight arena, we have to have those strong partnerships. And you heard from CAV and both space, they too understand that we absolutely have to have those strong partnerships. And finally, I think if you take those two, it's a culmination into that we are open for business. Florida is a growing, fast, rapidly growing state in population and demand for consumption. We are growing, growing, and growing. And so we have to think about ways to optimize, make the best of what we have. We have to use CAVs. We have to think about where do we go from Earth to space, how important that is. So all these concepts and initiatives that we have are going to be very important for us. So with that, I think I will read off some questions now. We have some in the chat box. And what I'll try to do is balance between the three sections to ask the questions. And luckily for the CAV group, they are up first. So I will ask the question, and Raj, I'll leave it to you how you want to distribute those questions between the three of you. I actually see two of those questions. And so I'll just ask one and then come back later for the other. So the first question is, lots of emerging technology. Is Florida ahead of the game or trying to keep up with the other states? Raj.
Thank you, Ricky. That is a great question. Well, I do want to say that Florida is definitely ahead of the curve in many aspects, and there's multiple reasons for that. Granted, there's many states who are doing some incredible work. We learn from them as much as they learn from us too. So I don't want to say that Florida is the only state, obviously not. I mean, there's other states who are doing great work. I can mention names: Ohio, Pennsylvania, Georgia. I mean, there's Utah. There's many states who are doing some great work, including Texas. However, one of the reasons why we think Florida is leading the pack is because of a strong leadership from the Florida DOT and our partners. I mean, when I say strong leadership from Florida DOT, you heard me say about vital few safety and mobility. We put safety and mobility at the forefront and see how best technology can become an enabler to achieve the goals of safety and mobility. That is one reason why Florida DOT's leadership is completely active and engaged in embracing technologies going forward. That is also the reason why we have a very strong and well-funded connected and automated vehicle program with V2X data exchange platform, security credential management system, many deployment projects, including single phase and timing, focus on multimodalism, including freight, transit, bicycle pedestrianization, and whatnot. Work zones is another area. So I guess in one sentence, probably the best way to put it is, yes, Florida is definitely a national leader up there, but I think the best thing is to hear from someone who is not in the state of Florida, and that happens to be Richard Bishop and of course, Eric Clapper too. But Richard, anything quick from you on this one?
Yeah, let's see. I think, you know, the key thing, the private sector, the startups and others who are developing solo driverless or platooning trucks, they know they have to build automated truck capabilities that use the roads as they are. At the same time, and so that means they can, if they can accomplish that, they can operate anywhere in the U.S. But at the same time, they want to have those lines of communication with the state. It's important that the state personnel understand what it is and is not an automated truck. There's a lot of mythology and confusion out there. And so I think Florida's gotten ahead of the game by really working with players like Starsky, like Peloton and others to create that mutual understanding. And I think that's been an important plus.
Thank you, Richard. Great response. Eric, very quickly, you want to add anything to this discussion?
I would, yeah. So just two quick additions. I think there are two things that, at least to me, speak to, Florida's positioning. And one is the amount of institutional resources that Florida DOT is putting into the connected vehicle program. So the CAV business plan, the tools like the security credential management system that Raj spoke to. And then the second, I would just say, I think the project map speaks for itself. There are 30 projects on that map, and that is definitely ahead of the curve nationally.
Thank you, Eric. Ricky, back to you.
That was awesome response. Thank you, CAV crew. So let's go to space. All right. How do you measure the public benefit of spaceport projects when partnering on funding private companies? That is an interesting question there.
Wayne, I'll defer to you.
Well, that is a good question. And, one of the great benefits of the space program is the job growth that we see and the financing that we put together that brings industry and jobs with a tremendous economic benefit. So we're not just throwing money out to companies, but rather we are building this industry in a way that's going to make Florida positioned itself for industry for decades. We're not the only guy out there. We're not the only place to go. Not just across the U.S., where we have competition in California, Virginia, New Mexico, Texas. We're probably going to see emerging space programs developing in other places across the U.S., but we also have international competition. And without building this program like we are, Space Florida in the lead, the Department of Transportation has a great spaceport improvement program funding arm that goes along with that. But without our program, we are going to be left in the dark, and we need to take advantage of these programs and build Florida so that we can take off, we can launch and go to the future. And I don't know, Mark, do you have anything to add to that?
Wayne, the only thing I'd add is every project we recommend for funding, it requires return on investment back to the state that at least doubles or triples the investment that we make. And then it keeps going because the infrastructure, once you build it, it's not leaving. And so we at Space Florida have the opportunity to, in some cases, if a corporation leaves, we can repurpose that and still make it useful and returning value to the people of Florida. So that's kind of just one of the many. And then we're also structured in such a way to bring actually additional private resources using really Florida banks, for lack of a better term, to aerospace infrastructure in the state of Florida. Sometimes that works where it's matched with FDOT and the private resources. In many cases, we have a statewide charter. We're doing things all over the state, primarily on airports, not really to spaceports, but that also return significant value to the state on a return on investment model.
And yes, thank you for that, Mark. I appreciate that input because one of the slides that I presented, but did not really speak to directly, was the return on investment that you just talked about. The Department of Transportation sees at least a 3-to-1, sometimes a 4-to-1 return on our investment. So for every dollar we put in, we see $3 or $4 coming back into the investment on top of whatever economic benefit that generates throughout the state. So yeah, thanks for bringing that part of it up because it is an important part of our program. And I didn't address it directly, although it was on one of my slides. So far in the last 9 years, we've seen $1.1 billion of investment at the state, at the Cape and throughout the state. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
That was great. Thank you, Mark and Wayne. And I like to jump on the return on investment bandwagon too as well and talk about how important that is and how we really need to show that message. The language we speak at a department from the government side, and we have to merge that with that language that the industry speaks And I think the common ground we have is return on investment is very, very critical to us. Understanding what the people of Florida need. And we make sure that we try to deliver that to the utmost with the investments that we make. So thank you very much on that. That was very good. So it's time for, I think, a question for me. Lucky me. So say, we talked about the FMTP and long-term strategic planning, but the industry is more focused on near-term needs. How do we balance that? Common theme partnership, we've been talking about that, and then we just brought in return on investment. I think what's mostly important is as we plan for the future, we play an important role in offering that vision, structure, and direction for integrating those resources that we have on the government side and the resources that the private sector have. How do we integrate those resources to get the most benefit, the most output for the people of Florida and for our industry? Thinking about the industry, why they're in business, you know, it is to bring some service or some greater quality or value to their customers. And their customers are going to be more than likely mostly Floridians. So if we are delivering on both sides, on the government side, and the partners are delivering on the private industry side, we feel like that is a greater effect for the citizens of Florida, which is something that we set out to do. A greater quality of life is something that we set out to do, make sure it's safe for them as well, as we are the stewards of the infrastructure. And also going back to what I said, the trans economy, if we do it right, and then the trans economy grows. Let's go back to CAV. I have another question for you. Are there predictions about how CAV might help alleviate the concerns of driver shortage? And I think that is on a freight side, Rod. So I will let you tackle that first, and I kind of want to jump into a little bit after I hear from you, Raj.
Sure, Ricky, thank you. That's another great question, right? And one of the reasons I say it's a great question is because that is on everybody's mind. What happens when these emerging technologies come forward? In fact, the good news is that most of this technology implementation is not going to happen without human drivers being involved in some way, shape, or form. It is probably just going to be a matter of how do things evolve as time goes into the future. Call it machine learning, call it artificial intelligence. There's already a discussion on the efficacy or the efficiency with which we are implementing this system. So I think the bottom line is a state like Florida DOT can play a role in providing infrastructure awareness, knowledge, and information about what happens with our connected infrastructure, and then let the trucking industry work closely with us, explain to us what their needs are and whatnot. So I'll let Ricky take it from there because, as you rightly said, there's an angle from his perspective for this one.
That is, you teed it up really well for me, Raj. So working closely with the industry in some instances, we do ask these questions, and those questions are asked sometimes when we have our workshops, like what happens? We know we are faced with driver shortages, and what we have to remember that what's important is the landed costs for these operators, right? So they try to move with technology as they can, not as it may be popular or the most popular thing. They have to move as they can. That landed cost, their margins that they have to keep their eye on. You know, you got those independent owner and operators who cannot quickly shift to that emerging technology. And so they have to make it work for them as it does. So there's a migration, and with that migration, it comes time to adjust. They may not be as many early adopters, but over time, you will see as technology prices begin to decrease, then you may see an increase of those in that industry starting to adopt to that. So right now, I would say it's in the conversation about the driver shortage, and it will continue to be in the conversation, but their primary concern is going to be making sure that they can pay their bills first. And so I would leave it at that. And I guess the best way to look at it, we from the department will continue to try to make sure that we can do what we can to help them to migrate and assimilate when needed. Thank you, Raj. So next question, we'll go back to space. Let's see. Okay, I guess this goes with Mark, something you said in your presentation. If you can leap off the surface of the earth anywhere, was policy will make Florida the most attractive place to do that?
Yeah, that is a great question. Theoretically, you can leap off the surface. Let me add a little physics to the discussion here. So theoretically, you can leap off the surface of the earth anywhere, but there is a reason why Florida has a bit of an advantage, because if you have a bad day with a rocket, it blows up. And the last thing you want is a blowing up rocket to fall on top of people. That's a bad solution all the way around. So the fact that we are on the ocean and we're about as close as you're going to get to the equator in the continental United States, and the fact we haven't had major hurricanes go right over the Cape in a long time, is why the federal government chose to put this place here in Florida. As these things get safer and safer, and as we develop the technology, I believe that advantage will erode, the fact that we're on the ocean, et cetera, et cetera. So what policies can make this place most effective? I would argue it's the same policies you put in place for every other transportation industry as it grows. The fact that Florida has leaned forward in the connected autonomous vehicle domain and put in place policies that enable those things to happen are going to draw the industry to Florida that can put those things in place. Same thing's true with air travel or any other mode of transportation. So from a Space Florida perspective, we're working the business side of things, bringing our tools to bear to make it attractive for business. And I think the transportation side of this is our challenge. And the reason I say it's a challenge is because who's been doing space transportation for the last 50 years? The federal government has been the prime driver. The Department of Defense to go to space to kill people and break things, and NASA to go to space to explore, right? And those are mission organizations. Those are organizations that exist to accomplish a specific mission. They're not regulators per se. They do this because they needed to accomplish their mission. So we as Americans have an opportunity to transition this world from a mission-oriented driven domain to a classic transportation regulatory domain, which really belongs right now to the FAA. And so how do we set in place processes and policies in partnership with our friends at the Federal Aviation Administration and the spaceport world to make this that much more attractive? It's a very excellent opportunity. It's the thing that Americans are naturally good at because we get in the room and we fight it out because everybody has their own bureaucracies that have vested interests. And frankly, I hope we continue to push this ball forward. I mean, just a month ago, we saw a launch from the Cape that went polar. That means it flew south between Miami and the Bahamas. We have not seen that since the 1960s. And how did that happen? Because the regulatory regimes allowed it to happen and they could do it safely. So a lot to be proud of, but a lot of work ahead of us in that domain.
All right, great, Mark, that was awesome. Thank you so much. So I think we got possibly, I'll try this question, and then if we have just like 2 more minutes, I think I have one more for CAB. I got a question said, where are highway rail conflict detection system in place already in Florida? Have they been proven successful? So in my arena, and Raj, I don't know if, I know you and I kind of had some conversation about this, and we are now evaluating it. First, I wanna kind of make it clear, when you talk about highway rail conflicts, identification, those are at grade crossings. They are already identified. So as far as detection, I'm assuming that you're talking about when the crossing is blocked, or if there's vehicle presence detection at that crossing. So we are again evaluating where we have opportunities to see where we can mitigate block crossings. There are a couple of technologies that we're evaluating there. It's not highly popular now, right? And when I say that, that's not highly popular with the industry here, the rail industry here in Florida. And at least that has not been shared with me, and I have no evidence that it exists, highly exists in the state. However, again, we are evaluating different technologies, and we look forward to seeing how we can use that in the future. And I think very soon we should see something coming on that, at least from where I sit. Raj?
Yeah, thank you, Ricky. I think you said it really well. Obviously, there's a role for technology in many areas, and rail grade crossings, as Ricky rightly pointed out, is really where FDOT gets into this discussion. So at the rail grade crossings, obviously, there's a lot of things that happen. One example is where there's a traffic signal in a close proximity to a grade crossing, and if there's not enough distance between that, shall we say, the signalized intersection and the crossing itself, and if that signal does not have adequate green time to flush the queue so that there's no backing onto the crossing itself. You see where I'm going with this. If there's a way, we can look at two things. The traditional topics, meaning how can we work with our traffic signal system so that we can flush out and move the traffic out of harm's way for all drivers. And secondly, detecting the movement of the train arriving into the grade crossing and then providing alerts to the incoming traffic so that the traffic knows well in advance of times that they should not be trying to move past the gate and get onto the crossing. And they do happen, by the way. It's not unusual for drivers to do things that we don't want anyone else to do. But that said, as a state agency, our job is to make sure we provide the right kind of infrastructure, adopt the right kind of technologies, be at the front end of the discussion, make sure we do everything we can to stop every single crash from happening, every single instance. As it is always said, it's kind of tried already. We heard this many times, one crash is too many, and that's a fact. It is too many because you don't know whether that crash is going to be an injury crash or just a PD&O crash, or is it going to lead to a fatal crash? So to Ricky's point, yes, we are studying, we're evaluating. Some districts are already paying close attention to providing flashing signs, for instance, in advance of a rail grade crossing. And then in some instances, we're looking at detection-based technologies to get those alerts to the driver. So we'll continue moving in this direction because rail grade crossing crashes are pretty significant and extensive when they occur. I mean, there's the car is never going to be on the winning side of the discussion. It's always going to be the train, and we don't want anything bad going out there. So we'll continue on this journey. Thank you, Ricky.
Awesome, Raj. Thank you very much. And before I turn it back over to Elaine, I just want to say this was fun, and I hope it was fun for us. You can see all the smiles on the panel, and I hope it was very valuable for you. But I want to, again, go back to those common themes that we had, those three common themes. We talked about economy, how we grow the trans economy. So remember that word is very important for us to understand how the transportation system is intrinsically connected to the economy. We have to do it right. And FDOT, we are the stewards of this, and we will make it happen. The partnerships are very huge. Again, we cannot plan in a vacuum. We have to connect with our partners. We have to understand their demand perspectives and how it ties into our investment strategies. That is very, very, very important. And you've heard all of the panel discuss how that works. And then if you take that as a combination into, we are open for business. Florida continues to grow in population and demand for consumption. And we are making sure we stay ahead and abreast of what we need to do to make it successful in Florida. So with that, thank you very much to the panel. You did an outstanding job. Thank you so much for serving on this panel and helping me out. So I can't say thank you enough. And with that, I will turn it back over to Elaine. Elaine.
Thank you so much, Ricky and team. You guys did a great job of giving us an expose on the future of Florida's spaceports, connected autonomous vehicles, and infrastructure. And it gives me great pleasure to turn the program over right now to the editor-in-chief of Supply Chain Brain, Bob Bowman.
Oh, thank you so much. I want to welcome you to this panel on the state of supply chain technology. We're going to be covering 4 key technologies today: voice, robotics, artificial intelligence, and wearables. Now, what's interesting is that there's not anything particularly new about any of these. I mean, they've all been around for a long time, we think, I guess, relatively, in varying states of development, but all are in the process of taking great leaps right now toward achieving unprecedented value in the supply chain. Now, there's no doubt that the pace of adoption has been accelerated by the pandemic. Many companies are saying that the innovations that they were planning to adopt in the next 5 years or so are being put into place right now. Companies have had to scramble to adjust to the disruptions of COVID-19. But they also come with a lot of questions about maturity, applicability, cost, suitability for various environments, and of course, the role of human beings as automation takes over an increasing number of critical tasks. So these are likely to be some of the key issues we'll be discussing today, and I'm honored and excited to be introducing this panel of distinguished experts. I think you're going to come away with some real insights. I do want to remind everybody that we're going to have a question and answer session at the end, so please be sure and submit your questions during the presentation at any time via the event chat or the hashtag Florida Supply Chain Summit on Twitter. So with that, I want to introduce our first great speaker. He is Bob Bova, President and CEO of AccuSpeech Mobile. Bob's topic today will be how voice enabling and automating the DC can provide flexibility and operational benefits. Bob, take it away.
Bob. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that. I'd like to thank the Florida Supply Chain folks for letting us speak today. It's a privilege. Thank you. I think all of us will agree that the pandemic has really changed the buying patterns of people around the world. The e-commerce explosion, demand spikes have led to, pretty significant challenges in manufacturing and delivering, enough goods, which caused, severe shortages, especially for workers in the supply chain. Combine that with holiday seasonal hiring at the end of the year, and it gets even worse. So one of the challenges that we've helped our customers deal with is operations and DC managers looking for a cost-effective, proven solution that can mediate, this need for more productivity, especially when you don't have, as many workers as you'd like. Next slide, please. So, next slide, please. So the voice is no stranger to the DC. Early on, a voice was used primarily as a server-based picking application. That's where the highest density of labor is. But now, multiple processes and languages are supported on today's strong mobile devices. The hardware and software architecture are particularly conducive for multiple workflow voice enablement and also automation. The modern voice solutions can run on servers, but they also run on devices. You've got solutions that run on Android, Windows, iOS, and can be utilized for all the feature richness of the mobile device, which makes it very, very interesting now. So why are folks looking at it now? Because it can be implemented now within 60 days. It's extremely cost effective with a very strong return on investment. And it can give you significant measurable productivity benefits while making your workers more efficient and accurate. Next slide, please. So voice is a very well proven low risk technology. The essence of the benefit of voice is an evolution to automating, existing optimized processes. Most of the organizations that we talk to have worked really, really hard for their workflows to be as streamlined as possible. And what we try to do is we take that the next step. We try to remove all the user touches, and the idea is to exploit all the multimodal capabilities of the devices too. So you can use the barcode scanner, you can use the camera, and voice and vision is becoming even more and more prevalent, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit too. But the key is to remove as much interaction with the device as possible, to automate as much of the process as possible with a single utterance, and also make the people absolutely as accurate as possible and as productive as possible. Next slide, please. So the biggest impact for picking has always been, the biggest impact for voice has always been for picking. It's the highest density application in just about every warehouse that we've seen. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it has to stop there. The things that most of the customers can really start to see a significant improvement in productivity, a significant decrease in accuracy, and also, when you can voice enable additional applications on a single mobile device, and you can support multiple languages on a single device, all of a sudden the idea of voice automation becomes very prevalent on the floor, and also for the management, so that they can decide exactly what they want to do and when they want to do it. And again, there's a lot of strong ROI for this, but the key is to be able to train new folks, because the value proposition right now is to try to get as much out of your workers as possible, because there's a dearth of workers right now in the warehouse, and on the manufacturing floors as well. Next slide, please. So the technology continues to evolve. We've gone from just primarily server-based to device-based, and now, of course, those devices, like for instance, this is the heads-up display 4000 from Zebra Technologies. This is all voice-enabled as well, with multiple applications on a single device, so that you can push out images and videos, so that you can help people, again, do their job quicker, be more productive, and more efficient. The vision and voice presentation technology is going to also continue to evolve. These are very light, easy to wear, and extremely easy to integrate with any application, whether it's inside the four walls in a warehouse or even outside the four walls. It makes absolutely no difference. The ramp to rate figures for people, for new employees, to get to a good picking rate or any good rate is significantly increased, because some folks are visual learners and some folks are audio learners. So if you have both, it significantly increases the speed with which new employees can become extremely effective. I'd say probably you can see, say 50% faster ramp up with voice and vision than you would ordinarily see. I guess that most of the folks that we talk to need something now, something that's cost effective, that they can utilize now, that they can turn to and utilize over and over again for different processes. And that's exactly what today's voice does. That's really about the size of it. I'm happy to answer any questions later on in terms of the integration for voice on any WMS, any type of application, any type of system in the warehouse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob, and we will be reserving those questions for the end. And again, a reminder to our audience that they are welcome to submit those questions at any time via the event chat or the hashtag FL Supply Chain Summit on Twitter. We're now going to turn to a discussion of robotics, and I'm very excited about this one because it's Amazon, which is one of the great pioneers in robotics today. Our speaker is Joe Fox Jr. He is manager of product launch with Amazon Robotics. The title of his presentation today is Amazon Robotics, Solving the Toughest Challenges in Robotics. So Joe, take it away.
Great, thank you for having me. Really exciting to talk to you guys about how we use robotics in our fulfillment, transportation, and delivery applications here at Amazon. There's a lot to cover. There's so much we could talk about. And so in the interest of getting the most for out of this presentation for the most audience members, I'm going to talk a little bit less about the technology and a little bit more about the application, and really try to show you guys how the technology that we have is used in particular real life applications. So if we could go to the next slide. Apologies, I'm not seeing the slides come up. There we go. All right. Sorry for that delay. So really what we're going to be doing today is talking about how we use technology to deliver on the promise that we make to our customers when they click order in our application. So the high level process that gets the package to your door is when you check out at Amazon.com or through our consumer app, the order needs to be fulfilled first and foremost. So that's Amazon Robotics bread and butter, the fulfillment technology that's used to take, you know, the blue t-shirt and the red t-shirt that you ordered off of two separate shelves, put them together, package them into a box. At that point, it leaves the fulfillment center and it goes into our transportation network. Depending on where you live and what you've ordered, it may or may not go through our air transportation network, but eventually it'll find itself at a sortation center. And there we use a whole different set of robots to sort the packages. Essentially, you can think about it as sorting it by zip code. It's a little bit more complex than that. But once all of the packages are sorted together, they leave the sortation facility on trucks and go eventually make their way to a delivery station and are delivered to your door. So there's, like I mentioned, there's a whole lot of technology to cover, but I really just want to stress that one of the great things about working at Amazon Robotics is just the scale of our deployments is so large that it really gives my team an opportunity to have a huge impact. These numbers, in fact, might be a little bit out of date, but there's multiple hundreds of facilities worldwide. So if we're able to save even just a small amount of time on any task, we're talking about a huge benefit when you scale up to our global fleet. And not just in terms of productivity, but if we're able to make a task that an associate in one of our warehouses is conducting on a daily basis just a little bit safer, a little bit more ergonomic, then it's going to have a huge, huge benefit to the literally hundreds of thousands and millions of people that interact with our systems worldwide. So the first technology that I'm going to talk to you about is our fulfillment technology. Like I said, this is our bread and butter. How the system works is we, roughly speaking, take the walking out of a fulfillment application. So in a traditional fulfillment center, you will have rows and rows of shelving units, and associates will be walking up and down those rows. Like I said earlier, taking the shelf with the blue t-shirt on it, taking the t-shirt off, and then walking over to the shelf with the red t-shirt on it, putting them together onto a cart and bringing them to be packed. In an Amazon Robotics fulfillment center, that same task of picking and of course stowing, putting stuff on the shelves in the first place, it's still conducted by associates in our warehouses. However, the walking is what the robots do. So in this picture on the right, you can see that an associate's standing at one of our ergonomic workstations, and they're picking items off of one of our shelves. So you can see those tall yellow fabric shelves. They're really just pieces of metal with some fabric shelving strapped over them, and they're being carried around by our robots. So we'll get a better view in a moment, but you can see in this picture, there's orange and black robots that are underneath those shelves. Those robots are carrying literally tens of thousands of shelves across a massive warehouse floor to the right stations where the right associates are looking to pick a particular product off of them. If we take a little bit closer look at the robot itself here, you know, the color is a little bit different in this image, but the robots themselves are actually very streamlined, but relatively unchanged in terms of the functionality from the original system that was developed years ago. The latest drive unit that we have is the Hercules drive unit, which is has upgraded with, you know, a little bit faster speed, better perception capabilities to make it safer to interact with. But largely speaking, it's the same design that we've had for many years. It travels through a warehouse, picks up shelves, and brings them over to workstations where associates are working. The way that they navigate within the warehouse is by scanning a series of barcodes that are placed on the floor in a grid, literally tens of thousands of these throughout a massive warehouse. And there's a camera on each of our robots that's scanning these barcodes as it navigates and keeping track of which ones are a little bit rotated, or maybe they've become scuffed up or dirty and someone needs to go replace it. And basically, once one robot has looked at a barcode, every robot in the whole system knows exactly where it is. And if there's any problems with it, that's recorded in a database and allows our whole fleet to navigate pretty seamlessly. So let's say someone does need to go out into the floor and interact with the robots. Let's say that fiducial has become damaged and someone needs to go replace it. Or more often is the case, a package has, or a product has fallen off a shelf and someone needs to go pick it up. That's where our robotic tech vest gets involved. And I got to tell you, it feels pretty magical when you're wearing one of these, because when you're wearing one of these vests, all of the robots that are in your vicinity, they're aware of your presence and they route themselves away from you. And if you walk right up to a robot, it will stop and it'll know that you're there. And this was a huge improvement on the old system, where you would have to literally stop the whole floor if you wanted to go out and perform a maintenance task. This is one of the advantages that our system has over a traditional fulfillment automation solution or sortation automation solution, in that we can perform maintenance on just a component of the system without having an impact to the use of the system as a whole. I mentioned our stations, are where the associates will stand, and they'll basically do all of the same work that a traditional fulfillment operation will need to have done, picking, stowing, counting, but they'll do it in one place with the robots doing the walking. There's also some pretty fancy technology that we've integrated into these stations. This image here is a universal one that can do picking, stowing, or counting. And some perception technology that we've installed at these stations allows us to remove an extra scan in the process, so that when an item is stowed onto a shelf, the associate no longer has to scan which shelf they put the item onto. So it allows them to go hands-free, so to speak. And like I said earlier, if you can remove one step from a process that's repeated millions of times, it's going to have a huge benefit. So with that said, I want to show a brief video here. You'll see a lot in this video. It goes by kind of quick, but at a glance, you're going to be looking at the use of our system with a fleet of those black and orange robots traveling through the fulfillment center, picking up the yellow pods and bringing them over to the stations where the associates are working. You're also just going to see a brief mention of the tote palletizer, which is a really cool piece of tech, but I don't really have time to go depth into that. So with that said, let's turn on the first video.
Have you ever wondered how humans and robots work together at Amazon? From the moment a product enters our fulfillment center until it heads out to a customer, Amazon technology helps our associates in so many incredible ways.
Amazon introduced our drive unit robots in 2012, which led to 300,000 new full-time jobs.
These are the stow stations. They use artificial intelligence and computer vision.
Yeah, pretty cool.
This is the palletizer. It uses computer vision to stack totes of products.
There's so much cool technology that goes into this.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, like 2D imaging, a laser sensor, high motion performance, and 165 kilogram load capacity.
Wow, amazing.
Our tech vests help communicate with the robots to keep us safe while working on the field.
I think your tech vest could use a little more tech.
Thanks, but I think my vest already has everything it needs.
Incredible!
I know, right?
With Amazon's human and robotic powers combined, we are building the future of technology together.
Great. So like I said, I know that's a lot to digest, but hopefully it gets you a glimpse into what it's like working in one of these facilities that has, as I mentioned, thousands of robots, tens of thousands of shelves. And this is really what our system has been like for a number of years. Until recently, we've expanded our technology to cover some of the other applications in the logistics operation within Amazon. In particular, I want to talk about our new technology that we use in our sort centers. So as opposed to robots that are going to be picking up shelves and bringing them to associates that are going to be picking and stowing off of them, in our sort centers, we have a new type of robot, which you'll notice it looks pretty similar to the last one I showed, but instead of having an empty top where it can carry a pod, it's got a little conveyor top where a package rests. And then what happens in these sort centers is after a package has been inducted on top of one of these robots, the robot will navigate through the warehouse to the right chute, which is basically a hole in the ground, and it will eject the package down that chute into a collection bin where all of the packages of a given zip code or destination will be gathered together and then loaded up on trucks to be sent out to delivery stations. It's pretty exciting technology, and it's a very different type of warehouse. So we're going to show you one more video, which will get you a glimpse into what it's like working in a sort center that uses our Pegasus robots.
This is essentially the robot highway. These are my babies. Our entire operation depends on these. I started at Amazon just looking for a part-time job, just manually scanning boxes to pallets, and my senior leadership approached us and they said, hey, this is the project that's coming in, this is a job opportunity we have, start thinking about it. And now I get to play with robots all day. An associate will place the package on the robot knows exactly where to drop it. Each of those little chutes is a specified destination at the bottom. So a big part of my job is monitoring the activity and the traffic patterns. I'm looking for any major congestion spots. I'm looking for any robot that isn't functioning the way that it should. We've gotten a lot of on-the-job learning with regards to how these things work, how the programming works, because I had no background in robotics at all. Just having the opportunity to be a trailblazer is just absolutely phenomenal to me. I tell my family that I babysit 800 robots. I wouldn't have my job without these robots. And now when I walk in, it's kind of like, yeah, this is Amazon. It's like, this is what I do.
Yeah, so hopefully you can see a very different type of warehouse there. And I actually know Kat personally, who we just saw in that video. It's a pretty cool job that she's got managing the fleet of robots. In the last minute or so here, I want to talk briefly about some next generation technologies that we're developing for a number of different applications, namely our new drive unit platform called Xanthus or X-Drive. So you'll notice that this drive unit, it looks pretty similar to the Pegasus one that I just showed you a moment ago with the conveyor top used to eject packages into chutes to sort them into the right areas. But the bottom is a little bit more streamlined and thinner. And that's because the Xanthus drive itself is just what we're seeing on the bottom half of this robot. The sortation attachment is just that. It's a removable attachment that allows us to build one platform and scale up our manufacturing for just one base unit, and then design a number of different application attachments that go on top of the robot. So, you know, in this picture, you can see some concept mock-ups. Only a couple of these are actually in use today, but, you know, on the left, you have an X route, which is used to transport larger items, kind of similar to our fulfillment application. The second one from the left is this X sort bot that we just showed you, similar to Pegasus, where we're sorting packages. The one in the middle is pretty interesting. It's really just for storing packages underneath pods in our fulfillment center, trying to squeeze out every cubic inch of space in those fulfillment centers. And then on the right, there's a taller sortation bot for sorting into Gaylords. And then finally, a mock-up of how these could be used to transport totes and other non-inventory materials throughout a warehouse. So this is a really exciting space, and we're really looking forward to exploring what sort of applications we can use this new platform in a variety of different warehouses. With that said, I hope you bear with me for going quickly through there, and hopefully I'm not over time. So I look forward to hearing any questions at the end. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Joe Fox, for that incredible presentation. The amazing units that we're seeing, maybe not what most people in the public think of when they think of robots, but this is where robot technology is really going, I think. I'm hoping we'll have some questions for Joe at the end, but I want to move on to our third panelist now. He is Mark Gianyoshi, CEO and president of One Track AI. And Mark is going to be talking about how artificial intelligence is transforming safety and productivity in leading logistics operations. So Mark, take it away.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. Thanks a lot for taking the time. So my name is Mark Gyöngyösi, and today I'll be talking to you about applications of artificial intelligence, and more specifically, machine learning and computer vision in warehouses, along with some of the lessons learned in deploying this technology with our customers, primarily 3PL in the US. One of the key parts I want to emphasize and want to make sure that you see here as well is that it is possible to deploy this type of technology, even if you don't have hundreds of millions of dollars to spend on infrastructure and robots and things like that. So let's go to the next slide. So at One Track, we are a pioneer in the deployment of AI-enabled cameras in warehouses. What we do is we deploy low-cost camera sensors, not really any different than smartphones, that can be deployed in minutes using no external infrastructure, no on-site IT, no on-site resources. We deploy these cameras inside and outside warehouses to capture what is happening in the building and connect those data points with the systems that are being used within the facility, for example, your WMS. Quick background about myself. So originally I'm from Munich, Germany. I studied computer science and robotics at Northwestern here in Chicago. And I've worked on a number of different robotics research projects in the past, including rehabilitation robotics, a Google-funded 3D sensor project for self-driving cars, AR applications, actually for the Art Institute here in Chicago. Then I've worked with BMW's Advanced Robotics Group. They funded my research back when I was at Northwestern. There we were putting sensors on collaborative robots so we could deploy them next to humans in their factories, for example, Spartanburg, South Carolina. I've always had a passion for things that fly, and so I actually started a company called Intelligent Flying Machines out of college. And Intelligent Flying Machines has morphed and transformed into OneTrack, which is a company that's deploying these cameras that I mentioned. Ultimately, our goal is to bring machine vision sensors, deep learning software, and distributed computing into the entire supply chain and enable all these different systems to talk to each other, because there are a lot of gaps still between systems such as your WMS, your yard management system, and the people on the floor. Let's go to the next slide. So what is artificial intelligence? Well, in the past, machines were used for dull and repetitive tasks. Nowadays, machines and software really are able to respond to and adjust to the environment that they are in. So if you think about robots, especially in factories, for example, they used to be used for very repetitive work. Nowadays, they can be used for cognitive work, adapting to the environment, understanding what is around them. This is enabled by what many would call artificial intelligence. And really, there are many fields within artificial intelligence, for example, machine learning, deep learning. And these technologies, really driven by research, have enabled us to enable applications such as visual perception, speech recognition, decision-making, language translation in a way that wasn't possible before. See, in the past, if you tried to make a camera understand or see this is a cat in this image, you would have to hire hundreds of engineers, put them in a room and have them come up with rules for how to recognize a cat or an animal in that particular image. And those rules don't really hold up all the time. If you think about a warehouse and you're trying to recognize items in that facility, things change very quickly. And with artificial intelligence, it's possible to actually build models that learn from the data they capture and adjust to the environment. So that completely changes what is possible inside a facility. So how does this apply to logistics operations? Let's go to the next slide. So if you think about a logistics operation today, especially if you don't have a lot of existing automation implemented yet, oftentimes you're running a warehouse, you're running a facility, and you're very reactive in what you do on a day-to-day basis. Most of the time is spent putting out fires. Every time I go on site with a warehouse, everyone is stressed. Everyone is stressed out because there's some issue to respond to, some issue to resolve. That is very reactive management. Using machine learning, it is possible to look at data, the data being captured by your WMS or your other systems or cameras like OneTrack, and then respond to indicators of a potential problem that could cause an issue in the future. This makes you a proactive organization. This makes your management proactive based on the things that might happen in the future and prevent problems before they actually turn into downstream operational issues. If you think about the core problem inside a warehouse, oftentimes it comes down to people and making sure that the right conversations are had with every single associate every single day. And how do you ensure that those conversations are actually had and that the right ones are being focused on? Well, using machine learning, again, it is possible to actually look at what is happening in the raw data that we're capturing about our operation, and then be very specific and very targeted in the coaching that really unleashes the maximum potential in every one of your associates, both from a productivity and a safety side. It's really about changing behavior and changing culture to be data-driven in the decisions that you make every single day in your warehouse on the floor. Let's go to the next slide. Now, obviously, there are a ton of different benefits of using artificial intelligence in the supply chain. The list is obviously much longer than this. But one important point that we talk a lot about with our customers is if you invest in a technology like OneTrack, you don't invest in OneTrack for the output that OneTrack generates. If you're buying software that predicts something into the future, you're not buying the prediction. What you should be focusing on is how does the prediction, how does this model actually affect my bottom line, the metrics that matter to me and my customer? How do those outputs transform how I'm running my operation, and how does it affect the KPIs that you're being measured against? So really the benefits of using this type of technology is about changing the way you're running the facility based on what is actually most critical on a day-to-day basis. So let's take a look at a couple of different examples how this is being used in warehouses today. At a high level, if we take a look at this here, this is how we typically split up the responsibilities at our customers' facilities between humans and the artificial intelligence, or really the machine learning software that is being deployed. at their facility. As a human, I'm focused on providing the right coaching to my employees, to my associates, and coaching based on leading indicators. On the machine learning side, we are looking at data feeds that tell us what is happening in the facility that isn't expected, that is different than what we would have expected to see in the facility. And it's doing that with a data set that is much larger than any human could ever process. At the same time, it's not just about detecting those deviations, it's really also about being able to classify them and prioritize them. Going back to the example of everyone being reactive in the warehouse, if you have 100,000 different exceptions that are happening every day, how do you figure out which ones you should be responding to? Very seasoned supply chain leaders often say, well, I have a gut instinct for what I should be talking about. We take the gut instinct out of this and we make this based on data, and we're able to actually connect the conversations you're having on the floor with the outputs really from your own operation, such as your labor cost per pallet, your cost per case, or even the number of incidents per associate. And then over time, by using this technology in your day-to-day processes, you're becoming better as an organization. And you're not just becoming better once, you continue to become better because artificial intelligence continues to adapt and learn from your operation, meaning that the deviations and the exceptions and the anomalies it picks up become more granular and more specific to your particular facility. So one example here on this slide is an example of on-the-floor safety issues. The first part here is that, let's say there's an accident captured by one of your one-track cameras, and that accident shows somebody running into a column, crushing a trash can, accident, almost getting injured, and you identify based on the one-track recording that actually what caused the issue was a scanner that was not holstered, but was sitting on the forklift itself, getting stuck underneath the steering wheel. Well, in the past, if you didn't have one track, first of all, you probably would not have known that that was the reason. But then you also weren't able to use this as an impetus to start being proactive about scanners being holstered on every single forklift. Using machine learning and the computer vision technology we've developed, it's possible to train a neural network that then actually identifies these types of issues, for example, loose scanners sitting on your forklift, and alert you about those ahead of time, and then create targeted coaching processes for your entire team and even multiple facilities across the entire country, making sure that every single time somebody doesn't holster their scan gun, it is something that is being followed up on and coached upon. That's how you change behavior. That's how you make sure that every operator is as safe as possible on the floor. But it's not just about the actual on the floor examples like this, but AI can also be applied in a way that allows you to automate the continuous improvement at the site level. Let's go to the next slide that has an example of this. So here we're looking at, let's take a look at the next slide. Perfect. So here we are looking at a tool called Floor Coordinator. Floor Coordinator is a unsupervised machine learning algorithm that is looking at data being captured from the WMS and our cameras. And it is possible to specify high-level goals for a facility. For example, I want to make sure all my employees keep their units per hour at a number of 200. If we predict that facility or the entire site is starting to trend down beyond a certain threshold, the system is actually looking for the specific operators and transactions and assignments that caused that change in the trend. It automatically notifies the team and assigns coaching tasks to the people on the floor. And by the time the site management responds to the notification that their site is trending in the wrong direction, the team on the floor has already taken the corrective actions to prevent this issue from causing any further issues down the road. Again, this is something that's only possible because there is software that is continuously looking at the data coming out of the facility, responding to that data, and kicking off these automated workflows for your team. So if we just consider these two examples, we have already seen many different customers use these tools to drive measurable improvements in business relevant KPIs. So for example, if we look at the next slide, on the safety side, our 3PL customers have an OSHA TIR that is 75% lower than the average for the industry. That is because they're coaching based on the safety notifications and the safety deviations that our system is picking up from within the facility. We are reducing idle time by over 80%. Associates that are having issues staying in the right tasks process issues, things that would not have been captured unless you put somebody with a stopwatch and a spreadsheet on every single forklift. Our software is capturing those deviations in real time automatically. And it's only possible because it is using machine learning to process that data on its own. Forklift impacts, 50% reduction. And ultimately, the cost to operate your facility also goes down. We've seen cost reductions upwards of 9% in terms of cost per pallet to move pallets through the facilities. So you can see these types of solutions are able to generate real returns and real savings in these facilities. And the only thing they require is deploying lightweight cameras in the facility. Now, with all this, obviously we didn't come up with this overnight, and we've been doing this for a while. And there are a number of lessons learned that we learned just by doing this and seeing our customers use this product. The most important thing that I'd like to emphasize is making sure, again, that if you consider investing in artificial intelligence technology, you're not investing in it just to invest in artificial intelligence or get some type of prediction. You want to make sure you're tying this back to a business problem that you're solving, a metric that matters to you and your customers. At the same time, when you think about implementation, you also want to make sure you're not overloading your associates and your team on the floor with unnecessary notifications. We focus very strongly on the signal to noise ratio, measuring how long it takes for people to respond to the notifications our system generates, and using that actually as input to our AI algorithms to make their predictions and detections better. If the AI is detecting something that nobody responds to, it's probably not valuable. Another point is about dashboards. A lot of people get very excited about dashboards. If you're running a facility and you're on the floor and you're managing the processes, it's very difficult to actually get meaningful, actionable insights out of complicated graphs. This is something that I also saw a lot in the manufacturing world. Oftentimes, it's really just about a screen that says, everything is okay, or here's an issue, go look at this. Those are really the more important visualization tools, not so much the dashboards that you would just use in presentations and things like that. So focusing on the workflow, focusing on the problem you're solving, and making sure that you're capturing data about the system itself and how your team is using it. Those are some of the key lessons that we've learned from deploying this technology in logistics operations around the country. And with that, I think I covered everything for today's presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out or ask them in the Q&A.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mark. We're now going to turn to our fourth panelist. He is Eric Hilton, North America Regional Portfolio Manager with Zebra Technologies. The title of Eric's presentation is Wearable Solutions Enable Operational Flexibility. Eric, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We are going to talk about some wearable technology today, but first, it's really important to make sure we look at why and take a step back. So when we pull up my slides here, we're going to look at e-commerce. E-commerce is booming. And this is a conversation that we actually started and had headlines of pre-2020, back in the 2019 timeframe. We were already focused on e-commerce growth and how quickly things like buy online, pick up in store, or how frequently the Amazon delivery driver shows up at my door. Just to let everybody know, it's every day, and they already showed up twice today. So thank you, Joe. We appreciate that that delivery. In addition to that, if we move on to the next slide, e-commerce, like I mentioned, is growing at a rapid pace. We've seen high order volumes only grow. It's estimated that we are going to grow e-commerce globally from a $3.5 trillion market and double that by the time we get to 2022 into a $6.5 trillion market. If you think about it in your daily life and take a look at exactly the way that you used to shop, the way you used to do business, and now the way that you have access to curbside pickup, direct store deliveries, dropping deliveries right at your door, all of those things are now available to you. And 2020 and the pandemic that we just lived through and that we're still working through has only amplified that conversation. So really important to note that as we come with new and additional routes for that e-commerce technology and those e-commerce deliveries, we're only seeing this growth expand at a rapid rate. Additionally, Joe touched on it earlier, is order complexity. As we see, Joe mentioned the red shirt and the blue shirt from two different parts of the fulfillment center that had to come back together and be in the same order. That complexity, we're ordering more in the same order, in the same transaction, and that's got to come together and then all show up at our curbside or at our home at the same time. So the complexity only increases over time. And furthermore, as consumers, we're all expecting faster delivery times. We're expecting delivery in hours, not days, and days, not weeks. So this is a trend that is only going to continue, is that just-in-time concept, and giving me exactly what I want, when I want it, how I want to receive it at the right time, at the right location. So if we move on to the next slide, we're going to see what 2020 did to that market. So as you see here on the slide, the growth that we experienced across 10 years prior to 2020 in e-commerce was about 16% growth. Now, add that 2020, we more than doubled that growth in that 1 year alone. So when I say that 2020 and the COVID only amplified the e-commerce growth, I mean, it really amplified the e-commerce growth. Now, all of that capability and all of that that conversation leads to, what's the solution? The solution is wearable technology and mobile computing. And mobile computing with wearables is really a hands-free capability, so that I can not just fulfill orders, I can not just fulfill tasks, but I can do it in a hands-free way. I can do it quickly, where I'm receiving information at the point of pick, at the point of distribution, at the point of sortation, and I can immediately and very quickly and efficiently process that order without setting anything down, and I can immediately turn back hands-free, grab the next item, and move on to the next capability. Now, one thing that we will note is, through some of our data that we've been analyzing, we are anticipating that 62% of our wearable deployments out in the market, and there are a large number of wearables out there deployed in the market, 62% of those are expecting an upgrade sometime in the next 2 years. That's a huge opportunity out there for new technology. Bob Bova talked about it earlier with the HD 4000, implementing whether it's voice picking or vision picking. All of these technologies culminate into new ways of fulfilling those orders. If we move on to the next slide, we're going to talk about what wearables can really do for a business, the net of the opportunity and the net business impact. It helps you process more orders every single day. They help increase order accuracy at every step along the way. They help ultimately meet fastest delivery times capable, really helping to serve that customer demand of getting the right product as fast as possible. All around making sure the operator and the individual working in the warehouse is it has a device that's ergonomic, that is light, is thin, is easy to work with, easy to communicate with, and really helps to make sure that they can develop and they can continue working for that full 8-hour shift without impacts, without exhaustion, without anything impacting their ability to complete that task quickly and efficiently. Now, lastly, I'm going to highlight Zebra's solutions for this. Next slide, we're going to talk about Zebra's solution, which is more of, think of it as a modular solution. The WT6300, brand new device that just launched. It's a great device running Android with or without a fixed keyboard. This is a great solution around helping to identify the right solution for our customers. Some of them want to use that keyboard capability to continue implementing in communicating with their WMS. Others don't. Others have modernized their applications and they want to utilize a device without a keyboard. That's an option. It's a modular design. In addition to, when you look at all the accessories noted there on the right, whether it's the RS6000, RS5100 ring scanners that come along with the as optional accessories with the device, so that I can actually scan barcodes quickly, efficiently, make sure that I am processing the right data at the right time and making sure that I am fulfilling orders quickly and efficiently. Or we've got corded ring scanners in addition to the HD 4000 and the HS 3100, both vision and headsets, whether those devices, Bob mentioned it earlier, ultra thin, ultra light, designed around helping to implement not just a standard picking solution, a traditional picking solution, but also really helping to challenge the workflows and open up the opportunity for both voice directed picking and vision directed picking. Really, we're focused on making sure that the modular capabilities of our portfolio are only fit into whatever the solution can continue to fit into the solution that best meets the need of each individual warehouse and each individual customer. So with that, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it back over to Bob Bowman, and I think we're going to take some questions.
Indeed, we are, Eric, and thank you very much for that presentation as well. We do have a number of audience questions to ask already, but even as we are answering them, we still have time for audience members to submit additional questions either via the event chat or over Twitter, hashtag FL Supply Chain Summit. Let me start out with a question that's directed to Bob Bova. What is the most common reason that companies select voice for picking in the warehouse?
Well, the most common reason is that they need more productivity. They're trying to get their folks more productive. Again, there's a real challenge now finding enough people to do everything that needs to be done. So the biggest challenge we see that voice does is it can get that 10, 20, 30, sometimes 50% boost in productivity, and utilizing, like Eric was saying, some of the new tech that's out there right now. If you take a combination solution for voice automation for picking, receiving, shipping, any application now in the warehouse that runs on this great tech, there's a real opportunity to make folks extremely more productive, eliminate errors. And that's exactly what the folks in the warehouse are looking for right now. This is their big challenge, and they need to do it now. Okay, it can't be in a year or 2 years. It has to happen. Can I put this in 60 days, 90 days? Can I get this going? And that's something that, especially a modular device-based voice solution can do. So yeah, that's what we see primarily all the time.
Does it come down to an either or decision of voice versus pick to light? Are those two technologies compatible or mutually exclusive, or are they used in completely different environments, or what?
That's a great question. The fact is that in today's warehouses are so unbelievably complex in terms of what they're picking, how they're picking, especially if you're a third-party logistics provider. If you're a 3PL, you've got multiple customers, doing multiple types of product sets. So the challenge is to look at the technology and understand where in your warehouse the best solution is. Most of all the technologies interleave in some way. The customers that we have utilize just about everything somewhere because it's the best possible solution. The great part about device-based voice automation is that it's not just for picking. I mean, we use it for all kinds of picking. We got customers case pick, piece pick, everything. But I mean, we can do replenishment and cycle count and receiving. So you can have all these voice-enabled applications on like a single great Zebra device. That 6,000 is tremendous. So you can run all kinds of applications on these devices with voice automation. And again, you have to look at all the tech because there's great tech out there. And then you figure out, what works best for you.
So to the additional question of what if we have a custom developed WMS, can we still use voice? Your answer would be?
Absolutely. The power of today's mobile devices, again, I keep going back to Eric. The fact is these mobile devices today can run everything. So if you have a custom-based warehouse management system, you don't need middleware, you don't need integration layers. Everything that you can do is on the device. So if there's an application that your WMS is pushing out to a mobile device, it can be completely voice automated and now also integrated with Vision too, if that's something that's important for training for your facility. So yes, the answer is yes. The voice is on the table now for everybody.
Great. Thank you very much. A robot question for Joe. How can companies much smaller than Amazon take advantage of robotics for day-to-day operations? Is it cost prohibitive?
That's a great question. For those of you who don't know, Amazon Robotics actually started as a startup company based out of Boston, Massachusetts called Kiva Systems. And we were acquired by Amazon in 2012. I initially thought that maybe there would be a conflict between, internal interests and external interests. But I'll tell you what, there's more work to go around internal to Amazon than I could have imagined. So currently, all of the products that I've talked about today, are only available internally to Amazon warehouses. That said, when Kiva was acquired by Amazon and left the market, there was a big gaping hole left in the robotics industry that since has been filled by a number of other companies, that some of which are founded by former employees of Amazon Robotics. It's funny that they all kind of sprouted up around Boston as well. Boston has become a little bit of a robotics tech hub, but I definitely know that while I'm not an expert on any of those other solutions, they're out there, and there's only more and more of them popping up every year. Initially, we saw that there were some companies popping up shortly after the acquisition in India, where intellectual property laws didn't carry over quite as obviously. But now there's so many different applications that have been addressed with robotic solutions, that there's literally dozens of companies just in the Boston area that are working on warehouse automation in robotic space. And obviously, many of those companies tailor to smaller companies. Whereas the systems that I've talked about today really require, a greenfield installation where the building is built to the specification of our systems. Smaller companies can't afford to tear down a warehouse and build a new one, and so that's the market that some of these other companies have targeted. And a quick Google search can find a number of different companies that are doing something similar.
A related question to that would be, so often we're talking about how this technology can be scaled up. I'm asking here, or this being asked, how can it be scaled down with the trend toward the creation of smaller distribution centers, micro-fulfillment centers within retail footprints, not your giant super Amazon distribution centers? Is this technology appropriate for those smaller footprints as well?
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, the technology has to be adapted, and you have to make sure that it's still, the cost benefit is still going to be there. If you take a system and just simply scale it down, maybe it will work, but the ROI will not be feasible. There usually ends up being some modifications to the design that you have to make to accommodate a micro fulfillment solution, even if it's something minor, like different ergonomics to the stations to be able to handle a higher volume of smaller products, in a warehouse in the middle of a large city or something like that. There generally has to be modifications to the system. That said, we're exploring a number of those opportunities as we speak, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we're able to do. Part of, this question kind of touches at the root of why we're developing platforms that can be expanded for different applications in the future, rather than investing in a single robot that's only ever going to work in one application. That's where our Xanthus drive unit that I spoke about earlier really is going to pay dividends, because there's applications that we haven't thought of yet that are going to be compatible with the platform through the development of a custom extension to attach to the robot. That said, I think that for folks from other companies, there's a number of other companies that I'd recommend you check out online. Quick Google search can come up with a few of the main ones. And I know that they're targeting just that. They're targeting these smaller applications where you don't have the scale of an Amazon fulfillment center.
This next question is directed to Bob Bova, but I think it also is relevant to each of you in a larger sense. But let me ask it of Bob first, and that is, if voice is deployed for a process such as picking, what is the flexibility of the staff to execute the process, especially when order volumes increase?
So as order volumes increase, the whole point is to be able to have a process that's optimized with voice. So as you deploy it and things continue to move forward and change, as you want to add more people, especially for this is exactly what happens during seasonal employment. So you get around Thanksgiving, Christmas, most retailers start to bring on more folks so that they can handle the additional volume. So the whole point is to continue to get technology and workflows that you can voice enable, again, so that all they're doing is their job. They don't have to look at the screen sometimes. Like Eric was saying, sometimes you don't even need a keyboard anymore. The whole point is to try to make it as quick and efficient as possible. So that's what voice really does. So as you get to a point where all of a sudden you decide, we have to go to 2 shifts now, or we have to, we need to bring in 20% more people. If you're getting 20, 30, 40% more productivity out of your folks because of voice automation, then all of a sudden it becomes more cost effective to bring on more folks, and you're also teaching them new skills. So that's the big benefit. And I think if you look at, again, I don't want to steal Eric's thunder, but if you look at things that continue to evolve with vision, with voice, and how all those technologies continue to mesh to make for a truly automated experience, you're going to get the most productive and effective and efficient implementation of all warehouse applications, and that's really what we're all trying to get for our customers. So,
well, let me ask Eric this, because I'm curious as to where an environment that has a heavy reliance on wearables, how would it ramp up during a peak season needs in terms of bringing on a workforce? How quickly could that workforce be made conversant with the technology and be up and running at full scale in a peak environment?
Yeah, historically, we've seen, the point there is training time. So as we bring in new associates for that peak time, do I need to bring them in 6 weeks ahead of peak so that they can get used to it, they can get familiar with the environment, and then they can start to finally get to that right performance efficiency? Voice and even vision picking reduces that time, that training time, from weeks down to days, even down to hours. Being able to offer that capability and being able to offer that training time reduction, getting new associates up to speed faster, really helps to make that efficiency and that workflow, really staffing up as super simple as possible.
I think another question for Eric. The questioner says, we are sick of virtual meetings, the questioner said to a virtual meeting, and technology, though it is cool and allows today's meetings to happen. But Zoom's fatigue is real. What about wearable tech? Is there a danger of the same sort of fatigue?
There is. I think there is. I think there's a risk there. I think there will always be a part, and there will always be an opportunity for wearables. There's always going to be a need for technology at the point of pick, at the point of telling to tell an associate and give them directions, and whether that's to get the right order, or to put it in the right bin, or to put it on the right robot, whatever the case may be, there's always going to be a need for that guidance. So it really becomes down to the most ergonomic way of doing that. Currently, wearable technology is the way in terms of putting that technology on an associate so that they can wear it, they can still be hands-free, and they can go about their business. The idea is, and what we're focused on, is always making sure that it's lighter, thinner, longer battery life, all of those capabilities to help you really maximize that, so that you can maximize the performance while minimizing that impact of having that technology worn on your person.
Let me just jump in real quick. Sure. The fact is that with this type of technology, you can actually put it in a training mode. So if you voice automated the application on a Zebra device, even with the HD 4000 wearables, you can be a new person. You can say, what can I say here? What can I do here? So if as the person starts to gear up, they become less and less tied to the actual application itself. So it becomes much more natural. So the whole point is for it to be a nice, natural interaction. After they get past the whole, training mode, they can start to say, really feel comfortable with, only looking at it for maybe an exception, or maybe only, and all of a sudden it becomes very, very, again, it dovetails beautifully into just being a very natural interface. And we've got thousands and thousands of these, deployed, and there's the issue of fatigue really only happens when you're constantly like looking at something and doing, trying to do it manually. That can be a problem. But when you integrate these technologies and you're moving forward, that's when it becomes really, really interesting, because that fatigue starts to go away.
Even more so, it seems like when muscle memory clicks in, when you've learned a technology well enough, you don't even know you're using a technology. And maybe that's where we're going with this, I guess. But Joe, this is a question about the type of skills that Amazon looks for when filling warehouse positions with the robots. We saw, obviously, a redefinition of the human role in warehouses as a result. And I'd like to tack onto that the question of, because Kiva was such an innovator in almost full automation, whether we might be looking down the line, down the road somewhere at these so-called lights out warehouses where people aren't used at all. So kind of a two-part question: the skills we need now, and will we need people at all in the years ahead?
Yeah, so tackling the first question first, it really depends on the role. And I think that a big part of our job at Amazon Robotics is to make the jobs that are going to be interacting with our robots as easy to ramp up. We talked about learning curve. Some of the other speakers talked about learning curve for associates. There's a learning curve associated with new technology that's irrespective of, productivity. And a big part of our job is making these systems as easy to interact with as possible. That said, the introduction of technology into these warehouse applications has created a whole lot of new types of jobs that didn't exist in those warehouses previously. In one of our videos, you saw Kat Kachura, who was one of the flow control managers at one of our facilities, that deals with optimizing the system, the fleet of robots, and making sure that the health of the fleet is at a healthy level, and that we're getting the most out of it. That's a role that requires a little bit more technical understanding of what's going on that just didn't exist in the past. So I think that at the base level, we want to have jobs that can be done by anyone. And then the introduction of the technology opens up more specialized jobs as it goes. As for the lights out FC, I think that would be great, but I think we're a long way away from that. I think that at the moment, the technologies that we're investing in are technologies that are going to multiply the effect of individual associates and not replace them. But it's exciting to see what's going to happen. We've seen technology develop very rapidly over the last 10 years. So who knows what we'll see in the future.
Let me bring in Mark for a somewhat similar question related specifically to AI. And that is, Mark, you referred to one of the big roles of AI these days is decision making. And indeed, you showed us the AI machine, or making those decisions and having it translated into almost instant action. To what extent is there no gap between the AI making the decision and something happening versus the need for a human being to be in the middle of that as an intermediary to decide whether that is the right decision, to carry it out as a human being? Where's the person in the AI decision-making process now and in the future?
So today, the machine learning system is indicating what issues or what events a person should be looking at. And that's where there is still a big human component in this process, that there's a person conducting the coaching, having a conversation, investigating the issue. But I think if you sort of project out where we are today, where we were 5 years ago, and the kinds of things that are possible today, I think it isn't unreasonable to think about warehouses in the next 5 to 10 years, where basically all of the on-the-floor management is sitting in a control room, managing hundreds or even thousands of employees or associates that are working on the floor and using and leveraging software to interact with the associates on the floor, basically in real time. I think right now, there are a lot of different processes that come together in these facilities that are very complex and that still require humans to ensure that the right actions are being taken. But I think long-term, it is definitely the direction that a lot of operations are going, that you kind of want to be able to run a warehouse from a bunch of smartphones and a building with maybe forklifts, but not much else infrastructure needed on site to run that operation.
Thank you. Here's a question that could be applied to the entire panel. I guess I'll start with Eric, and if anyone else wants to chime in just the last few minutes we have, I'd appreciate it. What kind of cybersecurity concerns should we as managers be concerned about with mobile device tech, wearables, robots, et cetera? So what about the wearables part of that, Eric?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a huge concern. That's a huge risk. Anytime you're implementing new technology, the question becomes, am I implementing a new risk factor? How many risk vectors do I have in my environment? And that's really where making sure that you've got you're up to date on all of your firmware updates and up to date on all of your Zebra lifeguard patches for any of the Zebra devices out there. That's always the first step. The second step is you can additionally build layers outside of that, locking the devices down or giving the flexibility to be able to utilize certain applications on the device, but lock everything else down so that it can't be accessed by the operators or by any rogue devices that come into the environment. So it's a really important aspect to make sure that you're always staying up to date and always making sure that you're keeping security top of mind, and knowing that everybody on this panel, we all face that same conversation every single day, and we've all implemented solutions to make sure that the solution is ultimately robust, secure, and protected.
We can only hope, considering the number of breaches we've seen of supposedly impregnable systems up to this point. But Bob, what about on the voice side? Is security a concern there?
Well, one of the benefits of being device-based voice, again, is being on the edge. So whereas in the past you had server-based solutions that potentially had some backdoors or potential possibilities for breaches, with device-based voice, we get to take advantage of all the great patches that Eric was just talking about. When the managers of the networks inside our largest customers, they've got a lot. They've got people full time. This is all they do. And since we reside on that device, as long as that device is secure, there isn't any main place that that voice actually now in terms of device based. There isn't a server with a big bunch of middleware sitting on it anymore. That's all changed. So we really depend on companies like Zebra, who take good care of the edge, and also the great folks that are in operations that that's their full-time job to ensure that those devices are locked down. A lot of organizations don't allow access to the internet. It's only inside the warehouse, and so that way all that information is very well protected, because again, it's extremely proprietary to those individual vendors. So fortunately, again, as device-based, that's not an issue like it was when they were large server-based voice systems.
Same issue, Joe, within the four walls of an Amazon fulfillment center, that you don't feel that there is any particular or any serious cybersecurity concern with the robots, or do you?
Yeah, so I mean, there's certainly a concern there, and there's many teams of individuals within Amazon that are focused on information security, and thankfully, we're not reinventing the wheel. We're not the first internally developed hardware to be deployed in our warehouses. And so, in some ways, Amazon Robotics is fortunate in that there's others that have paved the way and established best practices and established the script for certification to make sure that our system is adhering to all of the information security policies, which internally are quite strict. That said, I wouldn't be qualified to speak on the specifics of it, but I do know it is a concern, especially when you talk about some of our applications like a delivery station that has open doors that vans can drive straight in. You can't purely rely on physical security. You need to have your information secure as well.
Thanks, Joe. Almost done here, but I just want to ask Joe if there's any aspect of the Amazon robot technology that can break out of the fulfillment center and be used for last mile delivery, since that is definitely a part of Amazon's current delivery strategy. I don't know. Obviously, it's maybe beyond your job, but do you have any opinion as to whether that same robotic technology is applicable to the last mile?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously the technology is different when you're talking about a structured field where we control all the variables versus outside of the warehouse where you have to deal with the environment. That said, Amazon has developed some such technology. You may have seen the ads for our Scout robots that assist with last mile deliveries. And the exciting thing for me is, even though I haven't worked on those technologies personally, I'm able to see them when I go into our manufacturing facility, because we have a shared center of excellence to manufacture all types of robots, regardless of which team actually developed them.
Well, thank you for that. I'm thinking that anybody who has ever been a parent with a child in a car, or anyone who has ever been a child in a car, asks that perennial question, are we there yet? Well, I think the four of you have done a very good job of talking about where we are, where we're going. Whether we ever get there or not, I don't know. It's a constant process. But Bob Bova, AccuSpeech Mobile, Joe Fox, Amazon Robotics, Mark Jiang Joshi of One Track AI, and Eric Hilton, Zebra Technology. You've done a fantastic job for us today describing four key technologies affecting the supply chain today. I want to thank everybody for being with me today, and I want to thank the audience for listening. Everybody have a great day. At this point, I'm going to throw it over to Chris Sawchuk for the next session. Chris, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Bob, and good afternoon. As Bob said, my name is Chris Sawchuk, and I'm the Global Procurement and Supply Management Advisory Practice Leader for the Hackett Group, a business advisory firm. Before I introduce the moderator for the final session, focus on the topic of cold chain, and specifically the distribution of the COVID vaccine, I would like to share a few perspectives. If we look back a year ago, for many, the supply chain was a new concept, and COVID changed that. Today, we see supply chain permeating the general press. Just a couple of weeks ago, our president signed an executive order to address chip shortages through a review to strengthen supply chains. Supply chain risk is now an executive committee issue, and in many organizations, a board-level discussion. And this has created significant opportunity, not only for supply chain professionals, but students alike. So what about the cold chain? First, it didn't start with the distribution of the vaccine. There's been a number of trends that have driven the need to maintain a constant temperature of goods from where they are being produced to the end consumer. In the pharma industry, it was the move from small molecule pill form medicines to more biologics. In the food industry, it's the desire of the end consumer for fresh and less processed foods. And there are more. These trends are driving innovations in packaging, cooling, network design, sensing technologies, as well as the traceability with the supply chain. So without further ado, let me welcome and introduce the moderator, Kevin Smith, of the next panel focused on the pharmaceutical supply chain and how they are contending with the COVID-19 vaccine challenge. He is currently the president and CEO of Sustainable Supply Chain Consulting. Prior to his current role, Kevin was the Senior Vice President of Supply Chain and Logistics and Corporate Sustainability Officer for CVS Caremark. Prior to CVS, Kevin spent 27 years in the CPG food manufacturing arena with such organizations as H.J. Heinz and Kraft Foods. Kevin is the past chairman of the board of directors for the Council of Supply Chain Management Professionals. He's on the advisory committee for the MIT Center of Transportation and Logistics and served as their chairman in 2017. He also has served on multiple working committees for the National Academies of Science, aimed at safeguarding and sustaining supply chains. And there are many more. Kevin and his wife currently live in Windermere, Florida. Please welcome Kevin Smith.
Thank you so much, Chris, and welcome everybody to the closing panel discussion today. We can describe the current situation as a once-in-a-century occurrence, we hope. But it's an experience from which we'll learn valuable lessons that will allow us to respond effectively to future crises. Now, it's safe to say, despite what Chris said about supply chain being in the news a lot, that over 90% of the population has no idea how supply chains really operate. Our supply chains have become so efficient and so omnipresent that the general public just assumes that they're going to be able to find the stuff they want, when they want it, where they want it. Of course, it's more complex than that. And it takes a wide number of supply chain organizations to tackle a problem as large as COVID-19. This is an opportunity for this panel to explain how complex and important supply chains are in this literal life and death situation. So please allow me a moment to introduce our panelists, who represent four very distinguished and highly regarded companies in the pharmaceutical supply chain arena. I will then allow them each a few minutes to give a brief overview of themselves and their supply chain's involvement in the current COVID-19 vaccine challenge. Our first panelist is Brad Parrish. Brad is the Vice President of Engineering for FedEx Supply Chain. He has 30 years of supply chain experience and is responsible for corporate and field engineering, project and facility design and engineering, quality engineering, pricing and solutions, and the project management office for FedEx. Brad, thank you for being with us today.
My pleasure.
Next is Matt Cook. Matt is Senior Director of Centralized Services Business Partnerships for Walgreens. Matt has been in the pharma supply chain industry for over 25 years and is the strategic leader for clients and contact centers, and is responsible for both internal and external business relationship management at Walgreens. Matt Cook, thank you for being with us today. Please say hello to Larry Haas.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Matt. Larry is the Director of Sales and Marketing for Woodfield Distribution Services, LLC. With over 25 years of business experience, Larry is responsible for the implementation of marketing programs, distinguishing Woodfield Distribution Services, and expanding business opportunities with Woodfield's numerous supply chain clients. Thank you, Larry, for joining us today.
Thank you, Kevin.
And rounding out our panel, meet Jose Watlington. Jose is Director of Global Supply Chain for Amgen. With more than 25 years of experience in the logistics field, his responsibilities include managing strategic operations improvement programs, including strategies related to transportation, security, and serialization for Amgen. Thank you, Jose, for taking time to be with us today.
Thank you, Kevin. Looking forward.
So we have four excellent panelists with over a century of experience between them, who will provide a wonderful cross-section of supply chain activities directly related to or adjacent to our current COVID-19 vaccine challenges. At this time, I will ask each of our panelists to provide a brief overview of their companies, and then we'll get into the challenges with COVID-19 vaccines and related activities. Brad, I'd like to begin with you, please.
Sure. Kevin, there was a short video. We're going to share that real quick. Okay, well, thanks for letting me share that. And in that short 30, 40 seconds that you just saw there, when we talk about cold chain, we talk about supply chain. What you just saw there was in the video, you saw cold storage coolers, minus 25 Celsius to minus 10 Celsius. You saw material handling equipment, refrigerated receiving and shipping docks, dry ice, temp monitoring, what we call SensoWare, refrigerated trailers and such. So we talk about the cold chain. That's just a visual of a lot of the things that we're talking, and that's only a portion of it, because that is, in supply chain, you have everything from the origin to the first mile, middle mile, last mile and such. What I'm gonna just share today a little bit with you is my overview. As Kevin said, I've been with FedEx now for majority of my career. And the FedEx story, just so you're familiar with us, and I think most folks actually are, yes, it's transportation. But the second part of it is we do have an entity that's cold chain storage and supply chain. I actually work for FedEx Supply Chain, which is one of the entities within the FedEx enterprise. So you have transportation, you have supply chain, and then the third piece of FedEx, which I think is not a real stretch, is the data portion. We are a data company. And when we start talking about things as vaccines and such, the information surrounding a shipment is just as important as the shipment itself. And our chairman, Fred Smith, who has started the FedEx enterprise back in '73, he talks about that and about how important that information is surrounding it. And as we get into the questions, we'll talk a little bit more about that. Just to, the last piece is the COVID-19 story and how do we relate to the COVID-19 story and the measures that FedEx has taken and such. Well, just to kind of frame it up, our story really began way before COVID-19. FedEx actually had been working on strategic plans to broaden the e-commerce, the home delivery thing. And this took years before the pandemic hit. And then what happened was, even before the pandemic, we had unprecedented demand for the service once the pandemic hit. And again, vaccines just recently came out. So you had demand that you've never seen before, such as everything from daily goods and such, and even groceries and everything that folks used to go out to purchase. And then we had the next phase, which is the movement of PPE. And FedEx played a large part in moving PPE across the world. And we're not just talking about masks and such. We're talking about disinfectant. We're talking about wipes, test kits, even ventilators and such. And now we get to the third part, which is what we're really talking about today. And that's the vaccine movement. So it really has been a journey. And that's kind of where we are today with that journey.
Thank you, Brett. FedEx certainly has been involved in this since the very beginning, and I'm sure you'll be doing a lot more over the next 6 to 8 months. Matt Cook from Walgreens, I wonder if you could give us a little bit of an overview of what Walgreens is up to today and how the COVID-19 vaccine is shaping up for your company.
Sure, Kevin, thanks. Yeah, we're in the middle of it, right? It's interesting. We have 9,200 locations that are out there in the communities that we serve and have served since 1901. And I guess we, as a company, we kind of have all aspects of this of COVID delivery that impact us, right? We have all of the supply chain issues and the things to deal with. Won't call them issues, but I guess the challenges that everybody else is facing with refrigeration and availability, et cetera. But then we also are tasked with not necessarily the last mile, but the last inch, and that's putting the needle in the arm of people. And we actually hit. I think we hit the 5 million mark on flu shots today. It's so interesting to be a part of that, and have to be able to protect your team members at the same time you're trying to protect the public. We do have 9,200 locations, and we're within 5 miles of 80% of the population, and that has its own unique challenges in supply chain, but it roots us in the communities that really need us. And I think one of the values that we have is that we are so close, and we've been in the healthcare business since 1901, and have always risen to challenges that face us as a nation, or even regionally with hurricanes and weather and impacts like that. Always there to help with that. But this is a very unique sort of situation because the old joke was that hey, we're within 5 miles of 80% of the population, and people tend to give directions with, hey, go to the Walgreens, take a right, down to the next Walgreens, take a left, and then you're there, because we're literally all across the U.S. and that has its own challenges in today's environment because of the different jurisdictions and the way that this vaccine is being rolled out. Normally in supply chain, you have a customer that wants something, that has a need for something. You make enough of it, you sell it as much as you can, as quickly as you can, and give people what they need. And this situation has so many different variables with the changing eligibility that is different even by state. And then the obvious limitations with the vaccine are their own challenge. But even the change and influx of demand, where people were more hesitant in the beginning to get the vaccine, and now they're not as hesitant, and so the demand is increasing, and this wave of desire to get it is there. But it's also inventory that you don't own. It's inventory that is given to us by federal and state governments, and we take possession of it and have less control over that in many cases than what we really want. So the obvious storage requirements that have been mentioned before, with different manufacturers requiring different storage requirements, and then the tools to engage patients in different ways, and then multiply that times 3 different shots, so that you kind of have to treat each one a bit differently, and it is a very unique set of challenges that I'm happy to say we're right in the middle of, and proud as a company to be able to provide this type of service to the communities, and even in medically underserved areas that have challenges with getting the vaccine today. So that's how we're doing, and there's a lot more to do, Kevin.
Thank you, Matt. And I'm sure we'll come back to the question of inventory and managing inventory and storage, et cetera, in a few moments. But right now, I'd like to hear from Larry. Larry, Woodfield is not directly involved in vaccine distribution, but there are many things adjacent to the vaccine that are going on. How has Woodfield Services participated in this process?
Well, thanks, Kevin. And yes, Woodfield is a pharmaceutical logistics services company. And we're based actually in Boca Raton, Florida, and have 9 facilities throughout the country. And it's been quite a journey. Just listening to Matt and Chris's introduction as well. The way we're involved is not so much in the vaccine distribution, but again, in PPE distribution, in the COVID kits and antigen kits that we've distributed with clients, and related products and components for those efforts in terms of packaging and secondary packaging and things like and components. But I think the way that this pandemic has really affected us, not just with cold chain, but with our other services, is quite profound. We're a private company, and we're able to react very quickly to the needs of our customers and our pharmaceutical manufacturer clients for their changing needs, and that has been something that we're very proud of, and it's all due to the pandemic and really creating resilience in the system and in our processes. So Chris mentioned in the introduction the executive order, and we can check off most of the things that were listed in that in terms of how our business is addressing those issues. Reshoring is something that we're intimately involved with, and that really deals with companies, whether they're based in the United States or internationally, that work with us to bring a business presence into the United States so that they can maintain a commercial relationship, because that government sort of relationship with businesses outside the country is changing and has changed in the past, and they want to be sure that they have a supply chain and a secure supply chain within North America. That leads to things like specialty chemicals, which is a growing part of our business, because as the pharmaceutical supply chain begins to consolidate and raw materials are produced in the same country as finished product. This is something that we are becoming more involved in terms of our capabilities to be able to handle hazardous materials, because many of the API and specialty chemicals are flammable or require that through that entire process. It means that pharmaceutical manufacturers that used to have a certain level of safety stock, maybe 6 months or so, are now expanding that to be like 18 months. So that has required us to go out and acquire more facilities and more locations and more capacity. Customers that are concerned with how business is going to be conducted from now on because of this situation with the pandemic means that we are duplicating services in multiple facilities. So whereas efficiency in the past meant, well, we're going to consolidate our kitting for this particular product in one area or one location, now we've multiplied that to multiple locations. Stock is now divided amongst several locations instead of one, based on a number of different factors. So those are just a couple of examples in terms of stockpiles, redundancy, reshoring. Workforce is something that we're all dealing with as well in terms of managing people to address all of these issues that I've mentioned. So it means now that we have special teams of team members who would move between facilities that are located close to each other for specific kitting projects, for example, which is also increased because putting a number of different components together in our production suites requires special skills, and we have sort of the specialized teams now that move and are able to adapt and be flexible according to client needs as orders today are much more volatile or unpredictable than they were in the past. So cold chain is one aspect of how we're growing our business, but these other issues really affect every pharmaceutical manufacturer and other manufacturers as well. And that's how we're addressing these issues and really is the way that we see moving forward successfully in the supply chain.
Thank you so much, Larry. And you're driving home the point that this is much more complex than just saying the two words supply chain and having people understand that things move from one place to another. There are a lot of moving parts. Finally, we have Jose Watlington. Jose, you're the supply chain director for Amgen. Amgen is no stranger to health critical pharma distribution. You even have certain drugs that deal with comorbidities associated with COVID-19. How is Amgen dealing with the COVID-19 situation?
Thank you, Kevin. I'll start with a quick snapshot from Amgen. So Amgen is one of the world's leading biotechnology companies. We have presence in approximately 100 countries. Our mission is to serve patients, and we focus on innovative medicines on areas of high unmet medical needs, such as cardiovascular diseases, oncology, and neuroscience, to mention a few. Just in the US, we have 8 locations, including our capability center in Tampa, Florida. So when it comes to how Amgen is dealing with this situation, obviously, I would like to start with the patient perspective, right? So we have a lot of efforts in terms of industry collaboration, in which we have joint efforts with other pharma industry companies that we're trying to enable potential therapies. The most recent one announced is our global collaboration with Eli Lilly, through which Amgen will be manufacturing a therapeutic antibody that has been developed by Lilly for the treatment of COVID-19. And like Kevin mentioned, we also have within our own portfolio in clinical trials some of our products for specifically inflammation that are being evaluated as a potential treatment for COVID. So that's some of the efforts, obviously, that pertains to patients specifically. Now, for supply chain and the operational perspective, some of the strategy that we have put into place to deal with the current situation, in the very early stages of the pandemic, we set a cross-functional task force led by global supply chain to focus on the mitigation strategies to avoid any disruption of the supply of our medicines and clinical trials. So obviously some of the topics that we've been discussing and that have already been mentioned. In our case, obviously, At the very beginning, we were very concerned with constraints in raw materials, obviously restrictions in the transportation of our not only raw materials, but also within our finished drug products. Obviously, we were very concerned also with some of the elements that pertain to single sourcing, right? So there was some dependencies there when it comes to our manufacturing network. So some of the things that obviously we're gonna be discussing as part of the forum that obviously came across as challenges within supply chains as part of COVID-19.
Thank you, Jose. That was a great overview of what's going on at Amgen. Over the next 50 or so minutes that we have, we're going to try to get a little bit more of the story on what's happened in cold chain for supply chain over the past year and give our panelists an opportunity to answer some questions. I have a number of questions that I'm going to pose to our panelists, but we also want to answer as many questions from our audience as possible. If you have questions, please input them on the Zoom chat function, and we'll try to get to as many of your questions as we can in what's going to be a very fast hour. But to start it off, I'm going to ask each of our panelists to weigh in on this question to begin with. And let's start with Matt Cook, please. As your company has dealt with supply chain challenges associated with COVID-19, what has been the biggest lesson learned?
I'm trying to think, learned or confirmed. You know, I think I don't know that I don't know that I've learned this lesson, but it is nice to have it confirmed that in times of crisis over my career, I've seen that the people that are involved in resolving crisis always rise to the challenge. I think that's the success of you know, long-term companies and what it takes to be successful. And this is a bit different because it's not regional. You know, it's not something that you can just kind of take people to the scene of the crime, right, wherever it happened, and you can kind of figure out if it's a wildfire or something like that. And I think the lesson is the more flexible you can be and have everybody in a company get behind something, man, you can really do a lot of stuff. You can really move the needle on you know, changing the way you serve the needs of the country, of the world. Candidly, I mean, I guess I always knew that you know, pharmacies are there for their communities, and I mean it in ways that demonstrate the value in healthcare that you can't necessarily get anywhere. I mean, where else is it easy enough to just go talk to a healthcare professional by walking into a store, or just picking up a phone and making a phone call and talking to a pharmacist. And when there's a need, I'm just incredibly proud to look around and see literally everyone I talk to in our company is so excited about being able to help in communities. And I think it's the same thing I see all across everywhere. And I don't want to specifically say, you know, just pharmacies, because it's supply chain. It by far and away supply chain. You got to get these shots to, you know, to the stores and work with other partners and you know, in ways that are new and creative, in ways that you didn't do before. And so I think the biggest lesson for me, the thing that I can say has been confirmed, is the power of the people in any organization. There's nothing like a crisis to highlight heroes in an organization, and I think there's no shortage of them when it comes to this crisis.
Thank you, Matt. We have lots more to talk about there, but you've done a nice job of summarizing.
Yes, sure.
Brad, FedEx is no stranger to time-sensitive, time-critical deliveries. There can't be anything more time-critical than something that has to be kept at 95 minus degrees Celsius. What's the largest lesson that FedEx has learned through this process?
Well, I'll start out just kind of reiterating what Matt just said there. The largest lesson as far as, hey, the people rallying together, especially in a time of a crisis, this pandemic is personal to everyone. Everyone is either impacted or they have loved ones that have dramatically been impacted with it. So it really is amazing to see how folks rallied together. In the midst of pandemics, we've dealt with some winter storms even recently and seen the same thing where we have folks that are going the extra mile on heroes. But if you really want to go back to, hey, what is the biggest lesson learned that resonates with me is that it's easy to go, or not, it's never easy, but to go day by day and tactically operate. But the importance of the strategic planning, as my earlier comments were about how our strategic vision was to do some of these things that are now in place, but it was accelerated dramatically, accelerated. And I'll be specific in some of those. We began 7-day-a-week delivery. We combined our last mile used to go with the USPS, and we had technology that brought it back in network. We had same-day city capabilities. We started partnering with Dollar General just so that we have pickup and delivery points in more rural areas. And there's 8,000 additional pickup and delivery points, and now we have 62,000 retail sites. The retail market in 2019 grew by 16%. In 2020, it grew by 27%, unprecedented type growth. So the importance of having a strategic vision and then having heroes, as Matt referred to them, that can come in and accelerate that and make it happen. So it's very difficult, just like you said, temperature sensitive, time sensitive, a network that needs to grow and do it in such a very, very short period of time was, wow, that was one of the things that really resonate as we look at what took place in the past year.
Interesting that there's overlap between your answer and the answer from Walgreens. You're two very different companies, but dealing with the same problem. Jose, as you look at this from Amgen's point of view, what's the largest lesson you've learned about COVID-19?
Yeah, so I agree with Brad and Matt. Obviously, the importance of supply chain talent, especially for a company like Amgen, which is very obviously biotech, right? So very manufacturing driven, but obviously supply chain came, front and center stage in this type of situation in order to make sure that we ensure supply. So I agree certainly with that as part of the lessons learned. In our case, there's something else that also came very evident to us, and it was the need to advance our supply chain digital strategy, right? So obviously with the quantity of dependencies and obviously the needs of supply, ensuring supplies in, pretty much across the entire world. I mean, it was evident for us that a digital platform that will ensure us end-to-end visibility was certainly required to be successful in this pandemic event.
Well, that's again, that's nice that it all ties together like that, and we'll come back to that in just a moment. Larry, what lessons have you learned at Woodfield?
I echo what the other panelists have said in terms of the importance of a great team, and I think more than the professional end of it, what I learned is that there's a new personal connection with my coworkers. Before the pandemic, if you had a headache, for example, you would power through it and come to work, and you probably wouldn't think anything more of it. But since the pandemic, if there's obviously with new procedures in place, if you're not feeling well, you stay home. And when you stay home, you get tested. And it could be an extended period of time before you come back to work, whether you're positive or negative. And that really is brought home to us, me personally, I think everybody in the company, that we really have a bond that probably existed before, but was never really manifested the way that it is now since the pandemic. And I think we're all cognizant of that, and we appreciate that. So it really is on more of a human level as well as on a professional level. I think that maybe as Matt said, it's sort of a realization, not so much a learning. But from the professional standpoint and from the work standpoint, really for us, it is about resilience. It is about strategies in terms of what used to be, obviously from a quality standpoint or a compliance standpoint, disaster recovery procedures and protocols, and really bringing those policies out into the light every day, and developing new ways of operating that incorporate those types of scenarios that would have been once a hurricane or any other natural disaster, has been basically daily practice for us now. So that really has been a real change, a sea change for us in terms of adapting our business to basically emergency situations which happen daily or weekly based on what we're all going through, and developing procedures to really address that, so that in future these types of situations will not be surprises, unfortunately, and that we'll be able to better deal with them and cope with them because we do have procedures in place that anticipate these things that prior to this we just never did.
Very good. Thank you, Larry. I mean, the questions are coming in fast and furious. I'm glad that you mentioned people, because the first question we're going to field from our audience is, how has your workforce been affected since the beginning of COVID-19, especially considering these are the very people that are making sure that the vaccine gets delivered to the rest of the world? Brad, let's start with you, please.
Sure. Well, first of all, our front line, our delivery network, they have actually been there as essential workers all along, dealing with volumes that we used to only see around our peak period. But let's take it one step further. We also have, when I go to my department, what we have is we have a lot of support teams, engineers, we have engineers, we have IT, we have quality, we have all those other support teams, and how that's impacted them. The work from home is something that is, before we were like, someone would work from home from a day or so, but now that is where it's shifting. And that is one of the biggest cultural changes that we're going through. And here's what we are finding right now. People are working from home, and our productivity levels are the same. They're getting the same amount of work done versus before. We're like, well, there's no way they can be as productive if they're not in an office environment. No, they absolutely are. As long as we're giving them the tools, people are getting much more comfortable as far as using the technology that's available to interact. Now, as a manager, one of the biggest challenges is making sure we still have the engagement. There's so many times where we start out with just conference calls, and now what we do is say, turn on your camera. Turn on your camera. We want to have that interaction, which is one of the things that really is the one thing that is missed as far as having that engagement. But yes, it's really been a real cultural shift. That one thing I just want to add that Larry mentioned that I thought was a really good point is that when he talks about before you'd have a headache and you just go muscle through it. And that is a huge cultural shift. Before you would do that. Now, we don't want you to. We don't want you to be the hero. We don't want you to muscle, because what happens is, if by some chance that you come into the workforce and then others are getting sick as a result of that, and it has a reverse effect versus that. So I thought that was a very good insight.
Very good, Brett. Thanks so much. Jose, how has your workforce been affected since the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis?
Yeah, so in our case, obviously, we put the safety of our staff first, right? So obviously, we were one of many companies chartering flights just to make sure that we have the PPE properly allocated across all our locations, making sure that the staff which is considered to be essential, can be obviously productive and can work safely in our manufacturing sites. And then obviously, like it was mentioned before, when it comes to the staff that we have working remotely, obviously by now we have a very formal program in which we have obviously making sure that they have the proper setup at home, that they, we obviously make sure that they got, the proper monitor, type of chair, desk, everything that they needed actually, just to make sure that they can continue to be engaged. And I think a lot of those efforts have paid off because, yeah, we're seeing obviously way more engagement and way more productivity when it comes to the staff. Obviously, because we are in the healthcare industry, a lot of what's happening is like it's been mentioned, it hit us personal, right? There's a personal commitment that goes along with the professional ones. So I think, yeah, a lot of the effort to set the stage for the staff to be safe and continue to be productive is being paying off.
Thank you, Jose. Matt, same question. You have a completely different type of workforce, but how has your workforce and your labor been affected by this?
Yeah, it's interesting, Kevin. I keep wondering if we're ever going to go back, right? Is it because it's changed so much that I have an interesting perspective because my wife also works for Walgreens. So the two of us are doing a lot of working at home and sharing sharing different rooms in the house depending on whatever calls we happen to be on, trying to resolve issues. We also have such a diverse mix of types of employment, right? So we have all of our distribution centers. We have our contact centers where in some cases they're heavily regulated, where there were situations where we couldn't send people home by regulation, and so we had to work with state governments and get executive orders from governors to be able to do things like that. Obviously, our retail presence, I think everybody knows, but behind the scenes of all that, it takes so many people to just stand up, a network of over 9,000 stores and be able to support them. And where you can, the first thing that you do is you send people home, right? That's if you can do your work from home, have a lot of trust, accelerate plans that you already had to move people to a work at home environment and be more flexible. We've always had a work at home type of environment where you get a couple of days at home and kind of back and forth, and at times where you can kind of come back into the office. And I think we go back to that at some point, because I think now, a year into it, there are people who just really value the in-person interactions, and I see us going back to that at some point. I miss people. I want to be able to see people and not give the virtual hugs, get back to giving a real hug, and whether that's family or coworkers. And I think a lot of people feel that way, but there's still a lot of trepidation about what does that look like in the future. It will change the workplace for a long time, and we've accommodated it in the short term by sending. We have over 4,000 people even in our contact centers, and about half of them are working from home. So if you have these big buildings and you can send people home, then that works out. But where you can't, installing plexiglass so that in between individuals, you have a barrier, right? And the cafeterias even, and changing the way the patterns of people who are employees at work. It's very synonymous with what happened in supply chain. You had to react in the exact same moment. It changed for everyone. I think I still remember the weekend all the toilet paper disappeared, right? It was the same weekend where you had to go back and try and figure out how you were going to care for the people that were at work. So it was a personal scramble as well as a professional scramble, and it just all changed at the same time. And I tell you what, there's been a ton of flexibility around with leaders in a company who may have had different and more traditional values of being, in a certain spot, and I need to have eyes on you, and to be able to see the work that you're doing, and that changed overnight. And I think that it was a very welcome change for a lot of people. It created a lot of discussions about, what does a new benefit structure look like, right? If you want everybody to work at home, is it, do you compensate people for internet, or, what does that look like? So it wasn't just the immediate challenge. It's caused us to, as a company, to rethink how can you be collaborative in an environment like this, which, we clearly have demonstrated that we can. And what does the future look like if it's a lot closer to being remote work than it is everybody showing up everybody's showing up to a physical location? What does a virtual world look like? Where you can't do that, make the necessary investments to make sure that your folks are protected, and do the right thing to make sure that you're caring for your people, doing the right thing to care for your customers. The folks that are doing that are going to make it through this, and they're going to be stronger on the other side of it.
Thanks so much, Matt. I didn't expect anyone on this call to mention the toilet paper issue. Mercifully, that turned out to be an irrational demand issue, not a supply issue, and I think we have that under control.
That's right.
But speaking of supply issues, Larry Hotz, through yesterday, 92 million vaccine doses have been administered. That means almost 1 in 5 people in this country have received at least one dose of the vaccine. But attendant to those vaccines are all kinds of PPEs and other materials. How has your workforce had to deal with that? Has it affected your workforce?
Yes, Kevin, it has affected our workforce, and in many different ways, some unanticipated. So yes, as I said, the PPE distribution has been a major growth area for us over the past year, and we have been accomplishing that. But I would say that in the beginning, there were not just with the masks and gloves, but also with COVID kits when they first came on. We had several that, in terms of our compliance or our quality assurance, several prospective customers without the required documentation or compliance to do business in the United States. So it was combining basically all of the uncertainty over the beginning of the pandemic and workflows and processes and people, along with a which was very unstructured, and combine that with what we needed, which was a very robust, structured sort of compliance directive that helped us to navigate through all of these sort of unregulated or unapproved products that were trying to flood into the market. So I would say that to your point, the ability to supply the PPE, a safe product, because many of these these products were not safe, and this continues to this day. But to provide safe product, to have that ability and that capability, to have a very strong compliance and quality department, from a government standpoint as well as a company standpoint, was instrumental in keeping people healthy. So yes, the end result, if we're trying to pull the curtain back a little bit in terms of the entire supply chain, the end result is you can now FedEx can deliver you tomorrow your masks that you get and know that they're approved and they're safe. That was I mean, at least for us, in terms of the inbound and the types of companies that were trying to set up accounts with us, that didn't always happen at the beginning. So I would say that there's a lot that goes into, as we're finding out today, there's a lot that goes into the process to make sure that what actually comes out on the other end on retailers' shelves and on your doorstep is safe and approved. So that was something I would say that, to your point, I would raise.
Great work, hidden work, things that people don't normally see.
Yeah.
We'll talk more in a moment. I have a very specific COVID-19 refrigeration question for the cold chain supply chain. I'm going to address this to Brad and Matt specifically. How do supply chains deal with a requirement like minus 70 degrees Celsius? That's 94 degrees minus Fahrenheit for the Pfizer vaccine, 25 degrees minus Celsius for Moderna, 20 degrees minus Celsius for J&J. These are really cold temperatures to store and ship product. You don't normally do that. Brad, how did you gear up for that?
So it is a challenge. It's a huge challenge. And those that work in the area, you know that you usually have about three different, you have ambient storage, you have refrigerated storage, you have freezer storage. But what you're talking about is deep freeze storage. And deep freeze storage is a little bit different in some of the things. Working with my engineering team, we have been challenged to say, okay, hey, how can you accommodate this? What are the options there? And there are a lot of options there. There are vendors that have what are like refrigerators that can come in that can do that. But when you start talking about a mass scale, you're talking maybe a 30,000 square foot refrigeration area that you need to be able to drive a forklift into. And now it's not just turning the air conditioner a little bit colder. It's a lot more than that. And so I've been educated through my engineering folks as far as say, well, the normal amperage coming in is about 1500 amperage, but what you're asking is 3000 amperage because you're going to have so much more draw on that. And then to do that 3000 amperage, now you're working with the municipalities to get more power into the facility. So there is a lot behind the scenes there. There are options there. There are portable reefer trailers. There are portable refrigerators, but you can go and build that. And when you do build that, it takes a lot of planning. And then the other thing that's so important on this that sometimes gets lost along the way is when you start talking about the cost, having a backup generator, because how precious this inventory is. That, hey, if the power goes out, which you can't always control, you have to have that consideration, that contingency ready to go as well.
That's great. Thank you, Brad. Matt, you're the next step down the supply chain. He's got the big parcels coming to you, and then you've got to deliver it to over 9,000 locations. And then, as you said, that last inch delivery into the arm. How did Walgreens gear up for this really cold supply chain?
That's interesting. I guess the one thing that I would build on top of that is because the same things happened, right? We had the same refrigeration issues and the same need for special storage. The thing that I would add on to that is training the team members to handle that. Yeah. Special gloves and special now new equipment that they weren't trained to use, and making sure that they're not touching something that could cause them physical harm. And so it's all of those things, Brett, that you mentioned with regard to the power and the portability and the backup and the precious cargo that needs to be protected, as well as making sure that team members know that you don't just reach in the refrigerator and grab this stuff. Because it's potentially very harmful. So we had to do all of that, and we have, within the company, we have groups of people that handle our property across the U.S., and so all of those folks had to be called in to assess, what the rollout strategy was going to be, and now. Thankfully, some of those have been relaxed with regard to storage of the vaccine and the time it needs to be frozen, et cetera, at least at the kind of last mile, at the last mile end of it. But it is a host of people that have to get involved when making a decision about something, that seemingly is so simple. Hey, I need a bigger refrigerator that has some special requirements that you need to install. Where do you put it? Because it is, it is a pharmaceutical product. It has to be regulated in a pharmacy environment. And so because it is, and most things in a pharmacy don't draw that level of amperage. And so you have to figure out, how are you going to get power in there? And then how are you going to find the space, because they're relatively small environments in general, retail pharmacy. And then how are you going to train your people? And so happy to say that everybody that needed to come together did. We sent, in many cases, it was involving dry ice, and how do you transport from one place to another, leveraging dry ice so that I think there was a run on igloo coolers around the time that it first. It'd be interesting to see what their sales pattern looks like for igloo coolers around the time that other companies found out they had to transport it in something. And we didn't have coolers, so there'll be some sort of seasonal pattern that is very odd around there too. That'll be interesting to see. But in the middle of the winter, you have to appreciate the complexity of the number of people that need to get involved when it comes to making a decision about just cold chain. And that's, to your point, it's not just a little bit colder and turn up the temperature. It's so drastically different that it's just new territory for everybody involved.
Yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned dry ice, because that's really an old school supply chain methodology that we reverted to in order to help us with this. But Brad, I'm not going to ask you the question right now, but you mentioned that FedEx is much more than just a delivery company. You also are a data company. I'm going to start with Larry, though, and ask the question, how important is visibility right now with some of these time critical items? And how are you leveraging data to better manage this current crisis?
I would say that it's critically important, and not so much from revenue generation as a new source of potential information, because we're regulated and have privacy concerns that we need to maintain. But in terms of certainly our customers and their requirements. So just as what we're experiencing, Kevin, is just as 5 years ago, and Brad, you're probably painfully aware of this. You could, if your package came to you in 3 days, you were ecstatic. And now if it's not there the same day, within 2 hours, you're like, where is it? So it's the same in terms of our customers and their demand for transparency and visibility to their inventory. We are in the business of removing barriers between our clients and their inventory. So we are very aware of that issue. However, it has ratcheted up to a new sort of level of importance. So I'll give you an example in terms of our warehouse management system. Last year it was, our clients were unable to enter their own orders into our system, and now that's no longer the case, simply because the speed of business has ramped up so incredibly quickly that our sort of strategic plan in terms of upgrades to our warehouse management system has been compressed to the point where something that we would have envisioned on our timeline for 2 years has been done in 6 months. So we are still, I would say, we're not awkward in this type of improvement for service, which is what we always want to have happen. But it really has taken all of our resources and many of our vendor resources to keep up with this type of of development, which we see as quite positive. So our services are spurred by our customer requirements. And because they are requiring this type of visibility and transparency and capability, we're providing it to them. And again, not just between our systems and our customers, but it has sort of resonated as well in terms of the expansion that we've had over the past even 6 months. Because of those situations that I described earlier, we've expanded from 7 facilities 6 months ago to 9 facilities today. And the build out and the ramp up and the infrastructure, everything that Matt and Brad have been talking about, and in terms of those resiliency issues, from generators to racking to corrugated, which is impossible to find today anyway. So it really has been an expansion of our bandwidth from an IT standpoint, not just to accommodate our clients, but to make sure that our buildings and our infrastructure, as we grow and expand to accommodate them, are robust enough to maintain our performance. So I think in terms of data and in terms of information flow, that really is what we've been tasked with over the past year.
Thank you, Larry. Jose, you've already mentioned Amgen's digital platform. Have you changed the way that you're managing data and managing visibility within the company over the last year?
Yes, Kevin. So indeed, that was the case, right? So obviously, I mean, the landscape, the supply chain landscape was so fluid, right? Has been very fluid during all this past year. So there was a lot of changes in signals when it comes to, for example, in some of our products, the demand was fluctuating very significantly. So we realized that some of the traditional mechanism that we have for product forecasting, for dealing with demand fluctuations, we're not effectively coping, right, with the fluidity of the changes at the time. So obviously we have incorporated pretty much a digital strategy. We actually have a designated team. It's called Operational Data Services, that pretty much is enabling a lot of that digitalization for the supply chain operations. So for example, right now we're looking into some of the forecasting model that can also provide us some predictability based on certain behavior patterns of how our product demand should fluctuate within the next 3-6 months, a year. And obviously we have better availability of data now that we didn't have before, in terms of being able to manage day-to-day decision that pertains to our supply chain. To give you an example, for example, we stood up a 24/7 control tower just to make sure that we were able to manage all the critical shipments across the network. And basically, we were downloading data of all those shipments across the entire network to make sure that the teams that were appointed to track and trace those shipments have all the information that pertains to it. So that's just one of the samples that obviously now we're certainly looking into more data in order to make decisions. And obviously we're enabling new tools that allow us obviously to look into it for a more automated and standardized way.
Thank you so much, Jose. It's wonderful how you've described what you're doing within the company. I want to come back to Brad now, though, since he mentioned data originally, and ask, it's much more than just being able to tell people where their package is now. How are you leveraging data in order to manage the business?
Yeah, I'll answer. There's 2 pieces to it. And the first piece is what Jose just referenced in predictability, and I call it forecasting. You have data to run the business, and then you have data to meet customer demands and customers need it. I'll be brief on it, but on the running the business, why it's so important to have that predictability, the forecasting, is that when you have the same shipments day in and day out, you know what time to start your operation, you know how large your workforce, your engineering standards say how much you're going to get out that day and such. But when you see wild spikes that go up and down, now all of a sudden you have to have a workforce that can accommodate that. And we are a just-in-time type workforce where you can't say, oh, well, I'll have it by the end of the month. No, people need it now. They need it today. They need it tomorrow. And being able to forecast, know that tomorrow we're going to have a 15, 20% rise. So that's operating the business and making sure that you have those resources. The second part is the customer needs that data as well. And it's not just a nice to have. Boy, I'd really like to know when the stuff's coming. If you go vaccines, I mean, they have an expiration on it. There's folks that if they're getting the second shot, they have a window and the vaccines need to get there. And the provider needs to know that because they're scheduling the patients to come in. And how the thousands that I heard have already been administered. Imagine if we have bad information and we're not able to say that you absolutely positively will get those packages or those shipments today, what an impact that has. And if you're not, at least if we can sit there and tell them, no, it will be there by this time or this day, now people can adjust to it and make decisions based on that. So yes, it's running the business, how important the data is. We have technology, it's called SenseAware, that they actually put in there. It's Bluetooth type technology, because before when you'd scan a package, now we know where it's at. Well, now we have these chips in there where we know where it's at all times. And that's on certain shipments, that's so critical.
Thanks, Brad. That's fantastic. Matt, I'm going to ask you the next question. We've had all these lessons and learnings that we're going to carry forward to the next crisis. But after the pandemic's over, what is your supply chain going to do, especially in the cold chain supply chain, differently, or what's going to carry over?
It's an interesting question. I think what's going to carry over? What I think carries over for us is in a time where there's confusion and complexity, in a time where there may be varying rules by state, and people who don't understand supply chain or distribution in general, and they're potentially making decisions about supply chain and distribution, that to come to the table with a plan that meets their needs, rather than waiting for to react to it. When you see the problem and you're in a strategic position to go provide the answers, and we did that in many meaningful ways. And I think what the lesson that I think will carry forward is leverage your expertise when you're trying to solve problems for problems of this nature. Leverage the expertise that you have as a company, that you have as a person, to help be part of the solution, and come to the table with that plan. I think that's what we take away from this, that we have such a large and robust capability. Partner with the right folks to be part of the solution.
Thank you. And believe it or not, we're down to about our last 7 or 8 minutes here. Larry, what is your supply chain going to be doing differently after the pandemic?
Well, I would say that, a little history lesson in terms of our company. We're a private company. We're Florida-based, and we, in terms of our investment, we invested in facilities and then tried to anticipate what our projected business would be moving forward and accommodate new clients within the spaces that we had actually had. And this experience, whether that's ambient or cold chain, all our facilities are ambient. So what we learned from this and what we're taking away from this is that we're investing in the space first, and then gaining the business. That really was a lesson that we learned and are really taking that. I wouldn't say that's our new strategy in terms of acquiring the space, building it out, and then letting the business, and then acquiring the business. Simply because the circumstances that presented themselves with our clients at the beginning of this journey, and their changing and growing needs in terms of their safety stock and new customers coming in and new business approaching us, and the growth in cold chain, not just because what Chris said at the beginning in terms of biologics, but in terms of the new areas of business like specialty chemicals and API, has meant that we need to invest upfront in these types of facilities, not just from a geographic standpoint, but from a capacity standpoint, to be ready in advance of to really respond to what our current clients and what our prospective clients are going to need. I'll give you one example is we have one client that was making ambient product. They're actually in the medical device business, and then moved into a pharmaceutical product and required a refrigeration at 2 to 8, and came to us, and we built the fridge for them and moved in. So these are all learnings for us that we are excited about, and investing upfront to build that infrastructure ahead of time. I should say also that relating to a previous comment with our WMS, Datex, another Florida company and our partner, is our WMS vendor, and they're also involved in the supply chain summit here. So thank you.
Very good, thanks. Last 5 minutes now, so please keep your answers brief. I want to get to each of the panelists on this question. You're sitting in a bar 10 years from now talking to somebody about what happened during COVID-19. What do you think the story is that you're going to tell to show how important supply chain's efforts were to overcome this problem? Jose, if you don't mind, we'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, that's going to be a good happy hour 10 years from now. But I would say, I mean, it's interesting, right? Everything that has played out from the very beginning to where we are today. I think, I mean, my main story there will be something that I think has been alluded before by the panel, and is for me, the most surprising thing is the power of collaboration, right? How everybody has come together, either within an industry, within a company, or a community, but how this crisis has driven everybody just to work together toward a common cause. I think, I mean, for me, that doesn't stop surprising me on a day-to-day basis. So I'm pretty sure 10 years from now, I'll remember that one, and hopefully we'll be in a better position. So when the next round comes, yeah, it's going to be a different story.
Well, hopefully it'll be another 100 years. Exactly. Brad, what story will you tell at the bar?
My story would be more about, I worked for an organization that really took a gamble on a future. Then unprecedented things happened, and they were positioned for it when I started to talk about the e-commerce piece. I'll tell you the second part of that story, which when you go back to what do you think will carry forward and such, I think this work from home is a changing culture, as far as we're going to see design of buildings a little bit different. If I go to even a personal standpoint, I think you're going to see more home offices than you've ever seen in new construction and things like that. Our story is going to be, yeah, the world changed, and it changed very quickly, and we got to play a role in that, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Very good. Larry, when you're sitting at the bar 10 years from now, what's the story you'll tell?
I don't know that I'll tell a story, because I think that supply chain and the importance of supply chain and logistics is going to be is going to be recognized in 10 years or even less than 10 years. So I hope I'm not in the position of having to explain what a supply chain is or what I did 10 years before, because people will recognize that. CEOs will be coming from the supply chain channel and not just from sales or marketing. And that's already happening. So I think that this is where value is derived, because every product is already at the lowest price it can be. And I think in 10 years, hopefully, Kevin, I hope you'll be at the bar too, but we won't need to explain it.
Hey, Kevin, can I add to what Larry just said there? I just think it's important, especially with the university hosting this, the number of folks going into supply chain, the degrees offered in supply chain. I've never seen anything like that in the past. So I completely agree with where Larry's going with that we're not going to be explaining supply chain because it is such a popular area right now.
Good point. Good point. Matt, when we're raising a glass 10 years from now, what's your story?
I think I really think if I try to explain it in 10 years from now, one, trying to keep the story short is always a problem for me when I'm telling bar stories. So try to keep this one short may be a challenge, but I do agree with the guys that I think people are just going to look at me like, well, duh, like in 10 years from now, they're just going to, the changes that are going to be needed to support and adapt to differing customer demand that has been exhibited in a small part by COVID and established a new customer behavior. The changes that are going to be necessary in infrastructure for the next 15 years are without a doubt going to change even more, maybe not as, well, I don't even want to say that because I don't want to say not as drastically because I'm hopeful that it won't be as drastic, but the likelihood is it will be. Once customer behavior changes, we learned very quickly the investment that is necessary in having the right people involved and having the right infrastructure involved. And I think in the future, that's just going to be a way of life that as a small increase in e-commerce relative to the larger book of business across an entire globe makes a huge increase in demand for jobs in supply chain.
Wonderful.
And I don't think that's going to change.
Well, I think that the panel today has done a great job of telling a story about collaboration and how supply chains have rallied around us, how they've made such a difference in making sure that the initial 92 million doses have been administered, and they're going to continue to make a difference, make sure the rest of them are out there. Thank you so much to Larry, Matt, Jose, and Brad today for all the work you put in. I know we have the right people working on this, and I'm confident we're going to get through this. Now I'd like to turn our attention back to our final presenter of the day. Please welcome Dr. Donna Davis, Professor, University of South Florida Muma College of Business and co-director of the Monica Wooden Center for Supply Chain Management and Sustainability. And thank you everybody for being here today.
Thank you, Kevin, for handing it back in such grand fashion. I was thinking of the line that we always use when we're in a face-to-face conference, which is, I realize I'm standing between you and happy hour, so I don't want to keep you too long. That might still be the case today, but that was a really good way to wrap up. So thank you to everyone who joined us today for the second Florida Supply Chain Summit. We are really grateful for the time devoted by our speakers for preparing and presenting the information in the sessions today. I hope you felt it was worth your time. I want to say a quick thank you to all the people that made this happen today. First to the steering committee, Laura Olson from Daytex, Wade Elliott from Port Tampa Bay, Ricky Fitzgerald from the Florida Department of Transportation, Alice Ancona from the World Trade Center Miami, and then my colleagues in the Monica Wooden Center, including Jim Stock and Elaine Singleton. I also want to say thank you to our financial sponsors, ongoing support from Daytex Corporation, who helped us get started with the original Supply Chain Summit, and then also funds from the Monica Wooden Center here in the Muma College of Business. We also received financial support additionally for today's sessions from Port Tampa Bay and Green and Associates. We want to say thank you to all those people behind the scenes that you didn't see. They were paddling like little ducks to keep everything going, and that's the Tampa-based DCE Productions team. Thank you, DCE. Lori Briggs, who's the Communications and External Relations Director for the MUMA College of Business. Thank you, Lori. And then Elaine Singleton and her team of our talented supply chain students, Claire Benninghoff and Esmeralda Garcia Hernandez. Claire and Esmeralda will be on the job market soon. Just let us know if you have a job for them. Just a little bit about the Florida Supply Chain Summit in case this is the first time you've been here. The inspiration for the Florida Supply Chain Summit emerged about 4 years ago when Jim Stock, Laura Olson from Daytex, and I started a conversation about the need for a statewide conference to spur collaboration and showcase Florida's supply chain industry. Wade, Ricky, and Alice joined us at that time, along with other business partners, in a broad-based industry university steering committee. Following a year of planning, efforts culminated in the inaugural 2019 summit held at Disney's Contemporary Resort in Orlando, attended by over 300 supply chain industry representatives from around the region. So COVID-19 shifted us from Disney World to the virtual world for 2021. We hope to see you next time in person here in Florida, and only a year from now. I encourage you to think about how you and your organization can help to make the 2022 summit a reality. Please reach out to Elaine Singleton here at USF. If you would like to join us, you can get in touch with Elaine through her email, which is Elaine, ELAINES, as for Singleton, at usf.edu. Again, thank you for joining us. It's been a wonderful learning opportunity, and we're delighted that you were able to be with us today. And having said that, I'm going to turn you loose to go to happy hour. See you soon. Bye-bye.